Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Goddess Yunxeo was not just greedy for money. She was a born profiteer, sharp-minded and calculating beneath that quiet, elegant face. The most unsettling part was how gentle she looked, soft features, calm eyes. Yet from the moment they met, Li Yang had sensed killing intent at least 3 times. Maybe she only meant to beat him up. Maybe, but it absolutely did not match that sweet appearance. Slice her open and it would be pure black inside. Yunxeo, on the other hand, looked domineering and fierce. In reality, she was simple-minded. The type who would help count the money after being tricked by her own sister. She spoke bluntly, understood dog language, argued seriously with dogs, laughed at animals. None of that matched the image of a dignified goddess, and that was the biggest shock. In legends of his previous life and in the official records of this world, the 3 goddesses were flawless figures. Heroes who repelled foreign invasions, warriors who fought against other gods, the kind printed in elementary school textbooks. Li Yang had always respected them. Now that he was standing here, that sacred image was completely shattered. Was this the truth, or had his sanity taken damage? Enough teasing him, Yunxeo said calmly. Come inside, use your sacred fire to illuminate the still space. She walked into the wooden house first. The moment the words still space were spoken, Yunxeo also grew serious. She stopped joking, gathered her poems, and followed. As she passed Li Yang, she grabbed the back of his collar and dragged him inside like luggage. Li Yang's heart tightened. If the sacred fire containing only a trace of the first fire already had such an effect, what would happen when he truly stepped into the first fire? Would he end up like that too, stuck inside? Still, considering the strength of the 2 goddesses, resistance seemed unwise. Better to move forward step by step. The wooden house looked small from outside. Inside, it was another world. An enormous void stretched endlessly. At the center floated a round stone bed suspended in midair. On it lay goddess Bixeo. She was dressed in white, pale as snow. A soft white glow wrapped around the stone bed like a sphere. Below, faint cracks tore through the void. From within them seeped a sinister aura. A massive formation suppressed it. Li Yang blinked. This scene felt strangely familiar. It was like the human emperor in the Warhammer world, sitting upon the golden throne, burning psychic power to seal a demonic passage beneath the palace. Only this time, instead of an ancient emperor, it was a beautiful goddess. What did you just say? Yunxeo asked when she caught him muttering. Nothing, Li Yang replied quickly. He noticed dozens of illusory flames burning at the formation nodes. Powerful artifacts acted as anchors, maintaining the grand array. Yunxeo stepped forward and waved her sleeve. Countless artifacts flew out in a dense cluster. After a complex sequence of hand seals, they scattered into points of light, reinforcing the formation. The glow intensified, completely covering the void crack. In that instant, Li Yang felt it clearly. The suppression of the world's laws grew heavier. His available power dropped by half. If he could previously use 1/10 of his strength here, now he could barely use 1/20. Across the sacred mountain, everyone felt it. What's going on? The suppression just increased. Why did the mountain change like this? Panic spread. People fought for positions on the sacred mountain because the suppression here was lighter. It allowed them to comprehend laws more easily. Now it had become worse. Some began to suspect Li Yang. It's that kid. It happened after he entered the first court. Others remembered similar incidents before. Each time someone entered the inner court, suppression increased slightly, but never like this. This time it was drastic. Complaints started rising, but Li Yang knew nothing of it. His full attention was on Bixeo. So you just want me to release the sacred fire and let the light illuminate this space? He asked. Yes, Yunxeo replied. Only fire carrying the power of the first fire can penetrate the still space. Yunxeo grew impatient. What are you hesitating for? It's just lighting a fire, be decisive. She rubbed Lucky's head roughly. The yellow dog pushed her hand away, annoyed. Woof. Oh, you dare dislike me? She snorted. You haven't changed in all these years. Lucky glared at her. Anyone who interfered with his business of making money deserved death in his eyes. Like master, like pet. Yunxeo loved money. Lucky loved it just as much. Those who had been beaten by that yellow dog before could testify. After being beaten, their weapons and valuables would mysteriously disappear. And the next day, those same items would appear on the black market. Li Yang sighed internally, so that was how it worked. Fine, he said at last. Yunxiao looked slightly puzzled. It's just releasing the sacred fire, why hesitate? Men, after all, hated being provoked. Li Yang stepped forward. He had been beaten before, robbed before. Now they had even prepared so many artifacts for reinforcement. If nothing else, at least he would repay the favor by trying properly. Then let's begin. Faith ignited, divine power surged, sacred fire rose. A pure white illusory flame ignited around Li Yang. It did not roar, it spread. Like ripples across still water, wave after wave of pale light rolled outward, passing through the frozen space. Wherever the light touched, the stillness trembled, the glow seemed alive. It drifted toward Bixeo and sank into her body, wrapping her in a thin film of white radiance. How is the power of his first fire this strong? Yunxiao, Qiangxiao, and even the yellow dog stared at Li Yang. This was not normal. The kingdom of God had researched divine fire for countless years. The two goddesses understood clearly that the power of the first fire only appeared when illusion turned into reality. The more faith poured in at ignition, the shorter the false stage and the stronger the initial burst. But Li Yang's output was absurd. He burned for a full hour. By the end, his faith reserves were nearly drained dry. Only then did he extinguish the flame. Inside the still space, Bixeo's injuries healed rapidly. The first fire carried restoration within it. More importantly, it allowed time inside the frozen domain to begin moving again. That was why Bixeo had lain there for so long. Time had been stopped. The first fire had preserved her life, buying her divine body the chance to recover. With the resilience of a god king, 1 hour was enough. She had not awakened yet, but she no longer needed the still space to survive. Yunxiao and Qiangxiao immediately acted. Divine power surged as they tore open the frozen domain and forcibly pulled Bixeo out. There's no need to maintain the still space anymore, Yunxiao exhaled, relief filling her eyes. They had waited a long time for this moment. Not so fast, Li Yang said. The two turned toward him. What? You said this place was locked onto by an outer realm god because of spatial variables. That's why you had to suppress it, right? Yes. They don't know what's happening here, Li Yang continued calmly. If we prepare properly, leave some arrangements behind, and then deliberately open the crack once we're ready, we could seal the target the moment it reveals itself. He had not been idle while burning the first fire. Through the firelight, he sensed beyond the spatial crack. He had even glimpsed the other side. There was a god king there. This idea, Qiangxiao's eyes lit up. That's good. It is, Yunxiao nodded. Bixeo is safe now. Using this place as a trap isn't a bad plan. Just to be clear, Li Yang added immediately, I'm not participating, I'm still a student. He was not stupid. A god king sat on the other side of that crack. This was not something a junior deity should meddle in directly. Cautious little brat, Yunxiao laughed, her mood noticeably lighter now that Bixeo was safe. So I'll head back first, Li Yang said. I should be allowed to stay in the second court now. Go, Yunxiao replied. We'll contact you if needed. They still had to stabilize Bixeo's condition. Li Yang had no intention of standing around like a spare lamp. Only Zhekai came out to see him off. Woof, woof. The yellow dog clung to his leg, pawing insistently and pointing at his own nose. You really know how to ask for payment, Li Yang muttered with a smile. He took out a low-level artifact, the rod-shaped one Zhekai had almost broken a tooth on earlier. Zhekai immediately bit down on it. Crunch. 2 rows of teeth marks appeared on the artifact. The dog wagged his tail proudly and dragged the treasure back toward his den. The existence of the sacred mountain was an accident, a hidden danger. If not for the seal suppressing lower gods' perception of law and the 3 goddesses guarding it personally, it might never have been opened. As for explaining things to those below, there was no need, who knew how many outer realm gods were already lurking across Gaia's heavens. Li Yang stepped into the mist and returned to the second court. He said nothing to anyone. The undercurrents in this world were deeper than they looked. After walking through the courtyard, he found a pavilion, sat down, poured himself a cup of tea, and took out his phone. He dialed. Hello, Dean Zhou, he said calmly. I've come down from the first court. I'm in the second court now. Come over when you're free. Wait, you will be there soon. Zhou Cha knows the story behind the sacred mountain and immediately left after hearing what Li Yang said. He is not a challenger, although there is a saying that outsiders are not allowed to enter during the challenge. But who would dare to stop the dean of the Sangwang Temple? This is the pinnacle of a high-level god, half-footed into the existence of the god king. The car turned into a streamer and quickly flew towards the second court. As Li Yang wears the logo brooch of the Sangwang Temple, Zhou Cha is the dean of the Sangwang Temple again. Seeing Li Yang coming out, it was normal to fly over to find him. Everyone wanted to know what happened when Li Yang entered the first court, so they didn't stop him. This sacred mountain law suppresses less than half the strength. How could they not be impatient? Zhou Cha flew directly to the second court. The stronger the deity, the more able to resist the suppression of the law. When he arrived in the second court, Zhou Cha quickly found the pavilion where Li Yang was. The second court is not just a house but a compound with a front yard, an atrium, and a back garden. What happened to the ground? Goddess Bixeo came out of the still space and the seal was repaired very intact. Li Yang said concisely, "What, this? The goddess is out." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qi stood up again as soon as he sat down. "Calm down, I exceeded the goal, so what about my reward? For this, I lost more than 10,000 artifacts." Li Yang decided to eat a little back here at the weekly car, otherwise he feels a little bit at a loss. In fact, in terms of saving Bai Zio, Li Yang has already received the recognition and even gratitude of the goddess of San Zio. Recognized by the three gods, this honor won't be lost, not to mention the three goddesses. This, well, I can't afford it. Zhou Cha is also an old fox, and after a brief surprise, he quickly guessed it. Zhou Qi naturally knows how powerful Lucky is. It is estimated that he had to expose many artifacts when fighting. Naturally, the goddess Yunxiao will be stared at. As a person who came out at the same time as the three goddesses, others don't know, Zhou Cha doesn't know yet. With the personality of the goddess Yunxiao, Li Yang is probably bleeding heavily. But wanting to eat it back in my hands is not so easy. Besides, I really have to be pitted with more than 10,000 artifacts. Even if he sells his weekly car, he can't afford it. That's more than 10,000 artifacts, not Huxia cabbage. These are the spatial coordinates. I'll go and see the first court first. Zhou Cha took out a storage card, then turned away and rushed directly into the dense fog on the top of the mountain. Hey, this. Well, don't even think about pitting the old fox. People have lived for more than 1,000 years, and the salt they eat is really more than the rice Li Yang eats. Picking up the storage card, Li Yang walked into the room. He didn't lose anyway. There are all kinds of things in the courtyard on the sacred mountain, and the equipment is fully equipped, and you can move in with your bags. When Li Yang entered the first court, Qin Zio had already packed his personal belongings and went to the third court. And there are smart robots to clean it all the time. When Li Yang comes back, everything looks like new. Enter the specially prepared virtual platform the same way enter the consciousness. Read information. Loading. The target universe, the intermediate universe plane, has already resided in 17 gods and belongs to the Common Development Zone universe. Before gaining the core of the universe, they are allowed to fight each other and are handing over domain information. It turned out that Zhou Qi provided a plane he was invading himself. And this plane has become a joint development zone, which means that as long as you know the information on this plane, you can enter the competition. The reasons for setting up development zones are generally because a deity feels he can't swallow it or other reasons. But anyway, as long as no one has discovered the core of the universe and claimed it for himself, he can enter the snatch. Naturally, whoever grabs the resources in it owns them. The territory occupied by Zhou Qi himself reached about 7%. Reading information. Plain information, low-level fantasy world, no development zone has been established. Currently entering the deity, none. Hey, there is actually one gift. When the data message sounded, Li Yang was really surprised. He didn't expect Lao Zhou to be pretty good. The low-level fantasy planes, it happens to be able to send demons to play. Consciousness enters the ancient sage world. Li Yang activates the space channel, and he has taken the time to go to the Astral Chamber of Commerce in the imperial capital these days to fix it. View personal information. Host Li Yang. Level weak god. The priesthood Chushan brother Mao. Magic skill speaks out the method. All methods are used and the power of Mao is used. God's name, the ancient sage made hair. Subsidiary family members, Auk Orc Snake Dragon growth period single individual demons. God Demon King Demon Orb single 9th order peak Interpalm Snake Dragon single 9th order elementary number of orcs 58 billion. Belief 1585 million. Master the rules, engage in the basis of Mao's power law. Subsidiary realm Ancient Sage God Realm Intermediate Universe Core. In the universe Gaia Sky, number of days to sign in 142 days. Sign in reward once. Functional area lottery tray shopping mall. Properties several star coins spacetime channel equipment a dark god various attack artifacts various defense artifacts. Devil how is the development of the demon race? Coming to the exclusive territory of the Mazu, Li Yang glanced roughly. Ah god, Mo Heng was originally sitting in the demon hall. Hearing Li Yang's voice, he stood up quickly in shock. Ask for flowers, don't be nervous, let's talk about the current situation of the demons. Yes, because of the god's reward, the demons are basically lacking in everything now. They have strong soldiers and strong horses, and their subordinates are also doing their best to develop the army. There are currently 50 million soldiers with armor, and they are all trained. Well, that's enough. I seriously have a low-level plane information here. It's time for you to give me a helping hand. The reason for conquering the demons is to expand the types of their own troops. Moreover, in a low-level world like this, it is enough to invade the demons. There are places where the orcs have been, even if it is Li Yang who wants to clean it up, it is very difficult. There are some worlds that do not require complete refining and can also be used to sell money or exchange for what you need. But it's hard to buy money in a world where orcs have been to. After all, orcs can hardly be killed. No one is stupid enough to buy a world where orcs exist. Li Yang would not be stupid enough to sell the world where the orcs existed. The subordinates will definitely live up to expectations and open up territory for the gods. Mo Lima knelt and said with a firm tone, after living here for a long time, he really didn't want to leave. The environment here is good, the aura is high, and the sky will rain treasures. Everyone born here is strong and strong. Well, then I will leave this task to you. You should know what I want. Subordinates understand. The devil had invaded other worlds, so he naturally knew what Li Yang needed. It's nothing more than the core of the world. After receiving the space portal device given by Li Yang, the demon arched up and went to order the soldiers. Orcs, get ready, the new battle of gods begins. The orc tribe headed by WAAAGH builds ships and airplanes day and night and crosses the sea to attack the monster land on the other shore. They either took chariots, planes, or rode huge skugs, or even ran on two legs, and Li Yang has come to the sky above the base camp of the Orcs, WAAAGH. Whether it is the remote icy tundra, the mountain grassland, the deep forest, or the wild gobi, all the Orcs are mobilized spontaneously. Yes, Orcs will strike again. To be honest, the newly opened ancient sage world is really beautiful, but the Orc continent is like a black spot in a beautiful glass bead. The Oracle arrived, and the original chaotic Orc continent seemed to have stopped at this moment, but what followed was a sky-shaking battle cry. The Orcs stopped to fight and began to gather where WAAAGH was under the leadership of their bosses. Thank you for reading this story at Fiction Zone. Net, your support enables us to keep the site running. Hey, this is the space door, go ahead when you're ready. In addition, during the Civil War, the whole continent was turned into a misty atmosphere. WAAAGH, Lindo, Buck, Victor, Sindor, and many new warlords appeared. Wow! From a high altitude, green torrents began to converge. Number the universe plane, the ownership change is complete. Please enter the handover as soon as possible. Die, the original ownership forces have withdrawn 6 hours ago. 3 months in the current universe time, they have been invaded by gods. The territory has lost 58%, and the remaining 4% is currently. Damn, Zhou Qi, you are a scam. Zhou Qi has confidence in Li Yang's combat effectiveness. The top 10 is not a problem, although he may not have thought that Li Yang can crush the first court all the way. But the promised things have been prepared, and this pit is waiting for him here earlier than expected. Approve one's own forces in advance to vacate the territory, and may even have notified other gods on that plane that 7 9s and 7s will only come to seize the territory. Li Yang felt like he was pitted, but it doesn't matter. This is just right. You come to grab my territory and the Orcs can fight unscrupulously. This is a famous teacher, isn't it just commuting? Who is afraid of whom? Orcs don't have to dry. Like a torrent of Orcs pouring into the teleportation formation, Li Yang's consciousness also entered. The light flashed by, and what you saw was the ruins of a deserted city. Judging from the various traces, it is estimated that it was just abandoned, and this place should have been one of the planets that Zhou Qi seized. But Zhou Cha has evacuated his own people, so it is so desolate. The consciousness swept through, and Li Yang looked a little better, and Zhou Qi was not without conscience. In a plane on this planet, there are piles of war materials and some ore and other materials on the weekly carts. It seemed that it was given to him specially, and it was kind of conscientious, although it was of little help. Collect materials, build spaceships, and develop a battle moon, because the ancient sage world is a fantasy world, although there are countless stars on the 9 heavens. But the Orcs are currently most interested in the monsters of the monster continent, so they did not create spaceships, but developed various sea warships. But this does not mean that the Orcs do not have the ability to make spaceships. In fact, after 3 or 4 years of accumulation in the ancient sage world, the Orcs are fully capable of making spaceships. Even if it's just a small warship like a destroyer, it doesn't matter, it can fly. As long as you encounter enemies and experience wars, the Orc science and technology tree will develop as fast as rice with Jinkella. And what is very magical is that the current Orcs have actually mastered the manufacturing method of the battle moon. In fact, the battle moon is based on the space transmission device as the core, and the gravitational traction is the main combat method, collecting all the resources on the planet and building a ball-shaped battle. The main body can be built with a satellite. As for the power for the Orcs, all high-end or local power furnaces can be solved by burning the boiler. It just so happened that there was a satellite of a good size and just right over the planet they came out of. When people give full play to what is called a wartime field, the usual style of being more wild, under the leadership of the boss, planes, tanks, and chariots quickly surrounded the entire planet. Orc technicians gathered together and began to build spaceships under the orders of warlords. Well, boring, no fights, hurry up and work. A boss kicked the asterisk who was working next to him. In fact, this was very hardworking. But the boss wants to play, what else can be done? About the past half a month, when people have invaded the entire planet and the first spacecraft has been built, preparations for liftoff are in progress. During this time, the proportion of the star area displayed by Li Yang has been reduced by 1/3. But this is no way. War is not a trifling matter. Moreover, in the plane of the cosmic system, it is impossible to even go into space without a spacecraft. Whether it is collecting materials or building a spaceship, it takes time. Although the Orcs have mastered the production of space teleportation, if you want to carry out a bigger WAAAGH, you really need to build a battle moon and battleship group. The first spacecraft successfully flew in a test flight, carrying a ship of about 800,000 greenskins to the Sea of Stars. After the successful launch of the first spacecraft, people's explosive power and magical power were reflected. With definite technical support, the second, third, fourth, and seventh spacecraft were launched in 5 days. And the number is gradually increasing, and 1 month later, more than 100 Orc spaceships have been in the sky. 50 of them flew into the universe, and the remaining spaceships were all bosses and joint technicians. They flew to the appropriate size satellite, prepare to transform the satellite and build the war moon. Relying on the flight of the spaceship to encounter enemies in the huge universe is completely wishful thinking. Without the psionic network, the Orcs can be bored to death. In fact, the purpose of the 50-50 spacecraft is not for war. The most on the top are some assholes and old and weak Orcs. The goal Li Yang gave them is to fly to nearby planets and develop population there. Now Li Yang doesn't know the specific situation outside, he knows that other gods are already occupying his territory. And according to the speed estimate, it will take another 3 months to reach the planet where the Orcs are currently located. Before that, Li Yang decided to split out more Orcs, relying on the strong reproduction ability of the Orcs to quickly build up a large number of troops. This kind of strategy is commonly known as mining. In the teleportation array on the main planet, a torrent of Orcs is still pouring out, and the battleship building has officially entered the streamlined operation, and billions of asterisk brothers are working day and night. A lot of fart spirits will be gone, one will never wake up, but soon there will be a second fart spirit to replace them. At the same time, various tanks, small battleships, heterogeneous battleships, and huge battleships are being developed and built. The assembly line is springing up like bamboo shoots after rain, and the planet is being hollowed out at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Isuzuzu battleship carried countless Orcs and spread into the space like little tadpoles. And these warships have no duplicates, and it is impossible to expect the Orcs to survive in standard items. Then a whim from a technician boy or even an assembler will make a warship unique. The transformation of the war moon is also very smooth. The inside of the moon has been hollowed out, and the resources dug up have been converted into strips of firearms or various equipment. On a planet not far from the main planet, although it is inaccessible and equally desolate, there are many wild animals. A lion-like creature was resting under a big tree. The sky suddenly became gray and a roar awakened it. I opened my eyes in a daze and saw a huge flame hitting the ground. The black hull of the spaceship was faintly visible in the flames. Boom. Like a meteorite falling, the big explosion shredded all living creatures within a range of tens of 23 kilometers. In the thick smoke, the nearby creatures that were not affected began to slowly resolve. A deer-shaped creature approached the big crater, struggling to look through the thick fog. In an instant, an axe flew out, and the Orcs' battle cry disturbed the dense fog. WAAAGH! The roar of the huge machine gun alarmed nearby animals, and the orange-yellow bullets swayed wantonly, and any creatures hit by it would be blown into pieces. The tall Orcs in the short rushed out of the dense fog. They opened fire wantonly, yelled loudly, and used blood and gunpowder to wash away the boring and war that accumulated for a long time. The biggest Orc is the boss of this fleet, whose name is Lucas. Lucas moved his huge legs to catch up with a pig at a faster speed, grabbing it and making a whistle. The smell of blood stimulates the taste buds. I eat mushrooms and Scrooge every day and occasionally change the taste and swallow the asterisk. Lucas said that the taste of blood and meat is really delicious. Kill, WAAAGH, ha 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 ha. The arrival of the orcs made this planet, which had been calm for a few months, become lively again, and it was much more lively than before. After a burst of rushing nearby, Lucas grabbed a fart and squeezed it roughly into the soil. The surrounding orcs followed everything, grabbing the nearby farts and stuffing them into the ground in front of them. Such scenes happen almost on any planet where an orc spacecraft arrives. If you are lucky enough to meet the planet of life like Lucas, you can vent a bit and start growing mushrooms again. Those who are out of luck can only come out to collect supplies, but the optimistic orcs are not without alternatives. If no one fights, fight on your own just to grow mushrooms from the corpses that were killed. As a result, the nearby planets began to liven up and there were wars everywhere and the wars appeared along with them. It is one by one, big and small, are mushrooms. What those gods didn't know was that after Zhou Qi retreated, what was waiting for them was not a feast in the windy field. It was a terrifying plague called greenskin. Under the leadership of Li Yang, the great god of hair, the united orcs will be the most terrifying dream monster in this universe. Slightly by cooking cakes, 5 plum coins for one night lamb film. Strike the iron, saw the iron well be objective, see if this knife is not by a self-defense. On the other plane, people come and go in the screaming bazaar, either in coarse blouses or in satin clothes or dressed up in a vigorous manner. Whether it is a city dweller, a nobleman or a warrior, they all buy and sell things in the market, so it's so lively. Miss, please slow down, I can't hold you after buying too much. A girl in huxia clothes is walking through a small stall. Look here, look where. Looking at the dress and attitude, the hawkers knew well that it was probably the girl from that house who came out to play again. This kind of client is best to be slaughtered, with more money, willfulness, and little knowledge. With just a little flicker, they can buy their things at several times the usual price, which is the biggest taker. Although the girls are ignorant and the hawkers cheat others, this is indeed a good time for the prosperity of the world and the rising of the world. Many elderly people are sitting on the threshold and watching the children running around. This scene will make them sing the greatness of today's sage. This is indeed a prosperous age. The 4 barbarians surrendered, foreign tributes, no wars, and the people live and work in peace and contentment. However, in this calm afternoon, a magic atmosphere has quietly enveloped. The devil, I have found out clearly, the situation is like this. In an inn, a demon in the form of a human stood in the attic, watching people coming and going on the street coldly. The highest combat power is no more than flying over the wall, it's really weak. After listening to the report from his subordinates, although the demon was disdainful, he still relaxed a little. I didn't dare to be careless the first time I was on a mission. The level of this world is very low, basically unable to withstand the power above the 5th order. The current demon is actually just a wisp of exhaust gas incarnation. Order the demon soldiers to prepare and use this city to sacrifice the flag for the descending of the demon clan. Yes. In order to allow more magic soldiers to enter, the magic beads intend to use blood techniques to improve spatial stability. It is equivalent to using enough vitality to stabilize the space with death aura and murderous aura and with a special magic circle. With this method, it is destined to kill a lot. But there is no way. The core of the world is a very magical thing. Because it is the origin of a world, it is equivalent to encompassing all the laws of the world. The basic laws that make up the world are time and space. In other words, the core of the universe may exist somewhere on the planet like a treasure, or it may be hidden in the void. Yimo's current 5th order demon energy power cannot be effectively detected. Therefore, he wants to make his strength as strong as possible without destroying the space. In this way, we can explore the true position of the core of the world and seize it. The original wind and sunny sunshine suddenly began to dim, and the animals seemed to sense something, and they began to agitate with anxiety. Ah, what are you doing, Lioner? In a courtyard, a lady was holding a cat taking a nap, and suddenly she was caught by the cat in her hand, and 3 blood-red cracks appeared. Meow Tilda, the cat named Lioner, landed on the ground and looked into the courtyard with a grin. What's wrong? The noble lady who had never seen her pet look like this panicked. In this world, the theory of ghosts and gods is still very popular. Ah, I was found. It must be the smell on you. I haven't taken a shower for a few days. Don't make a noise, solve it as soon as possible. 3 blood-red-haired shawls and hideous-looking demon soldiers showed their figures and walked into the yard arguing with each other. Ah, who are you? People, we are not people. Madam, be careful, ah. The heartfelt maid was cut in half with a knife, and the room was stained red by splashing blood. What? The lady's scream was halfway through, and the light of a knife flashed, and the head was separated. In this peaceful courtyard, people and animals, young and old, all fell in a pool of blood. Fortunately, the magic soldiers drew out 797 blood-red air currents and sealed them into a bead. On the street, there are already corpses all over the field. The girl in Huxia clothes and the maid died together, still holding a candied fruit. The scheming hawker and the world-minded knight arrived on the pile of goods, and the blood stained the goods. In almost a quarter of an hour, a city of singing and dancing has become a dead city. The demon had already scattered the demon's soldiers into the entire city. After confirming the battle plan, the expected mission was quickly completed. The demon walked up the city wall with blood-red footprints, and the only soldiers who reacted to the city guard fell in front of him. Imperial Palace Qin Tianjian. More demon energy floated from the demon body, and the demon soldiers opened their hands and enjoyed the pleasure of gradually unblocking their strength. Your Majesty, Dashiba is not good. Seen in the market in the national capital in the mountains and forests, the alchemists who can almost do divination felt an inexplicable feeling. Under the calculation, they vomited blood and looked terrified. Thank you for reading this story at Fiction Zone. Net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Here the demons are eager to try, and when humans are terrified in the plane of the universe, the battle moon has begun its first run. On a lonely mountain, in front of a lonely grave, the old man in the thatched hut suddenly vomited blood, and his turbid eyes flashed with incredible gaze. God warning them the evil disaster, the killing, the unimaginable horror has come. The calamity of 1,000 years has come. After opening the window paper, the Mazu formally invaded the world. What are you doing, national teacher? Kill, I need more. The celestial phenomenon has changed drastically and the calamity has risen. How can it be like this? My strength is restored. At the last moment it was still flourishing. How could it be? The national teacher with a disheveled hair and red-breasted clothes stumbled into the hall. At this time, it was the official time for the emperor and his officials. Yes. The blood-red air currents gathered, one by one orbs flew into the sky, the wind and clouds suddenly changed and the dark clouds were enveloped. Hurry up over there. A fart was blackened by the smoke and shoveled coal into the big boiler in front of him with great effort. If one is not careful, he may fall into it and become part of the energy. Such boiler houses existed in many places of the war moon. Relying on this method to gain power is destined to win by quantity. When the energy produced by countless boiler rooms reached a certain level, the battle moon began to transmit for the first time. In the endless universe, a fleet is passing through the wormhole node route. Dumb, what are you looking at? Cough, it's okay, I kind of miss children. The officer named Dumb shook the photo in his hand. What about you? But I remember that the Atanis are all fighters. Of course, we will use our bodies to incubate the next generation only when we are about to die of old age. The Atanis have blue and wrinkled skin, strong muscles, and 3 black eyes. On this spacecraft, there is not only the human race. Even human beings only occupy a small part here, and there are many extraterrestrial life that are more suitable for survival in the universe. In fact, the Atanis are the native species of this plane, and they were recruited after being captured by the gods belonging to this fleet. Haha, then you will never be able to enjoy the pleasures of family relationships. Dumb said with a joking mouth. It doesn't matter, we Atanis don't need this either. Before the words were finished, the spacecraft suddenly swayed from the distance, and the two finally stood firm and looked through the glass of the bridge. Late shots tilde, wow. They saw that the originally unobstructed space channel disappeared due to some interference, and an asteroid stopped in front of their fleet. And due to the strange gravitational problem, the spaceships that were close to them in their fleet even collided together, turning into a few fireworks in the quiet space. Fortunately, their spacecraft was far away from the core area, but it was scratched a bit by gravity affecting the channel, but the others had little effect. Quickly, let everyone be prepared. I have a hunch that something big will happen. Doom's instincts have always been accurate, and now the situation is even fools know that something is wrong. The axe, that is, the Atanis tribe, the eyes burst out at this time. Dumb, do you want to make a bet there is a battle? Then I buy you lose, I don't want to increase the risk of this trip. If Dam doesn't want to take the axe at all, the 3 eyes of these blue brains are all about war, war, fight, and fight. He really couldn't think of any race that could be more aggressive than them. For the war, their god just followed me to fight more battles, so the Atanis joined them. Haha, the glory will be mine. For the Atanis, war is the highest glory. Whether an Atanis is strong or not depends on how many battles he has fought, how many enemies he has killed, and even how many scars he has. The captain meeting was held quickly. Through virtual projection, hundreds of captains under the allocation of 5 deacon officers decided to send 50 destroyers and assault ships first, and the fleet of transport ships went to explore the asteroid first. Pathfinder. Dam ship was also included as a destroyer. 50 assault groups composed of various types of warships gathered together, and the other ships were guarding the mothership and staying in the quiet space of the universe. In addition, some functional ships have released small machinery and equipment to pull nearby meteorites to form a guard belt. In the course of the universe, anything can be encountered. Moreover, there are now a dozen deities fleets known to exist, and they are all very cautious. The universe itself is not very peaceful. They broke through the atmosphere smoothly, and when they fell below the clouds, they were stunned by the sight in front of them. This weird scene made everyone alert. Why does a planet that looks like a satellite still has an atmosphere? Fly again, Zhao Nu Zhao. The closer the spacecraft gets to the white asteroid, the more haze will cover Damu's heart. It's too quiet. Thank you for reading this story at Fiction Zone. Net, your support enables us to keep the site running. At this moment, another gravitational wave came. Their spacecraft was scattered by the gravitational wave, and some of them even fell to the ground and exploded. Damu and the others are still as good as they always have. They can rush through the range of gravitational waves and land in a valley. The commander of the temporary ship issued an order, and 50 spaceships flew close to the ground. But anyway, if there is an atmosphere, there is a great possibility that intelligent creatures will exist. Damn it, make an emergency landing. 50 ships successfully entered the atmosphere of the asteroid. Wait. The asteroid has an atmosphere. A gravitational shock wave came out from the ground below and flew straight towards their mothership like a missile. Some spaceships were also taken flying, like bullets hidden inside. And the whole planet is emitting black smoke. Other than that, no creatures have been seen so far. Except for the clansmen who are eager to try. Responsibility, fortunately, the spacecraft has not disintegrated yet, but this weird thing has made everyone worried. White grotesque rocks crammed across the entire continent, buildings that looked ragged and weird in color, and steel bars shuttled through the white stones. With intelligent creatures, fighting may be inevitable. Prepare. Open the door. The soldiers led the cloned robots, with more than hundreds of thousands of soldiers, filed out through the 8 doors of the spacecraft. There were also 3 friendly spaceships around them that made an emergency landing. Except for the accident of a bad luck blowing up, the remaining 2 spaceships also had a similar number of soldiers. In total, more than 2 million troops were successfully cast on the Orcs' battle moon, and not just this one. Of the 50 spaceships that came, more than 20 actually survived, which is more than 16 million troops. They are scattered around the spots. According to the industry standard, we have the largest number of reinforcements in the south, and a total of 10 spaceships made a forced landing. We should join them. Agree, but there is a space search ship closest to the west. We should make a detour to meet them before moving forward. The commanders of the 3 warships got together and were discussing the next tactics. The robots are dedicated to their duties and are scattered around to conduct inspections. Jin Axe brought a squad that was also composed of Atani's tribe to do investigation work at the forefront. Stones and stones are stones again, what a horrible place. 813 smashed a nearby white stone with a boring punch, muttering in his mouth. Got you. At this moment, a beam of infrared light swayed in front of the moving axe, but the powerful moving axe of combat instinct reacted instantly and fell straight back. At the same time, a gunshot pierced the eardrum, and a tribe member behind the axe was directly blown through his chest. Enemy attack. There is an enemy. It's a sniper. Lie down. The axe immediately took the white stone as a cover, shouted loudly behind him, and reported the situation through the public channel. An enemy shot at us. What's the situation? I don't know yet. It's a pair of Atani's team. 1 person is dead. There is only one opponent. It is a sniper. Quick, support now. Although I knew that this class of planets was unusual, I didn't expect the battle to come so quickly. But is there really only one enemy? Just when they were ready to support, the sky suddenly became gray. What happened? The mountain has moved. In their sight, the 2 white mountains next to it began to wriggle as if they had life, and began to converge like 2 palms, and they were in the center of the palm. Fire. Someone reacted with a loud roar of exhaustion, and a large number of bullets were tilted out of the weapon in his hand. As soon as the fire was fired, the sound pulled the others back to reality, and they fired toward the mountains, but it was too late. The largest gathering place for soldiers was joined by 2 mountain ranges and was directly destroyed. At the same time, the orcs' attack officially began. Among the strange rocks, guns stretched out one after another, and what they encountered was not someone else, but the orc tribe led by Buck. And this orc tribe has the most terrifying firepower, is the sniper rifle out of a machine gun posture. See dead, the moving axe squad was blown to pieces under this firepower except the strong axe. Even the strong axe could only be curled up in a temporary shelter, and his leg had been broken. How powerful is the orc's bullet? This is not easy to discuss because the orcs do not have a systematic firepower system at all. For an ordinary fire, it may shatter the enemy's head with one shot, or it may just blow up the hair or even blow up the chamber. But there is no doubt that as long as the orc bullets are fired, they are nightmares that the enemy does not want to face. The axe was lying in the bunker, with bullets flying around his head, and the pain in his legs made him gritted his teeth. Although the bleeding can be stopped quickly with its own special system, pain is still inevitable. Just as Jinax was thinking about how to escape, from the corner of his eye he saw the clouds in the sky being scattered by something. That's the mothership. Suffered by a gravitational shock wave, the mothership of this fleet was pulled to the Orc moon, and the spaceships guarding the mothership were accompanied by it. How come? No, it's not right, just a gravitational cannon can't shake the mothership. The biggest reason is that the planet is moving. It is the planets rushing towards the mothership, and gravity is only used to paralyze the power facilities to prevent them from escaping. As a warrior, Jinax has basic instincts even though he only thinks of war in his mind. It is no longer possible for Jinax to breed the next generation in his later years, and Dum, who has the next generation, can't go back and enjoy the family happiness. Boom. The violent explosion almost shrouded one side of the war moon, but the orcs had already entered the underground through the underground passage. After the impact, when people rushed out, shot those survivors, and collected materials at the same time, the gravity of the orc moon also began to strike, sucking the surrounding meteorites and the useful materials on the planets. The war moon directly rose for several times and stayed in this area for a month to digest those materials and build a spaceship. In the end, dozens of spaceships filled with orcs were left to fly to nearby planets alone. The orc moon shifted and disappeared in a gravitational flow. In the huge universe, the disappearance of a fleet is even trivial. When everything returns to calm, the universe is still that universe, still mysterious and dangerous. But the destruction of a fleet cannot be concealed from its main god. One of my fleets is destroyed. What, that old man shot? Isn't it good to finish eating the weekly carb before hitting the site? No, my fleet has not encountered an enemy. Neither of mine, I'm busy occupying the star area. Lao Zhou doesn't know what to do. I just leave and pack the resources together. It's really comfortable. Yes, you can get prepared supplies every time you arrive on a planet. No, who did it? The deity whose fleet had been destroyed is still grappling with injustice. Maybe it's a cosmic race. It's possible you can send soldiers to see it again. These gods had something to say first and first carve up the territory left by Zhou Chai, so they are still kind in the chat group. Oh, that's all there is. That god was also helpless. Everything happened too suddenly, almost in a thunderstorm, and his entire fleet was wiped out. The battle moon moved away, but a part of the orcs stayed and spread like a plague in the interstellar space. So far, Li Yang's orcs have occupied more than 40 or 50 planets. There are more than tens of billions of orcs on every planet. Such a huge amount provides the power of faith like the ocean of Wang Yang, the river in the starry sky. Even a faint light of faith appeared on Li Yang's body, and a large white light bulb appeared behind his forehead. Is this the aura of faith in the Department of Civilization? Looking in the mirror, Li Yang Jiali is on a moment of small meteorite. Behind him is a moment of sun stars. But at this moment, the sun's rays are suppressed by the small white light cluster behind his forehead. Cultivation deities are different from ordinary deities, just like commerce deities. However, the deities of the education department do not train soldiers but establish sects. What these gods are best at is the Dharmakaya outside of the body. They go out of their womb and go to the world to educate the people, using the most original power of merit in each world as the basis for cultivation. Different from ordinary deities, the deities of the civilized system are very popular in other worlds, and are even stronger than other deities in terms of world affinity. Even the deities of the Outland region welcome the deities of the cultivation system to their world. Because these gods are really like saints, the world they are in will make the world better. No, it's not right, it should be different, it's just that the power of pure faith has overflowed too much. Li Yang felt it carefully, the world's suppression of him has not disappeared. It means that this is not a halo of faith, but that there is too much pure faith, and the big light bulb behind this forehead is not decent. If you let other gods know about this, you have to vomit blood with envy. There are still people who are irritable because of too much belief. Goddamn, how can they act like this? It's almost lemon, I'm sour. Of course, this belief won't have no place to spend. Li Yang directly burns a huge amount of belief power to strengthen the sacred fire, and quickly refine the intermediate core in the ancient sage world. With the blessing of a huge amount of faith, the ancient sage world began to expand rapidly. It's like blowing bubbles in which the stars flicker, the earth rolls, and the spiritual energy is like a surging river, continuous and gushing out. All kinds of treasures of heaven, material and earth have begun to be born, and the creatures in them have also benefited greatly. Among them, the emperor snake dragon was the most beneficial. In order to allow it to grow rapidly, Li Yang let it enter the netherworld and practice beside the core of the world. Nowadays, the core of the universe is rapidly refined, expelling many objects of love and love. These are the concrete products of the rules of the world which exist between nothing and nothing. According to Taoism, it is a matter that is infinitely close to Tao itself. The Emperor Jianlong absorbed these substances, and its strength began to grow rapidly. For flowers. On this side, Li Yang is burning faith and expanding the universe. On the other side, the Orcs' battle moon has returned to its original place. The technicians were making the final adjustments. After the confirmation, they took the spacecraft and left and started to target another planet to build a second battle moon. The original battle moon was occupied by WAAAGH and his men and began to jump for the second time. Although the other warlords were not reconciled, who called WAAAGH the best, he was honest after being beaten up. Watching WAAAGH's battle moon jumping and disappearing. WAAAGH, you rubbish, what else are you looking at? Hurry up and make new ones for me. Lin Duo turned his head, angrily hammered at the same envied subordinates beside him. The technicians hurriedly took the assistant and started work with other orcs to build a new battle moon. For the orcs, only that orc has unlocked a certain technology. Basically, other orcs will know how to build it as long as they hear it or see it. Not to mention that the first battle moon was created by all technicians. Except for WAAAGH's original technicians, the rest of the technicians returned to their tribe after confirming that the battle moon was completed. In other words, the technicians under the other orc bosses are all great opportunities to build the orc moon, fight the moon and start to enter wholesale production. At the same time, there are also supporting war weapons such as combat asteroids, meteorite planes, huge butt cannons, etc. are being created. And the first battle moon that re-entered the jumping mode, under the unique spiritual power of the orcs, began to flash in the universe. I'm thinking that I'm going to have a vigorous WAAAGH. The next time I jump, there will be a look at the enemy to make me WAAAGH up. The orcs under WAAAGH thought so, begging, the low-level fantasy world Guangyuan City. At this time, more than 200,000 troops had been gathered here, led by Man Wanshan, General Marshal Pingmo, who was ordered by the head of the Kaiyuan kingdom. At the same time, there are militiamen and hundreds of thousands of warriors. The fact that Yu Cheng was inhabited is well known, and during this time, whether it was a liar, a court alchemist, or even a lot of hidden masters came forward, constantly telling the horror of the demons. Naturally, the demons did not disappoint. After the former city was destroyed, they scattered in all directions. Every demonic soldier was equivalent to a master of the world. In this martial arts world where there is only internal strength, it would be good for ordinary masters to be able to fly over the walls. Even a real master is just tapping acupuncture points in the air and exhaling into a rainbow. For the terrifying power of the Mazu that can fly into the sky and escape the ground, each has its own abilities, waved to break the river and stepped on the mountain to collapse. Not to mention that the world has not even developed a system such as technology that can enhance warfare. The upper limit of space or the world is different. People cannot break the mountain because no one can do it. To achieve this kind of strength requires a lot of spiritual power, but dynamite can, because the use of explosives is essentially to understand the world, but to use the things of the world to achieve one's own goals. Explosives can blow up mountains in this world. Similarly, explosives can break mountains, but their power cannot break space. The force that breaks space, August 13, is almost the strongest force in the world. This is true in any world, because space is the most basic element of the world. Unfortunately, the demons possess the power to break the space, and as the space is continuously strengthened by the blood book, their strength is gradually unblocking. Hey, mankind has gathered, do you want to resist? Outside Guangyuan City, a team of demons was sitting on a few trees to rest, and one of the demons showed disdain. It turns out that when they invaded that intermediate plane, the demons had a greater advantage than the human race, and even destroyed the human race for a time. Had it not been for the intervention of gods and demons, perhaps the master of that world would have been replaced by demons. And the human race in this world is even weaker, and the body breaks when touched, even weaker than the newborn baby of their demons. Now the living environment is better. Many demon newborns have the strength of tier 4 or 5 right after they are born, which was hard to think of in the past. It doesn't matter, the more you gather, the better. The leader of the team closed his eyes slightly and said with disdain, "Originally, with their strength, this time could be wiped out instantly, because damn its space suppression prevented their strength from being used. Even in order not to break the space and let themselves fall into the cracks of the space, they dare not use too much force. The space near Guangyuan City hadn't been reinforced by the blood technique. With their current strength, it was a little tired to rush to here. If the original strength, a place like Guangyuan City, it would be destroyed when passing by. Hey, that's all right, let's start work, but don't dare to neglect, you will get angry if you wait any longer. This is the first mission of the demon race, and it must be done well. Lord God can watch them perform. A team of 7 demons, 1 treatment, 1 defense, 2 good at speed, 1 good at long attack, and 2 main melee players. Very normal configuration. Then let me try it first. The demon who attacked from a distance set up a black long communist, condensing gas as an arrow, and the black and red exhaust gas gradually condensed into an arrow, aiming at the closed wall of the city gate. Taste tilde. A black ray flashed, and a black mysterious shadow appeared on the arrow in the sky, flapping its wings as if there was life and falling accurately on the city wall. Boom. Just like a missile exploded, the exhaust gas arrow directly blasted half of the city wall, and the soldiers standing on it were blown into dust. Enemy attack, what? That's it. The affected soldiers fell to the ground and wailed, while the others had their eyes wide open. Where is the enemy? The explosion happened suddenly as if God was angry. Hey, I'll do it faster. At this moment, a voice sounded in the sky, and a black goshawk fell and turned into a figure, with 1 foot on the ruins of the city wall, and a pair of pupils were like silver flowers. Those who were seen by this eye did not consciously give a cold repair. You are flying. Another smoky figure appeared, only a moment slower than the Yinhua demon, and turned into a thin figure with a thin knife in hand and a chain on the handle. How about Bibai seeing who killed more before they arrived? Yinhua Mazu added lips and his tongue was very long like a ghost. Ah, the black smoky demon just chuckled, the figure moved, and dozens of heads flew into the sky. Here we go. Cheating is not a good habit. The wings spread out as if death descended, not surprise, but fear and death. Devil, don't come here. What? The 2 demons were killed instantly and blood flowed into a river for a while. The gathered troops made every attack maximize the damage. With black smoke, silhouettes, and Shunyu moving, the crowd fell one by one. At this time, another red arrow fell, causing a lot of casualties. You are really impatient. A plume of poisonous smoke drifted past, corrupting hundreds of people into blood, and a demon's holding a skull came out of the gap. Humph. Tang Jin rushed straight, several human beings were photographed into pieces, and the fist marks were in the air and the ground sank 3 feet. 2 close main battles arrive. But for weak humans, there is no difference between the main force and the main force. Even the demon race responsible for the treatment is an insurmountable mountain for them. A squad of 7 sweeping a city, whether it is a quagmire or a temple general in front of this fearful force, they all seem so insignificant. What kind of enemy are we fighting with? It's terrible, the god is angry. Devil. The devil mercilessly, whether it was a soldier who rebelled to the death or a civilian who bowed down to the head, all were killed, and another city turned into a dead zone. The Kiyun magical atmosphere enveloped this land. Almost at the same time, everywhere was lost, and no one survived. Kaiyan Yuanguo had lost more than half of its territory in just a few days, and with the improvement of blood skills, the strength of the demon clan soldiers was still recovering, and the attack speed was getting faster and faster. It's like a circle is not heading towards the Kainyuan kingdom at all, but is going to war across the board. What do you see? 3 nearby countries and even Xing people on the prairie have been attacked. The warning issued by the world is correct. This time the demon did not come for the territory, but for the killing. If it was a simple aggression, civilians might be left behind, but this time it was an assassination. The emperor is afraid, the people are afraid, and the foreigners are also afraid. Fear made them put aside their prejudices and began to unite, but no amount of ants can shake the elephant, let alone an idol that is gradually awakening. Almost I feel that the will of this world has been shaken. In the original Yu Cheng City Lord's mansion, the demons hugged left and right. All of them were beauties, succubus, fox, and so on. The light of blood flashed in his eyes, and the devilish energy rolled, blackening the people who were soaked in the entire city. The world is basically the winner, and on the orc side, WAAAGH has also thought about his opponent. A fleet that is several times larger than the first time is staying in a star area to occupy the territory and gather supplies. 3 ships the size of the mothership of the first fleet guard a larger ship planet. In the ship planet, there are different races lying in the freezer compartment. They are waiting to wake up and enter the new planet life. Basically, the process of other gods entering the plane is the same, entering, attacking, occupying as a turf, developing dependents or assimilating races from the original plane as new subordinate races. Especially this kind of universe plane itself has various races. Moreover, the planets are scattered from each other, and colonization and population development are inevitable. Only a large enough base can collect more beliefs. Not many people are as crazy as Li Yang's orcs, and not many people are like Li Yang, who need to upgrade by burning the universe. Since the beginning of the Age of Gods, Li Yang has always been a scorpion pulling a papa, a poison. Just as the colonization progressed in an orderly manner, the gravity of their target planet and even the surrounding star district government changed strangely. It's not good gravity is changing for unknown reasons. In the surveillance war room, a red light suddenly lit up on the virtual screen in front of the observer and an alarm sounded. What reason? I don't know how to call tired fake. The observer hadn't finished speaking and the changes on the screen made him swear. The wormhole mark appeared and the location is in the center of the battleship cluster. Quickly move the fleet at the estimated location. The observer roared anxiously, but it was too late. The green spatial fluctuations directly smashed the nearby spaceships together. A planet suddenly appeared at lightning speed, and its huge body directly smashed the nearby spaceships, turning them into new cosmic junk. How is it possible a planet jumped out of the wormhole? This must be a cold joke of the Wormstar man's grandmother. An orc's face appeared, and the eyes were as fiery as a burning flame, and the 2 protruding canine teeth of the lower jaw were so embarrassing. Fortunately, the fleet generally has automatic defense shields, but in this case the shield energy is also weakening. If it is attacked in this way, it will soon be destroyed. The Sanchu aircraft carrier-class spacecraft is like the most loyal guards, guarding the planetary spacecraft and protecting the spacecraft from gradually retreating. I really think that the planet has a long face. In fact, the surprise is more than that. People with good eyes noticed that the surface of this strange planet that jumped out of the 4-3 wormhole seems to be undergoing some changes. Protect the planetary ship. No, those black spots are gathering a lot of energy. Although it is nonsense, but that's it, a planet jumped out of the wormhole. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Almost when the face of the orc appeared, countless bullets, lasers, plasma, and even antimatter cannons occurred from the surface of the entire planet. The 2 eyes of the smiley face emitted terrifying light like laser eyes. On one side, the white smooth surface gradually turned black and red, and the continent sank. Even the old captain who has sailed between the stars for a lifetime can't believe his eyes at this time. The fact is also daily. Many small spaceships have been bombed. Quickly defend, avoid urgently. Is that a face? What kind of planetary creature? There are no wonders in the universe. Some creatures are even larger than the planet. Some military officers of the family brought by the gods can't help thinking that they are a bit more knowledgeable than the natives. The original snow-white surface turned black in a squirm. WAAAGH. The faces of the orcs on the planet opened their mouths, and the roars of war even spread between the stars, and the screams accompanied by the turbulent gravity flow. The gravitational flow, visible to the naked eye like a sound wave, is scattered in the universe with the orc moon as its core. Crashing into a nearby planet will not only cause gravitational disturbances on the planet, but also cause secondary disturbances similar to the reverberation effect. The surrounding spacecraft were disrupted, and many of them even collided with each other and caused accidents. Even the attacks launched by the orcs themselves were affected, but this will only make these attacks more dangerous. Various bullets, attacks, and even a burrowing fart are flying around in the entire star area. Damn it, no matter what it is, fire me and fight back. The Commander 23 of the planet mothership roared angrily, like an angry lion. But he was angry, and others were even more angry than him. WAAAGH, the orc's anger at the enemy does not need a reason. In the barrage of the sky, one spacecraft was launched like a bullet, directly hitting the nearby spacecraft. Jump help. The eyes of the orcs driving the spaceship were full of ferocious expressions, and they stepped on the accelerator. That's right, this kind of spaceship warship that is tall and tall at the sound of it. In fact, this low-level control method is still being used, and even the power is the old man burning the boiler. Those are spaceships. They are coming. Avoid it. However, by the time they found the orc spaceship among the barrage and trash in the sky, it was already too late. The orc spacecraft slammed into their spacecraft with the momentum of thunder, and more wreckage and ruins floated out of the universe. One orc warship directly slammed into the abdomen of another warship, which was much larger than the other. The spaceship was inserted like a sharp sword. Inside the spaceship, the orc under the leadership of the boss jumped off his own spaceship. It's the enemy shoot. As soon as the orcs appeared, the soldiers on the spaceship also reacted and quickly deployed a defensive formation to counterattack. The first wave of orcs was beaten into a sieve, but the orcs' counterattack was also fast. The war of quantity rushed directly from the breach of the owned spacecraft and drove into the enemy spacecraft to rampage. At the same time, a huge amount of firepower was poured out. As soon as the firepower was suppressed, the orcs were given an opportunity, and a large number of orcs poured out. A kid was holding something like a pot helmet in his hand, which he used as a mallet and fixed it to a wooden stick with some screws. He carried such a thing and rushed in front of the enemy. With his powerful arm strength, he waved like a tiger. It is hard to imagine that an interstellar civilization that developed a spaceship would fight in such a primitive way. If you don't make a light energy gun, antimatter weapons or something, at least you have a lightsaber, even if you don't have these, even if you wear a little high-tech. When the orcs came out, these soldiers even suspected that they were mistaken. This is a native of that planet. Dressed in tatters, stinking all over, rough and embarrassed, this perfectly fits the phenomenon of uncivilized natives on the alien planet in their hearts. The orc boy rushed forward, and when he rushed forward, he would naturally be hit by firepower. Just when he attacked the next enemy, he was bounced with a luminous energy to his head, and the weapon in his hand continued to smash like that enemy under inertia. And his enemy did not hide just such a steel helmet. Is it possible that he can still smash through the special armor on his body? Of course you don't wear a helmet, but you can blow it through. In fact, it was not a steel helmet at all, no, it should be said that it was indeed a steel helmet in the hands of the orc. Because of the power of thinking, when the orcs think this is a helmet, the bomb can also become a helmet. But in fact, it's a hot melt bomb. Boom. As for the soldier and the orc, thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Unless facing you that bullet, but generally in this situation, very few can survive. But there are too many orcs. What? There are many varieties and there are endless. The horn you think is actually a horn. In addition to amplifying the gun sound, it can also amplify the power of the electromagnetic hand cannon. Of course, the enemy is not completely defiant. Except for certain weapons that really cheat people, most ordinary people will still be killed. What weapons do the orcs have in their hands? Will the orcs worry about this? Of course it turned into ashes. Not enough soldiers. The orcs are not afraid of death at all. And even for the boss of this spaceship, the more his men die, the better, so that the way back can be a bit empty and not so crowded. A high-temperature explosion of several thousand degrees melted everything around it, and even burned a big red hole on the battleship, and the steel was blown into molten iron. Just like popcorn, as the front line advances, more orcs emerge from behind. Just as you can't find two identical guns, you can never see what bullets the weapon in the orc hand fired on the ground. Just as the orcs often go to war or pack enough orcs into a truck, the orcs carried by this warship are completely overloaded. The 813 hammer, you think, the ghost knows whether the filling inside is the hammer itself, explosives, or the brain of a certain asterisk. If you kill me, I feel sorry for a moment. I am a grandson. Such a scene does not just happen on this space search ship. A super large-scale, unusually chaotic gang jump is happening, and those who can land safely are lucky. Many orc warships are really like bullets, and the spaceships that directly collide with them become cosmic dust. Who the hell is this? It's crazy. The commanders of the battleship swallowed one after another. What a grudge. Even if you are fighting your own death, you have to bite them, but these green creatures, they have never encountered it. Although it looks very similar to many goblins or orcs, they have never encountered this sudden appearance of the planet and race. God, we have been attacked, and I hereby ask for your attention. On the planet Mothership, the witch bowed down and prayed devoutly, and there were sacrifices and some magic circles around the witch. The faith gods of this fleet naturally also noticed the prayers of the believers and cast their eyes through the heavy galaxy. This is. Hey, I seem to have found the attacker. A video was uploaded to the group. Damn, there are enemies, they look pretty fierce. Wait, why do I feel a bit familiar with this race? Damn, isn't that a Zhou Cha student, the green-skinned family member of Li Yang who is the first family member of the Sangguang Divine Academy in the family battle? Someone recognized Li Yang's orc. You know. Hey, you may not know that this Li Yang is a student of Zhou Qi. I said why Zhou Qi left without saying a word and packed the supplies neatly. It turned out to be for this kid. Then say. My fleet is also done by this kid. 8 or 9 are not separated from 10. Looking at the strength of this unit, it is very likely that it is them. Yi, this kid is really looking for death. Lao Jin, where is your troop? I want to open the troop and destroy him. You say this as if you are going to kill me. Don't come. It's better to see how I punish him to death. Hee, old Zhou student. A hint of playfulness flashed in that god's eyes as Lao Zhou's friend, although Lao Zhou's actions obviously left the star area to Li Yang. But he didn't say hello when he left, which shows that Lao Zhou meant to temper Li Yang. He likes to do things that can take advantage and take care of. As long as Li Yang's family members are knocked down, the matter of them occupying Li Xing district will be justified. It's really cool to be able to beat these so-called geniuses. You pay attention to it, this Li Yang seems to be the #1 in the 100 Gods Court now. Isn't the 100 Gods Court not over yet? It's not over, but this Li Yang has been crushed all the way up. The original Qin Zhao hadn't made 20 moves in his hands. Now that group of people can't even Qin beat, naturally they can't disturb him. Otherwise, how could he appear here? So Lao Zhou gave him the star area of this world in order to reward him. There are 9 out of 10. No, according to time calculations, when the old Zhou retreats, Beishanting shouldn't even start. He is so confident that Li Yang can do it. That's what I want to say. I don't need to say how terrifying Qin Zhu is. Although the family members can't beat us, but in the battle of gods, we can beat 10 of us. The one who can crush Qin Zhao will naturally pick us up and do it. Don't make people angry. There are many of you who are really here, and people will come and pick you up at that time. It is not an exaggeration to say that in his opinion, this Li Yang is completely capable of fighting with them, not losing to their old deities or even surpassing them. He has been paying attention to this Li Yang, and even the ranking battles of the families of the Sangguang Temple and even the 100 Gods Court have watched it. The deity obviously didn't listen and was still allocating troops. But now that the conflict has started, they will be able to see it soon. Generally, the respective bosses of who is in that star area have been discussed, and Zhou Qi occupies the largest territory due to status, and other reasons. Oh, believe it or not. Thank you for reading this story at Fiction Zone. Net, your support enables us to keep the site running. Good money, and Li Yang is like a python that crashed into the lion group, so reckless. But whether this snake has the ability to grab food with the lions, or even if it is a real dragon, no one can say. In fact, the universe in this development zone is still peaceful. Originally, everyone met each other and developed the universe together. There was very little friction between each other. Cut, I don't believe it, he's just a hairy boy, I can find him there. I said, Lao Song, how do you grow up other people's ambitions? Besides, it's just a family war, I don't give him all right. Right now, there is a stunned young man who wants to be the first bird. He is also happily leisurely, just to see how much strength this Li Yang has. At least, Lao Song thought that he might not be better than others. Old Song silently ordered his troops to quickly shrink their wings and strengthen the defense of the occupied star area. He was no longer ready to move on. One universe, 18 gods, Zhou Qi alone occupies 23% of the territory. Now that the weekly car retreats, such a large site will naturally cause competition from others. The battle between the stars continued like fireworks, the spacecraft exploded and the wreckage flew around. Because they were near a planet, many spacecraft wrecks were dragged by gravity and fell onto that planet. Originally, the colonial activities went smoothly, but now those people who have awakened can only hug their heads in the ruins. The good life they thought did not come, but was affected by the war. Now many people are thinking this way. If they are still in the sleeping cabin, it would be great. Unfortunately, there is no if, and many of these wrecks are Orc warships. One half of the spacecraft smashed into the ground, smoke billowed. The ruins were pushed away by a strong hand, and an Orc boy with half of his body scorched crawled out. Dragging his tired body out of the ruins, lying on the ground feebly, watching the sky like a fireball passing by like a meteor. WAAAGH. The last time the battle was launched, the Orc dropped his arms weakly, but at the moment of his death, countless spores emanated from the battle cry and went with the wind. Kill. In the heavy artillery fire, the small warship Yasu pierced the planet mothership like a sharp sword. And in this battleship, it is the old 813 Big Knife unit headed by Gurangi. The ravages of the Orc moon continued, and the bullets flowed in turbulent gravity as if money were not needed. While disrupting the battlefield, the turbulent gravity flow made the enemy unable to organize strong resistance. Approaching the protective cover, Bacharu stood up on this small spacecraft. He assembled a small portal, and the Orc bosses got in one after another. At the same time, in the underground of the battle moon, countless technician boys are building portals for those impatient Orc boys who have been waiting, even ignited by the flames of the sky, to jump and help. Although these teleportation arrays may directly teleport the boys into the universe and turn them into rubbish, the boys still can't wait. Anyway, what's the matter with love? Just go over and fight. On the planet Mothership, it is worthy of being a warship comparable to the size of a planet, and its interior is naturally vast. At this time on a bridge, there were countless cautious airships preparing to take off. After the driver checked the instrument, he pressed the takeoff switch. His sight slowly rose, but he suddenly shook and stopped. The damn platform doesn't have the chain link down right. Before the pilot started cursing, a battle roar exploded and the sky was spinning around and the spaceship was directly turned upside down. The shot exploded on the ground, and in the flames, a little giant more than 10 meters tall stood upright. WAAAGH. Gurangi was very angry, not only for holding back for so long, but also because he was an Orc, and the natural flames of war would never stop burning. It is even more because the Hulk serum in his body makes him angry, and with this anger is the power that gradually explodes. An angry fist smashed down a warship that had already taken off. Then his slaughter began on the bridge. Gurangi already has the power of the 8th peak. Killing these soldiers is like cutting melons and vegetables, and the enemy's attack can't even penetrate his psychic defense or even flesh and blood. Not only Gurangi, the Orc force of sharp knives was teleported to every corner of the planet Mothership, but without exception they all began to destroy. The Mothership was invaded, and it is suspected that it came through a space transmission device. Observers naturally discovered the anomaly and immediately began to report it. Damn green skin, kill them for me. I'm afraid I can't do it, it's estimated. Those Orcs are all tier 7 and above, and the strongest can even reach the peak of tier 8, even if the protector of the country can be dispatched. The Observer did not continue. Most of their fleet was formed by absorbing the races of this world, and the original troops of the gods actually accounted for a small proportion. And most of the family members are actually those who are in the training cabin, and the current army of gods is in the hands of the gods. The protectors are powerful fighters sent by the gods, but even if they are protectors, the strongest in their fleet is just a few tier 7 protectors. And the opponent seems to be obviously the boss, thousands of 7th tier and even many 8th tier powerhouses. The strongest one is even the 8th peak, which is completely beyond the reach of the protector. Then send robots to consume. I don't believe they are hardworking and won't be tired. Orcs do get tired, but this does not mean that the Orcs will get tired soon, and the outer form is gradually sinking, and more Orcs are passing through the teleportation array. When battleships are constantly being breached, more and more Orcs are looking at the mothership planet. Behind the battle moon, countless thrusters stretched out, and under the boilers of countless elder brothers, they rushed towards the planet mothership with a terrifying power. This is the Orc. It's really just normal to drive a plane into a building. They are not joking about fate, but for the Orcs, fate is really just a joke. Those actions that are crazy, heroic, or tragic in the eyes of other races are really just commonplace in the eyes of the Orcs, shrimp catchers. Report, those Orcs know they are gone. But now these 3 motherships have become cosmic dust ahead of time, and they don't even have time to escape. Isn't it this, then that, and then I think it is this function, and then it is okay? Are these guys crazy? If you have to stick, you can only ask you to eat a big gun and send it to the universe as rubbish. On the small spaceship, Bacharu kicked the scrap teleportation array aside. What you humans say about bean sprouts is too complicated, too cumbersome, simple is not better. How did this technology break through? What are the scientific principles? How come? Besides, so many Orcs of you have already entered the mothership, can you even kill them together? What did you say? The Orc moon is too big, even if it is aimed at the mothership. Don't forget that there are 3 search carrier-class aircraft carriers guarding the planetary mothership. In fact, it's just because. Even Bacharu, who made this thing, didn't understand how it was. It turned out that all the Orc bosses carried a cross-like thing on their backs. This thing can locate them and use reverse teleportation technology to teleport them back. In the mothership command center, the commander looked at the rushing planet in horror. What kind of hatred and grievance? Thank you for reading this story at Fiction Zone. Net, your support enables us to keep the site running. I wonder if it can be like this. The orcs who were still raging disappeared without a trace when the battle moon hit. The battle moon is like a bullet, tearing everything in front of you to pieces. No, these lunatics. In the desperate eyes of the planet mothership commander, the battle moon slammed into it. Boom tilde, there was a huge explosion that could be heard clearly even in the universe. Even the gods were a little speechless and didn't know what to say for a while. This is the first time they have seen such a crazy race, driving their own main ship into someone else's main ship. The point is, this has not yet reached the end of the mountains and rivers. The war is completely stalemate. This kind of suicide attack is possible, but it is generally heroic and only used when it is dead. It hit halfway through like this, and didn't even enter the late stage and drove the main ship directly into it. This is not taking one's life. But the mothership planet has not been destroyed, although most of it has been scrapped, but such a huge volume cannot be destroyed at once. This is crazy. No wonder you said to be careful. This kind of madness, you really have to be careful. The gods were also shocked by the madness of the orcs. Humph, my troops have arrived. Just when the mothership commander was desperate, several wormholes suddenly opened up around this star area. A total of 10 ships of the planetary mothership class arrived with their respective fleets. The scene was extremely spectacular and even attracted Li Yang's attention. The first hostile force has appeared. Li Yang looked at the second battle moon that was still under construction. In that case, time accelerates. With the words and the law, the inexplicable power of time enveloped the main star area of the orcs, as if pressing the fast-forward ship, and the battle moons quickly formed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Time magic is known as one of the most difficult magic skills. However, Li Yang has the power of the first fire and has already penetrated part of it. With a huge amount of faith, it is completely possible to artificially adjust the time flow rate of a star area. Of course, the most important thing is that this is just a high-level universe plane. If it is in the sky of Gaia, he will never do it. 10 motherships surrounded the entire star area, and countless spaceships and battleships occupied almost all the space in the star area. But Battle Moon began to emit a kind of gravity wave, attracting all metals and other useful materials. No, stay away. The spacecraft had no choice but to turn around. No matter what the moon wanted to do, there was absolutely no good fruit to be sucked in. Sure enough, the mothership that was smashed in half was as if it were glued to the moon, broken down into countless pieces by gravitational waves. Fixed on the surface of the battle moon, it is like a layer of armor. And at the same time, the spaceships, corpses, wrecks, and all usable materials on the planet that are unable to escape are absorbed as if they were engulfed in a storm. The size of the battle moon directly swelled twice, as if it were the size of a battle planet. Still a planet in thick armor. But this is not over yet. The battle planet directly repeated its tricks and hit a mothership again. At the same time in the enemy battle fleet, just like when the orc moon appeared for the first time, one after another, 15 battle moons appeared one after another. How come there are so many? The gods were really frightened this time. They originally thought that Li Yang had the ability to have a battle moon, but 5 of them appeared one after another. How was this Li Yang cultivated? You know, even if they are old-style deities, the number of troops in their hands is no more than that. For flowers. And Li Yang is a student. They used to compare their skills with Lao Zhou, but now they can't even compare Lao Zhou's students. Impossible, I don't believe it. Attack me and launch the Star Destroyer. First, there was a suicide jump gang. If by luck it didn't blow up directly, then the next hand-to-hand fight. But where would the orcs give them this opportunity? The technology on these newly emerging battle moons is more powerful than the first one. Those who fail to jump will naturally have no chance to say how bad this thing is, while those who succeed will say how exciting and enjoyable the jump is. And just this, it's the beauty that many orcs can get by scrambling to get it. Thank you for reading this story at Fiction Zone. Net, your support enables us to keep the site running. In the eyes of the orcs, it is impossible to jump to the gang. Therefore, in the general worldview of the orcs, jumping will never fail. As for the losers, who cares if they are dead? There is no such old man who is full and has nothing to do to count this, and the boys will not care about this. They can fight happily again, begging. Then, when the orcs found out, the problem disappeared happily. Battle loss ratio. Can you expect a group of brains to think about how to fight and whether to eat Esgugger or the devil at night to study this kind of mathematical problem? Then you are the guy who is full, and it carries a lot of battle meteorites. Each meteorite is equivalent to an orc battleship. What? Countless meteorites erupted, rushing towards nearby enemies. Generally, when encountering this kind of problem, the old man will push the problem to his men. his men will push the problem to the kid, and the kid will push the fart, and then the fart will push it to WAAAGH. Those battle moons that appeared in the fleet group not only brought more chaotic gravitational flow, but also caused multiple reverberations. Now the entire star area is simply chaotic into a pot of porridge. The planet shifted, warships fluttered, and there were even many continental plates floating. What's more terrible is that the Orc moon gradually emits billowing smoke. As the WAAAGH energy on the battlefield continues to gather, countless Orcs are eager to go out and fight. Slowly, the entire star area was strangely connected together. With the largest Orc moon as its core, the planet was torn apart, together with the wreckage of the battleship. Form an incomparably wide battlefield map in the star zone and begin to give birth to gravity and atmosphere. Countless spaceships were destroyed and landed, including those mothership planets which were disrupted by turbulent gravitational flow. Many spaceships around them were hit and sunk by their own motherships. WAAAGH. In the battle star area, endless Orcs emerged from the battle moon. They stepped on the wreckage of battleships, broken pieces of the planet, and charged under the thin atmosphere and gravity. Wanton slaughter, and then an August 13 Holy Spirit appeared in front of him. Countless robots and troops have also emerged from the enemy motherships and spaceships that forced landing. The two sides started fighting. The scene was chaotic, with bullets flying randomly. A considerable number of Orcs and enemies have fallen on the surrounding planets. There are battles everywhere, bullets flying around, blood messing with wine, and the most severe and real side of the war is revealed. The time acceleration has ended. Li Yang has consumed a lot of faith, but the results are objective. The Orc moon, which originally took a lot of time to build, has now been built in a very short period of time. In order to ensure that the raw materials are not lacking, Li Yang even mentioned a few planets and countless materials in the ancient sage world. Otherwise, production would have been discontinued because there was no material. Naturally, all the Orc moons were not sent to the war zone, and 3 battle moons jumped to other places. Continue to absorb materials and develop offline. As long as there are more Orcs on the planet, the strength of the Orcs will be stronger, and Li Yang can also have a continuous huge power of faith. Although the power of pure faith cannot bless the level of the first fire, it can continue to evolve its quality. And the more Orcs die, the stronger Li Yang's divine power and divine body will be. Under the power of faith and the initial fire, it can be purified. It is no exaggeration to say that Li Yang's current divine body has even surpassed the average intermediate god and entered the realm of high-level gods. And in terms of the quality of divine power, many high-level gods are inferior to him. After all, not everyone is qualified to use such a huge power of faith to squander. Just as the Orc War was in full swing, the war in the world next door also entered a white-hot stage. With the continuous killing of the soldiers of the demon race, the Kaianuan kingdom has fallen across the board, and the demon race is full of corpses everywhere. And the human army is like a joke. No matter how well equipped you are, no matter how many people you have, you will still be vulnerable to the demons. What's more, the demons have even more people than the human races, and the number of 50 million troops is really no joke. Of course, there is also good news, that is, the demons don't know why they stopped their soldiers, because Moki has found the core of the world. I can't find it if I hide. Above thousands of miles in the sky, the demon's eyes rolled wide, as if seeing the core of the world through numerous spaces. The magic flame rolls, sticking out with one hand, directly smashing the space, spanning time. The space is cumbersome and grabbing to the core of the world. Just when he was about to succeed, a message came. What are you going to do? Similar to a kind of information consciousness, it is the consciousness issued by the core of the world, to be precise. It is issued by the will of the world born because of the core of the world. After all, this is a low-level fantasy world, and even a hazy world consciousness has been born. Mo Heng realized that the world is probably still undergoing changes. When the sky, that is, world consciousness, is being nurtured, the world level will probably increase. The demon who was concerned about this mission did not rush to start. Control you, can you not? What do you say? The demons and the world consciousness actually started talking like this. What you do is strengthening the world for a short time. If you can continue and let me truly be born, I can listen to you. The world consciousness suddenly sent such a consciousness. The demon became interested. It turned out that the blood technique temporarily strengthened the world level, but this is also true. Blood technique is like pulling out seedlings to encourage growth. And if you can turn the low-level world into the middle-level world, it would be happier than God. There is really a big difference between the low level and the intermediate level in the face of a world. Anyway, he has to be only the core of the world, and he doesn't care about the life in this world. Okay, sign a contract. In order to fear that the core of the world would disappear again, the demon directly threw a contract. He is a demon, and he naturally controls the level of rules as the law of contract, and can even increase power through contracts. If it took a lot of effort for Moki to locate or even grasp the core of the world, it would be possible to do it without any effort with the contract. This is the strengthening of the magic orb by the power of the law of contract. Good. The dripping liquid was born from the void and fell onto the contract. This kind of thing is a product within the core of the world, which is the same as the thing refined from the intermediate core of the old sage world. The blood equivalent to the core of the world can be used to establish contracts. After making a contract, Mohung took a pitying look at the life in this world. Your god has betrayed you for his own sake, now are you still fighting? Army attack. The whole army of the demon race was dispatched, and the black pressure covered the sky. In this world, every demon has the strength to slaughter the city. It was completely rushing to kill. The demons swept the world, the power of blood art spread out, and the world will was steadily born. When the life in the world died to the last 1,000th, the will of the world was finally born from the vagueness and turned into a blood-red boy. Ha ha ha, I'm out now, the devil will die. At the moment when the will of heaven was born, the world was upgraded. But because of this kind of spoiling, the will that was created even with the killing technique was promoted. Born to be full of the desire to kill, it can be said that this is a crooked will of the world. You are not afraid of the contract. The demon was not worried at all and asked back with his fists. Humph, what I promised you is the core of the world, what does it have to do with Xiaoi? Although he said so, the blood-red lotus seeds were still a little weak, but after feeling it, the power blessed by the world had not changed, and he was relieved again. Oh, ignorance! Moki smiled, the sky is planning him, why is he not counting the sky? The magic power is no longer suppressed, the sky is shrouded in clouds, and a magical power that is not lost to the sky, even more powerful, swept. What, how can you have this kind of power? Blood-red Tiantung is sorry. I don't know how world-level promotion can give birth to a world will like yours. Mochi somehow missed that. Wu and Yue maidservant were all old friends. The blood-red Tiantung was like Yuimu and the others when they were young, and the demon orb could have fought with Yuechen and the others, and now their strength has been further improved. Even if Yuimu and the others reappeared, they would not be afraid at all, let alone a power equivalent to the power of the heavens when Yuimu was a child. As a result, Moki was mighty, and Moki directly grabbed the blood-red Tiantung with unmatched power, then put it on the ground and slapped it over. Ouch, spanking, this old man urchin 4. 3 method made the blood-red Tiantung face red, but he is the incarnation of the heavenly way, unexpectedly, but even if the blood-red Tiantung resisted, he couldn't get rid of it. Hiss cool. Although they had beaten Yuimu and the others before, they were still a little frustrated when they joined forces. Of course, he was not afraid of anyone alone, but now, it's really cool to be able to pick up a heavenly consciousness like a kid. Heaven has a plan. He thought that as long as the will of heaven was born with the blessing of heaven and earth, he could line up with the demon god, but he did not expect that the demon god's strength would be so terrifying. What was originally revealed was not even full force, but the improvement of the world allowed the demons to completely liberate their power. It was miserable now. Not only did the core of the world fall into the hands of the devil, even the newly born will of the world was also unsaved, and the people of the lay people were all dead. This plan can be said to be a complete failure. The low-level fantasy world was completely brought into the hand, and the magic beads released the world mark according to the plan, indicating that this world already has a master. After the battle was over, the demons seized the will of heaven and the core of the quasi-intermediate world, and then began to gather forces and return to the world of ancient sages. On the battlefield of the Star Zone, due to the increase in troops on both sides, the combat force of the entire Star Zone has completely exceeded tens of billions. It is the first time that Li Yang has experienced such a huge war, let alone one of them is still himself. An orc locomotive galloped through the wreckage. There was a broken slope just in front of it. After the car rushed past, it flew into the sky. A soldier in front of him had quick eyes and quick hands, and he shot out as soon as he could bounce off the light. Boom! In the flames, the locomotive exploded, but countless orcs dissipated the flames like a black ball, and the black pressure fell. Wow! Intensive firepower shooting, bullets, bombs, and battle roar resounded throughout the entire star area. 23 Damn, these lunatics have too much firepower, ask for support. Launch, 70 meters ahead of my position. Support, I need damn support. Boom. One after another battleship was bombed and the orcs continued to croak. Ha 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 ha, come, WAAAGH, shoot hee hee. Unlike the enemy's connections and joint operations, the orcs' combat method is just one word: reckless. What is supporting each other and fighting simultaneously? What kind of stuff is that? For the orcs, there is always only one strategy, and that is to follow the steps of the boss to rush up. This time the orcs were fought very WAAAGH, such a scale of war, such a powerful opponent. All the orcs were full of enthusiasm. No, Lao Jin is going to lose the rhythm. This is too abnormal. Speaking of which, you may not believe I can't beat a student. After all, no one came out to help Lao Jin, but he and Li Yang were still stuck there. They are so easy to collect the data of the orcs, and even some gods have already ran to seize Lao Jin's territory. Li Yang naturally didn't know these things because the virtual system sent a tone and someone was looking for him. Taking a look at the battlefield, the current development is fairly good, so Li Zio first prepared to quit and take a look. In fact, this is normal. Annexing and invading a world is not a trifling matter. It will take a long time for the country to invade the mortal kingdom, let alone such a huge war. After returning to the ancient sage world, she found that Moki was carrying a blood-red boy, holding a light blue stone in one hand. God. The demon is obviously impossible and has been waiting for a long time. Hey, you are very efficient, is this? Heaven's consciousness. He wanted to use the blood technique to raise the world level, and the next god agreed. Now the world core has grown into a quasi-intermediate world core, but the world is full of life. The demon said truthfully, "Okay, you did a good job. This is a reward for you, a good student for cultivation." Li Yang photographed the core of the world and then threw the dark godhead over. The second court is still a bit bigger. The snake dragon has entered the metamorphosis stage, temporarily turned into an egg. I don't know when it will come out. He decided to get the magic beads out first to increase his own background. Yunxiao can raise a dog with the strength of an intermediate god, so he can't be too shabby. Moreover, Moki's decision was right this time, and the improvement of the core of the world was enough to facilitate him to sell more prices. This dark god is also placed here, otherwise it will be thrown to the demon to improve its strength. Dark attributes and magic are also more suitable. Thank God, the demon took over the dark godhead and the rich dark energy aura tumbling in it rushed towards his face. Wow tilde guru tilde. The blood-red Tiantong swallowed a mouthful of water, and after coming to the ancient sage world, he lost the blessings of the world. The strength of the blood-red heavenly leather was further reduced, but it was also a born spirit. He could still feel the rich divine aura of the dark gods. This boy, come on, good for training. I think if there is a chance to grow up, it's good to be a boy. The blood-red lotus seeds actually look good. Although they have a red hair and red belly, they are still full of roundness when they are dressed up. The temperament of the natural Holy Spirit is also enough, and he has the peak strength of the 8th level, and the talent is enough. At that time, being a boy serving tea and water is barely enough. Yes, don't thank God. Mo slapped 813 on the forehead of the blood-red Tiantong and slapped him for a moment. Oh, thank you, thank God. People under the eaves had to bow their heads. The blood-red Tiantong could clearly feel that he was not of the same level as Li Yang. He couldn't even escape from the clutches of the devil, let alone Li Yang. However, the blood-red Tiantong himself did not resist. He was eager for power. From the begging of the demon to perform the blood technique, it can be seen that Tiantong was restless. Haha, you will call the devil boy from now on. Thanks to God for his name. The motion boy is now obedient, and as soon as the magic hand is raised, he immediately bows to thank you. Well, demon, you take the demon's sky to the battlefield of the star zone to help me take a look, and then take action if necessary. Try not to interfere. In fact, the universe star area can be handed over to the orcs, but thinking that there are more than a dozen gods over there, Li Yang decided to let the demon go over and watch. In terms of high-end combat power, Gurangi is currently on the same level as Motion Boys, while Moki is the pinnacle of Tier 9. In the case of the gods, this level can be said to be the highest combat power. Generally, this level of combat power is also called God. Going further up is to possess the gods, that is the existence that can soar into the sky of Gaia. Among the dozen or so deities, Li Yang didn't believe that none of the gods existed, and they might even have gods. Yes. By the way, choose a few skilled craftsmen from your demons and build an attic altar for me on the top of the sacred mountain. Then if you have anything to do, go there and find me. Yes, the altar is actually replaced by another deity and it has already been built. This thing can strengthen the direct communication between the deity and the believer, and it can further absorb the power of faith. But Li Yang doesn't need it. The orcs are mad believers at all and don't need him to do anything. As for communication, is there a good way to communicate with a group of mobile mushrooms who are thinking about fighting all the time? But now that there are demons, you can start using it, and the temple altar is also convenient for demons to contact themselves. After explaining the matter, Li Yang left and withdrew from the world of ancient sages. That's your god, it's really strong. Mo Xiantong breathed a sigh of relief with lingering fears. He realized that he might have been on the thief ship. My butt is itchy again. Mo intimidated, and then ignored the motion boy and went to arrange for the craftsmen to build the temple. There are many sacred mountains in the ancient sage world, but the largest sacred mountain is naturally in the heavens. As a ninth-order creature, the demon orb has naturally gone up to see it. Built in that kind of place, the intention is also very obvious. It is estimated that it will be used by the holy spirits who are qualified to go up, if it were built underneath. Could it be used by orcs or monsters? Forget it, the orcs are estimated to be demolished, and the monsters are more likely to do so. When the demon personally sent the craftsman there, the demon boy couldn't bear to walk around in the ancient sage world. He flew to a mountain and stopped, and looked at the hunting of a group of blasting magic wolves down the mountain with interest. I was interested in seeing it. I suddenly felt the mountain sway and hurriedly flew to the sky, and then I was shocked at the same place. That mountain range is actually moving. No, it's not a mountain range, but a giant snake that lasts forever. As if perceiving the powerful aura in the demon boy, the ancient giant snake raised its head like a mountain and opened its mouth wide to devour the demon boy. Looking at the big mouth that closed like a huge mountain, the demon boy admitted to himself and quickly opened it. Fleeing to a valley, looked at both sides of the mountain walls, thinking that this is also a snake, right? There was no snake. It was a net that suddenly caught him. I don't know what material the net was made of. Mo Tianjizi couldn't pull it apart with force. A group of primitive creatures whimpered and communicated, and an old man took out what looked like a remote control board wrapped in grass and dirt. Clamping both hands and slapped hard, thunder flashed in the giant net, electrifying the devilish boy with a focus on the outside and the inside. Puff tilde. A breath of smoke was spit out. The motion boy wanted to cry without tears, and finally lay down until the primitive man thought he was dead. When the giant net was opened, it turned into a streamer and fled. The primitive people behind him jumped angrily but helplessly. He flew to the sea and looked around. There were no mountains and no primitive people. It should be safe. Suddenly, the sea below exploded, and in the eyes of Mo Tiantong Zibai, the big mouth that almost obscured the sky would be swallowed along with his dozens of miles of water. On the sacred mountain, Moki looked at it with a smile, but she was not worried about the death of the motion boy, although it was inevitable that she was suffering from flesh and blood. Is the ancient sage world so fun? Strong as an orc until now, he can only shrink on a continent. Really think that the orc has not figured out a way to get out, but the outside world is dangerous. Orcs have hundreds of millions of ships and planes across the ocean every day, and it is not bad that 1/10 can reach the other shore. Sea monsters, natural disasters, anything can cause a heavy loss to an orc fleet. Anyone who can survive on the monster beast continent is a powerful race that has survived through layers of screening. This is a terrifying force that does not lose to the orcs at all. Besides, there is nothing else in the ancient sage world. There are absolutely many weird things. Maybe the glass beads that a child plays with are a treasure. The net of the primitive tribe the demons have suffered, not only are they tough, they can also emit billions of volts. Needless to say, the ancient giant snake, the old actor, to be honest, the motion boy had good luck and did not continue to enter the monster beast continent. Although it was swallowed by the carp, at least he didn't die. When the demon went deep into the monster beast continent, it was tortured to death and alive. Originally, he thought he was the #1 younger brother of Li Yang, right? But reality tells him it really isn't. The huge mountain-like ape, the giant bird that grows in the fire, the dragon tortoise of the plate, the magic wolf hiding in the void, and even the terrifying serpentine dragon. Moheng was chosen to enter Gaia's sky not because he was great, but because he looked like a human and had a higher wisdom. In terms of horror, anything from the inner circle of the monster beast continent is more terrifying than him, but those things are not suitable for going up. Being swallowed into his stomach, Motion Boy was wrapped in sea water and the sky was spinning around. I don't know how long it had been before, feeling that he had risen up and then slowly opened his eyes. The first feeling is big, the second feeling is smelly. Looking around, there are all kinds of garbage and even plate fragments floating. How big is the stomach to hold the plates inside? Motion Boy was born out of the core of the world, but that is at best a world of advanced martial arts. Even though the demon boy was instilled with all the knowledge of that world when he was born, he had never seen such a terrifying creature and such a huge stomach. He flew up, flying around in his huge stomach, and then he actually saw a piece of land the size of an island. There were so many creatures. A wolf-like creature is hunting wild boars. Good deed, do you know that this is someone else's stomach? The motion boy flew in his stomach and didn't know how long he had been flying, when suddenly he found a place where the water was surging crazily and hurriedly plunged into it. The extremely fast and turbulent water pumped on his body, and the motion boy felt a little pain, and finally a light appeared in the darkness. He opened his eyes and saw the blue sky and white clouds. Steadying his figure and looking down, he was shocked again. A huge blue fish that couldn't see the end was spouting water. The rainbow hung on the stream, as if it had opened the sky and hung a heavenly gate. Countless fishes of tens of meters or even hundreds of meters in length jumped up with the rainbow. The motion boy flew up, and I don't know how long he flew, and then looked down, and he was even more surprised. There was a group of huge fish like a plate, 813. Moreover, the carp that swallowed him was not the largest, depending on its size. The largest one was 3 or 4 times larger than the one that swallowed him. Motion Boy was surprised again, but before he could react, a violent wind engulfed him with the scorching heat and swayed him. The huge firebird that obscured the sky flew out from the sun, locked a carp underneath, and swooped down to grab one. The scorching flames even burned out bubbles in the sea water. The carp opened its mouth and spit out a stream of water as violently as the sea was rolling. The motion boy is in the middle of the two sides. One side is the fiery hell, and the other is the Wanjun sea water. It is really a double heaven of water and fire. Of course, this can't kill him, but it's really uncomfortable, and in the end, it's worthy of escape. Principal in that space for hundreds of thousands of miles, Mo Tiantong could still vaguely hear the rumbling battle fluctuations. Huh, it's horrible. Hey, what is that? Flying to a small island, Mo Tiantong patted his chest with lingering fear, but his eyes were attracted by a strange grape-like fruit. From that fruit, Mo Tiantong felt an extraordinary dark law. Mo Xianboi, who was the incarnation of Tiandao, suddenly shed tears of excitement from his mouth. A tiger swooped at the fruit, and the result was almost a little bit frozen. What happened? This weird scene made the motion boy feel worried again. Having experienced giant snakes, primitives, carps, and blackbirds, the motion boy has the potential to be a soldier. Then he saw a group of weird, three-eyed bunny-head creatures coming out of the forest. The third eye of the hundreds of three-eyed bunny people was shining red, and even Mo Xianboi could not move when illuminated by this eye. The leading three-eyed bunny man raised a wooden spear, and the two red eyes of the three-eyed bunny man lit up with blue light. The tip of the spear is covered with blue light, just like a large light bulb of several kilowatts. Wait. Motion Boy felt the danger from the blue light, and instinctively told him that he was really stabbed, immortal, and disabled. Unexpectedly, he was not afraid of all the big scenes in front of him. At most, it was suffering from flesh and blood. But on this humble island, this humble-looking three-eyed bunny man could bring him death danger. But now he has a hard time to tell. He can't move even if he wants to speak, and it's useless to struggle hard. The third eye seems to lock everything around him. This guy has bad luck. Mo Tian couldn't help it finally, and he didn't expect Mo Tian Boy to have such bad luck. How many creatures are there in the ancient sacred world? Even Li Yang can't say it clearly, and those creatures are dangerous, and those creatures are not dangerous. This question Li Yang can only say, you can get a snack when you encounter it. Even an ordinary caterpillar or butterfly on the side of the road must be treated with care. Maybe it contains deadly toxins. There used to be a Tier 8 orc who was a capable man of Gurangi. After coming to the monster beast continent, he played the same style of an orc. Seeing everything I wanted to punch or stomp on, I stepped on a red flower, and my whole body turned black as soon as I walked a few steps, and I was poisoned into a pool of blood in less than 3 breaths. Moreover, the ancient sage world continues to grow, and many native species have been born. In addition, Li Yang comes to a lottery from time to time, and there will be a wave of light and rain almost every half a month or a month. No one knows what's in these rains of light. But there is no doubt that in the ancient world, never underestimate any kind of sea-dead creature. Like the current three-eyed bunnyman, the devil had never seen it, but he could see that those three-eyed bunnymen directly blocked the space within 3 meters of the motion boy. It is like turning the originally flowing space into a hard diamond. And the energy in the blue light actually made the demon's heart beat. Ma Dan is another perverted race. Fortunately, the demons are still in the stage of being protected. Otherwise, if the space blockade is opened, whether the demons can survive in the ancient sage world is a big problem. Moki has already begun to consider whether to move to this suitable, similar place to the island. But thinking about it, it is impossible for Maju to really sit and watch the motion boy be killed. Since he brought the motion boy back, he naturally had a good impression, perhaps because he missed Yuimu and the others, or it was purely to see that the motion boy was a born Holy Spirit, and he was thinking of accepting disciples. In short, Mochi made a move, and the big hand of Mochi grabbed Mo Tiantong and the frozen space together when the hair was about to stab Mo Tiantong to death. But Longmao still pierced the big hand made by the demon and shivered like a reflex of the demon. It's strange that if the devilish hand is stabbed, how can the body also be injured? F***CK causality energy, real chicken pervert. After being photographed on the sacred mountain, the space blockade of the motion boy was also lifted, and he fell on the ground in a daze. Wow, I cried all of a sudden. It's dangerous here, he wants to go home. He was born with the Holy Spirit, the strongest in the original world, representing the existence of heaven. But here, he unexpectedly encountered danger again and again and almost died just now. What are you crying and crying for? Now you know why I am following God, do it well and you will become stronger one day. The demon came on Mo Xianboi's forehead again, interrupting his crying. Only then did Mo Tiantong put his mind away and followed Mo Chi silently. Moki once thought that she was only afraid of orcs and wanted to develop demons with great ambitions. That middle-aged man Li Yang knew it was the Jade Emperor who belonged to the Nine Heavens Profound Court. The devil has the heart to let the lotus seed of the devil go out to meet the world. Don't think that you are great all the time. The demon nodded in satisfaction so that he looked like a boy. It would be good to let him go out and suffer a bit. The motion boy took his heart and the altar matters were basically arranged. Then Moma took the motion boy into the space channel to complete the task ordered by Li Yang. As for Li Yang, when Li Yang opened his eyes, he came out of the virtual platform and almost jumped up softly under his feet. Although it is a bit dangerous, the basics of the demons are steadily rising in life here. This is change. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Although Motion Boy was born with the Holy Spirit and knew a lot of knowledge about the original world, he was still a child in essence. The temperament was jumpy and even a bit bloodthirsty and warlike, but this time the training was also calm. As a result, he changed his mind when he returned from a trip. In such a dangerous world, Demon Turtle Nengyu would be good. The current demons can completely sling the previous demons if the current demons are allowed to attack Yuechen and their world. Although the enemy is too strong, but this can just stimulate the development of the demons. Of course, it's not that he hates this world, on the contrary, he loves it to death, with abundant aura and many opponents. Doesn't this meet the expectations of the demon race? The goddess of Sangxiao and Zhou Cha were all there, and there was a crowd of people in the house, including a middle-aged couple with aloof temperament and a beautiful woman with a veil covering her face. Maybe the Mazu can be defeated at once. See the Jade Emperor, I don't know if the Jade Emperor is coming, there is a loss to welcome. Li Yang hurriedly put his hands together. The Jade Emperor is a real big man, not only his identity, but also his top strength. If you want to choose who is the strongest in the Nine Heavens Profound Court, the Jade Emperor deserves it. If you want to choose the strongest in Gaia Sky, the Jade Emperor is also the top one of the strongest. This is not a blow, but it is played out by battles. You went to the battlefield of the plane before the 100 Gods Court was over, but it was very hard. The Jade Emperor nodded in satisfaction and looked up and down at Li Yang with a sense of looking at the talents of the younger generation. Speaking of it, the Jade Emperor had known Li Yang a long time ago. When the weekly car reported, even he was frightened. The original pioneer of the largest field record was the Jade Emperor himself, but he did not expect that a young man would directly break his record, which was still dozens of times. And it has successfully turned the domain into the realm of the gods. For such a young talent, the Jade Emperor naturally needs to pay more attention. But even so, it was only today that he officially talked with Li Yang. Last time the envoy came, Li Yang had not really communicated with him. Don't dare, the kid is weak, so naturally strive for progress. Your strength is not weak. You crushed the missions, the 100 Gods Court, and even rescue by Zio, and you also took out thousands of artifacts. If you are weak, those people who are under the control of the skin will become a child. The kid doesn't dare. Li Yang wiped his forehead secretly. Okay, don't hold the air, he is Bai Zio's benefactor, don't scare the children. Next to the Jade Emperor, the graceful woman spoke, shook Jade Emperor's hand, and then looked at Li Yang. It's a good thing for young people to be vigorous, but it also requires a combination of work and rest. I heard Zhou Qi say that you are very hardworking, which is very good, but occasionally you have to go for a walk. Ah, yes, listen to the Queen Mother. This woman is the true wife of the Jade Emperor, and she is also a god-king powerhouse at the same time. Near god, quasi-god, weak god, low-level god, intermediate god, high-level god, quasi-god king, great god king, and creation god have a total of 9 ranks. Except for the creation stage that no one has reached, the strongest one is the peak of the god king, also known as the great god king stage. The current world reached this stage, but the number of hands Jade Emperor is one of them. Otherwise, it would not create the 9 sky profound court that occupies 2/5 of Gaia's sky. As the wife of such a strong man and the queen mother of the world, her strength is naturally extremely powerful, and she is by no means a vase. Except for the top powerhouses in the great god king stage like the Jade Emperor, the most active in the Gaia world are actually the god kings. At this stage, the great god king is not the emperor of every divine dynasty or the emperor who is too few or hidden from the world. God king is the mainstream. Of course, for ordinary people, the most they can come into contact with is the low-level gods at this stage. You saved me, and you also offered advice and efforts. It is true that you are promising as a young man. Bai Xiao looked at Li Yang curiously. His face was a little pale and his breath was empty. Yung Xiao and Qiang Xiao have been traveling around these years, and with the accumulation of time, they have already reached the level of the God King. But Bai Xiao slept for thousands of years, and his strength was still the original quasi-God King and even a bit regressed. But the quasi-God King is also a God King, even if Li Yang's current divine quality and body have entered the advanced God stage, facing a weak quasi-God King. Li Yang also felt that he had no chance of winning. The road to the gods is really one step at a time, one step at a time. Haha, being able to help Fairy Bixio is also a blessing to the kid, yes, yes. Shenshin's plan, Lion has already agreed, but doing so will cause the Shenshin to lose its effect, and Lion would like to hear your thoughts. The Jade Emperor spoke, naturally wanting to hear Li Yang's thoughts, which naturally contained some sense of school examinations. For flowers. In their eyes, sacred mountains are not necessary, and they can basically ignore the laws of Gaia's firmament when they reach the quasi-sacred king stage. The reason why the Jade Emperor is the Jade Emperor is first of all because he is powerful enough to suppress the world. This is the Jade Emperor, not impatient or impatient, not eager to express themselves, unlike other young people who have this kind of opportunity either only promise or speak out. In fact, the 100 Gods Court is very similar to the Oz Mountains in the Kingdom of Eden next door, and its role is to train young people. Thank you for reading this story at Fiction Zone. Net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. In fact, for the Jade Emperor, no principle is as good as the last word of fist. The 3 Zhengs were one and naturally followed them. They may have not seen it for a long time and they were busy retelling the past. The young girl also followed, just looking at Li Yang more before leaving. Begging. However, if people at the stage of weak gods like Li Yang can practice in places where the rules are weak, they can help to understand the laws. Bai Xiao, we haven't seen it for a long time, come, I'll take you out and have a look. No answer is the best answer. Talking without strength is a taboo in front of the strong. But everyone nodded slightly and the Jade Emperor asked, not necessarily asking you for your opinion. Yes, not bad, so it doesn't matter whether there is a mountain. It depends on you all. The appearance of the mountain was originally accidental, but after so many years, everyone has long been dissatisfied with the original truth. Now if the mountain is banned, there will naturally be less treasures. If this is the case, it is forever extinct or remains. Development is the Jade Emperor's idea, and any kid can do it. This is also the biggest reason why so many young people want to enter the sacred mountain, and even the gathering of so many young talents in the imperial capital shrine. The Queen Mother also laughed, got up and pulled Bai Xiao, looked at her distressedly, and then took Bai Xiao away. It seems that the point of view has been said, but it is not the same as it has not been said. No matter how talented you are as a weak god, can you really advise the Jade Emperor who has lived for thousands of years? Yu Huang and Zhou Qi stayed, while talking with Li Yang, at the same time instilling some knowledge into Li Yang. This is all seen in ancient times, and there are even many cultivation insights which are of great help to Li Yang. Li Yang was listening and the Jade Emperor talked, sometimes asking Li Yang questions just like this. The sun gradually set. The kid gave the Jade Emperor a gift. When it gets dark, the 100 Gods Court is over. Except for Li Yang, no one has ever challenged the top 10. Naturally, Li Yang cannot be disturbed by them. After the Jade Emperor left, San Cao followed to the palace. Qiang Zhao was the sister of the Jade Emperor, and Bai Zhao and Yun Zhao were actually the Queen Mother's disciples. Thanks to you, Sangguang has changed its name 3 times again. Wow, that's really congratulations. There is still a surprise. Qinlan and Tianjian are going to merge with August 13th 3. What? Li Yang was scared by the news the 3 major temples merged. What a fuss. Qinlan was founded by the goddess Qiangxiao. Now that the goddess Bixao returns to the 3rd place, it is naturally impossible to leave Qinlan and Qinlan merged. Tianjian itself is the pre-selected school of the 9 Heavens military headquarters, so naturally it must be added. Entering, it happened to be assigned to the name of the goddess Bixao, so that the 3 goddesses all lived, and the Sangxiao shrine was the original 3 major shrines, which is also beneficial to the gods. Well, regarding Zhou Qi's explanation, Li Yangyang also agrees. Even if the name of the current Sangguang is changed, it is no longer worthy of the name of the 3 goddesses. In order to welcome the return of Bixu goddess, if the 3 major temples are merged, the 3 goddesses will each lead one and then merge into the Sangxiao shrine. Such a scene is worthy of the rebirth of the 3 goddesses. There is also good news. After the unanimous decision of the 3 goddesses, you are appointed as the president of the student union of the new 3 Thundershan Academy, and you are also the honorary principal. You are the only student who becomes the principal. I rely on. Another news hit. Li Yang exploded again. President of the Student Union of New Sangxiao Shrine, honorary principal. These 2 titles are too big. Needless to say, the student union is here. You have to know that even if it is the original 3 major seminaries, who can become the president of the student council, they can basically choose jobs directly in the gods after they are out of society. Even whether it is business, politics, or military, there is a good choice. Someone who is engaged in business is invested by people, and entering politics is directly starting from the city lord, and joining the army, especially those who graduated from Tianjian, is directly starting from the major. And now that the 3 temples are merged, the president of the student union can be said to be similar to the president of the general president. Of course, it shouldn't be a temporary post, and there are still many things to do. It seems that the 3 goddesses and even the Jade Emperor want to temper themselves. As for the honorary principal, it goes without saying, what else can you say if you are a principal? It can be said that he is now on an equal footing with Zhou Cha. Even a little bigger than Zhou Cha is just the original Sangguang Dean, and the new Sangxiao Shrine is a collection of 3 great temples. The return of the Sangsu goddess, the principal must have arrived before the turn of the week. At most, it was the goddess Yungxiao, which was the original principal of the Sangguang Shrine, and Li Yang, but the honorary principal of New Sangxiao Temple. The first person under the 3 snow goddess, because the new Sangxiao Shrine currently only appoints him as the honorary principal, and the other honorary principals are all honorary principals of branch campuses. Yun Benduan originally Sangguang Temple, Qiangxiao Guanqinlin Temple, Bixao Guan Tianjian Temple. This is really nothing to say. Does this honorary principal have a salary? Li Yang held back for a long time before he came up with such a sentence. F***KU, Zhou Qi was also amused by Li Yang and left with a smile. Hey, don't go, I haven't asked you to settle the account yet. Why did the world information you gave me go past and quickly grab the site? However, Li Yang held Zhou's car and refused to let him go. This matter must be made clear. 1 yard owned by a yard. I know, doesn't this give you a low-level fantasy world as compensation? You compensate me for feelings. Li Yang smashed it, he thought it was because he picked it up. Then do I have any substantial reward for rescuing Goddess Bixao? You still want the rewards. If you become the president of the student union, plus the appreciation of the Jade Emperor, you can enter the court as an official after graduation, and start with the 3rd grade, and you will be a lieutenant general in the army, and you may even become an honorary principal. Is this reward not good? No, substantive plain information. No, don't give it if you have it, that's it, bye-bye. Zhou Cha directly broke free of Li Yang's hand, turned away and wanted to profit from me, but there was no door. Li Yang watched Zhou Qi leave blankly with mixed feelings in his heart. Is he scammed? Comforting himself like this in his heart, Li Yang feels a little bit easier. As for Jiang Yufei, who is that, do I know? Rather than wanting this kind of stuff, he might as well want a real-world information, but after all the big figures have discussed it, he can't help it. But in fact, he is really hard. Playing games. Although this reward sounds good, it is all for the future, and it seems that being the president of the student union will be very busy. The 3 major temples issued a joint announcement, and held a press conference to confirm the return of the goddess Bixio, and at the same time announced the merger of the three major temples. People are such things as the two sides are equal to each other, and the ones that can bring benefits to both parties are called contacts, otherwise it is the address book list. At least I can see Jiang Qingshan. If you become the president of the student union, wouldn't it be too busy? Can only go back to the room silently, open the game and prepare to kill the quartet to vent. He only needs 4. 3 to keep getting stronger, and when he also becomes the great king, the so-called network is a joke. He can obviously lie down and play games every day, although in the eyes of others, he is always a hard worker. With the merger of the temples, these things are naturally not Li Yang's turn to worry about, on the second day of his overnight game. If this becomes the president of the student union of the new Sangxi Shrine, the consequences will be disastrous. But Li Yang, lying on the bed, fell asleep at this time. As for the interpersonal relationship and the personal resources, Li Yang has always been very realistic. It was terrible now. Li Yang didn't want his comfortable days to be broken. The president of the student union of the ordinary university in the past was so busy. Star Zone World Battlefield. The battle with the first deity was coming to an end, and that deity also found out that his hometown had been stolen and no longer decided to smash with the Orcs. You are so shameless, taking advantage of the emptiness inside me, You can't say that. Soldiers are not tired of fraud, it's normal to attack each other. Shameless, Lao Jin stopped talking and directly ordered to retreat. He stopped playing. No one is a fool. If at first he was irritated by Li Yang's Orcs and even wanted to annex Li Yang with contempt. This will have already reacted. These old boys are leading him. Not only can he test the details of Li Yang, but also further weaken his strength. The snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman's trick is profitable. They are all gods, and Lao Jin will not be blinded by anger after reacting. Directly ordering to retreat, failure is not terrible, but if the occupied turf is kicked out of this plane, the gain will not be worth the loss. That was completely losing the madam and losing the army. It is unwise. WAAAGH. The retreat of the enemy naturally heralded the victory of the Orcs. When the last planetary mothership jumped and left, people shouted with excitement. In this battle, the enemy left 6 planetary motherships as well as countless spaceships and 23 corpses. Of course, the Orcs also suffered heavy losses, but the gods did not appear on the scene. Even Gyurangi was seriously injured, but with the powerful system and the resilience of the Hulk serum, he would not die. But there are countless boys who have broken their halberds and sinking into the sand. Together with the corpses and wreckage of countless enemies, they became cosmic rubbish floating in this star area. But the Orcs, wouldn't they be able to become stronger just by picking up trash everywhere? Although the 16 battle moons were destroyed by 11, with the efforts of the Orc technicians, the Orc moon began to repair at an incredible speed. Even the 6 planetary motherships and countless ruins that calm the enemy, new Orc moons have begun to appear. No, this is no longer a lunar level but a planetary star, and those spaceships that seem to have been destroyed and have been scrapped in the eyes of other races. Also rerun in a weird way. Even the many gods peeping aside couldn't help but take a breath when they saw them. This is so special. If you take a wooden board and beat it at the gap, how can it withstand the cosmic environment? Those precision instruments, all kinds of electric sparks, etc. Just stick the tape and they can be used. Although there are still electric sparks and black smoke and it burns up from time to time or explodes altogether, it can be used if it works. There are also those disused guns, just a few screws by the Orcs. Some light energy guns are very sophisticated, and sometimes a circuit or program is wrong and it can't run or even blow up. But until they saw an Orc picking up a light energy gun with exposed wires and B*******G it, they shot at the next to them. At this time they had a different understanding of the term precision machinery. Why? Wait, why do I feel something is wrong? What? The sharp-eyed god suddenly felt a feeling from the bottom of his heart, but he couldn't tell. He didn't react until the new battle moon was repaired and flew to a nearby planet. F***ck, look at that planet. Hiss tilde, hiss tilde, hiss tilde. At this time the gods all heard the sound of other people's breath. Because there are already overgrown mushrooms on that planet, and there are countless densely packed Orcs standing on the ground, waiting for the spacecraft to pick them up. How long did the Star Zone battlefield last? Calculated according to the time of this world, it is almost exactly half a year. Li Yang was outside for a day, but half a year has passed here. In half a year, countless Orcs died, but at the same time, countless spores were scattered on nearby planets and even on the battlefield. They didn't pay attention because of the chaotic battlefield before, but now look at it, the nearby planet is full of orcs. The original force of the orcs was about 20 billion, and Lao Jin's force was about the same. But when the war was over, Lao Jin had less than 2 billion troops left. And the orcs, they roughly estimated that there are a total of 7 or 8 planets nearby. In addition, I don't know when the orcs have been covered with more than 20 battle planets and the weird battlefield that covers the entire star area. The strength of the orcs, 300 billion, I drop a mother. Calling around, you have more than a dozen times. Although most of them are ordinary people of rank 1 or 2, they can't stand the crowd. The number of 300 billion is almost comparable to the total strength of 7 or 8 gods. These orcs seem to have grown out of the ground. How did they breed? Wait, you never thought, isn't this the orc base camp yet? Suddenly a god raised this question. All the gods fell silent if the orcs could count up the numbers unreasonably when there was a war. So how will there be more orcs unreasonably suppressed? No wonder Lao Zhou withdrew directly. How the hell is this? Let's hang up. No, it can't go on like this. If we don't join hands, we will only be swallowed by the orcs. The gods are also panicked. How big is the universe's star area? It's huge. How many planets are there? Very many, just like the number of sand on the Ganges. If there are orcs on these planets, they can't imagine the number of them. Even if it's just this star area, the total number of planets in an Earth-Moon system makes them terrified. If the orcs occupy a nebula to develop, damn, there are orcs on my mothership. The old blonde came to a video. Because of the lack of people, the mothership of the 6 planets that escaped was actually very empty. A mothership has hundreds of millions of people. The mothership is larger than a planet. Moreover, they are concentrated in the main areas, and the other areas are completely unmanned, and many of the orc spores and even the orc corpses fell on it during the battle. Without understanding the characteristics of the orcs, even if they did not have time to deal with it, when they reacted, the no man's land was already occupied by the orcs. F***ck is at least several billion on a ball. Lao Jin was completely panicked now. Madden, how is it like the plague? All the gods nodded secretly, agreeing with the gods' words very much. They have never seen such a terrifying creature, such a terrifying combat power, such a perverted method of reproduction, and the attachment ability that cannot be shaken off like a dog skin plaster. It's really like the plague. P.S. It's the New Year's Eve. First of all, I wish you all a happy Huxia New Year. At the same time, the new year will turn the world bullish, wealthy, happy, and healthy. Let's make a brief report first. The book was opened on the 5th of November, and it has been nearly 2 months now, almost 500,000 words. I have to say sorry, because the million people said in December actually did not make it. On the one hand, 813 has a lot of things, coupled with the influence of various factors such as feelings and family. On the other hand, it is more tiring to take the driver's license. So the update was delayed. The most important thing was the new book and other things. Everyone knows that I have published 3 consecutive books this month, one of which was blocked, and the results of 2 were not good enough. The reason is also very simple. This book now earns more than 100 income per day. It is not enough and there is no money, and I missed the best time. I can't get up without a recommendation. I can only renew my life. However, I haven't left the basic update. According to the current progress, this book is basically approaching the midterm. I will finish the book in 2 months. The expected word count is about 1-2 million, but the plot should be written. I will write it out. It will not be unfinished, but it was originally expected to be so many words. I read in the comments that people always say that I am water. I am really wronged. The system interface has not appeared more than 10 times so far. Is it true that it is more than me? And the rhythm of the plot is also good. Basically, it is fighting, development, daily fighting mainly. You can't fight the whole story. In that way, no one will read it. It is always necessary to write what the protagonist has gained after a battle and those who have grown. The protagonist's own strength hasn't written too much, but it still has to be. Finally, thank you all for your company in the year of the rat. I decided to be full-time in November and will officially be full-time next year. I hope that I can keep updating every day, and I will write 3 million words full-time with all my heart and soul within a year, keep 3 and 4, and try to give back to everyone for their support and encouragement along the way. Thanks. Finally, I wish you all a happy new year. I am going to watch the movie with my sister, and there is no update at night, so good night in advance. See you in the year of the ox. WAAAGH. It seems we must unite. Yes, if so many of us were killed by him alone, we would be laughed at when we spread it out. I agree, count me in, then prepare a coalition army. These orcs are so hard to deal with. When the gods discussed the matter of the coalition army, Lao Jin personally took action to wipe out the orcs on his mothership. Of course, some of the orcs were left for research by researchers. I have encountered an orc. At this moment, a deity had a weird voice. There, the projection unfolded, and I saw a prosperous star area in the center, with navigation channels established between the planets, just like a chain link connecting dozens of planets with each other. But the original prosperous appearance was gone, and at this time all the waterways that pierced the planet were turned into ruins. Under the influence of gravitational disturbance, it is twisted and turned upside down, even causing the displacement of the planet. And among the planets, an orc moon stood so erect. Countless light bullets radiated from the orc moon, accompanied by the gravitational ripples of the battle cry, destroying wantonly. This is a prosperous area in my star area, but it is rarely guarded by heavy soldiers. Now it is too late to send troops back. The deity spoke with a bitter tone. The orc moon appeared too quickly and caused a lot of casualties as soon as it appeared. The most terrifying thing is that gravitational turbulence, which is equivalent to causing large-scale natural disaster damage. The world is shaken, mountains are undulating, earthquakes, tsunamis, and even continents are broken, and they are engulfed in gravity and fly into the sky. Just ask how many creatures can withstand this degree of natural disasters. Especially when there are many surrounding planets, the gravitational force of each planet will reverberate, which will make the gravitational chaos more serious. That stellar battlefield is actually made up of several planetary fragments floating due to the chaotic gravity. And now, this prosperous star area will also become like this. No, because it is not guarded by heavy soldiers, it can only become a slaughterhouse for orcs' wanton slaughter. Damn it, Tilda, a long time. Assemble, Li Yang has so many sites I don't believe it and I can't find him. I watched the orc moon start gravity again, absorb all the useful things around it, and then jumped away after it became several times larger. All the gods were angry, even a little scared. There is no ghost, the destructive power is powerful, and the more they can fight, the more they fight, the stronger the fight. Such a race has become an enemy, and even the superior gods can't help but get a little nervous. I also found an orc here. It's not good they are also here. My fleet collided with the orcs. But before they assemble, there are more than 20 orcs fighting the moon, and the fighting planets have begun to frequently appear in the major star regions of the universe. The unique psionic network of the orcs is different from the wormhole channel, and it is a separate system. But sometimes the psionic network will intersect with the wormhole network, which depends on the orcs' desire to fight on the orc moon when the wormhole is opened. At this time, the appearance of the orc moon will greatly interfere with gravity and other factors. That will cause the wormhole network to be broken, and the fleet that is marching inside can only passively fall out of the wormhole. Then the orcs can have a happy jumping help battle. What's more, the battle moon jumped directly over the planet with a lot of life. Then manipulate the gravitational flow to baptize a few waves of plate displacement, earthquakes, tsunamis, and other natural disasters. At this time, there are basically not many intelligent creatures on the planet that was caught off guard. The orcs were absorbing useful substances, such as various tatters, ores, and finally put down a spaceship full of orcs. Jump and disappear in the wormhole, but destroy the next target. And that orc spacecraft will fall to the surface of the planet, and it won't take long for the orc to appear on the planet. These orcs take root on this planet and either fight on their own or persecute the natives who are still alive there. And wait for a warlord to be born and then take them to build a spaceship, a very WAAAGH mixed operation. 30 ships, 100 ships, 300 ships, 1,000 ships. Every planet is a hatchery for the orcs. Hey, I have taken it here too, and I have found out the surrounding star fields. The gods were horrified to find that when they assembled their army, the orc moon frequently appeared on their territory. The incarnation of the will of heaven will make the decision that is most in line with the operation of heaven, seek good fortune and avoid evil, and turn every evil into good fortune. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running, or simply wait for the planetary mothership to fly back to pick them up and join the mixed operation that has already taken place. And as the battle moon absorbs more and more materials, with resources, a new battle moon is also born. Unknowingly, the orcs seem to have dropped the flag into their base camp, and they were very rich, because he has a talent that no one has, that is intuition. Although Motion Boy is playful and looks like a child at his age, he is a genuine sense of heaven. However, those who are familiar with all the knowledge of the original world, then the military commander estimates that they are not better than him. It comes suddenly, goes quickly, and will strongly bring a wave of takeaways away. On the main star of the orc, Gurangi, Victor, Buck, Lindo, Demon, and Demon Boy sat on the ground, and a wild star map was in front of them. the wild orcs and the playful demon boy, and they were surprised to find that the land of the orcs was changing at an incredible speed. Moreover, orc moons often enter the wormhole network to find someone to fight, which slows down the pace of their army. Motion Boy took a pen and clicked on a star area. Whether it is to use blood techniques to stabilize the space and let yourself be born ahead of time, or directly admit and worship Li Yang, the world seems to be sad, but it has preserved the existence of the Motion Boy. And now this talent has allowed him to successfully become an Orc-S military master. It's almost done, it's time to end. Motion Boy looked unpredictable, but he was quickly beaten on his forehead. Wow, ha ha ha, red bean sprouts are so smart. Gyurangi, don't rely on it for so long, it's kind of smelly. Motion Boy broke free of Gyurangi's big hand, flew into the sky and shook his body vigorously. Ha 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 ha. The magic ball grew in size, but when he saw Lin Duo trying to shoot him, it turned into a black smoke and disappeared. And when it reappeared, it was already floating beside the magic sky boy. There was a sigh that only Mo Tiantong could hear, indicating that the Mo Tian was also in a state of relief at this time. These orcs don't take a bath almost all their lives, and it's in the living environment of the orcs that smell. Sometimes, the enemy of the orc knows that the orc has come when they don't see the orc 813, nothing else, just smell it. Find the orcs' base camp, let's go through them and F***K them. Just as Mohang and the other side, dense wormholes illuminated the entire star area in the star area of the orc base camp. From the ground, there are as many stars as there are stars, and the dazzling river of stars like the Milky Way is flowing day by day. It's a pity that the orcs don't know how to appreciate such a beautiful scenery, but the demon boys watch them with gusto. Of course, even if you can't appreciate it, the orcs shouted happily because they know that you represent the enemy. Army attack, WAAAGH, get up. The gods and the orcs shouted at the same time, and the orc spacecraft that stayed in the star zone was dispatched. And the enemies discovered that this star area was already connected together. The starry sky was full of orc spacecraft, and when the sea-dead meteorites turned around, the pitch-black muzzles were exposed. The orc above smiled grimly, and the muzzle expelled a lot of firepower, war fortresses, bases, and even densely packed fleets. And when they appeared, all the planets that seemed normal turned black as quickly as they turned their faces. Just that kind of real planet turned its face, revealing a hideous orc face. The planets in this region have all been transformed into orc battle planets. The reverberation of gravity echoed in the star area along with the huge orc war roar, but the fleet that came this time was not affected. After the large and small magic circles were unfolded, the gravitational echo was offset and blocked. HMPH, the magician prepares, the star destroyer prepares. Not all family members of deities develop technology, it's just that technology is common in this universe after all, but many family members of deities are mysterious side deities. One by one, the world-killing magic was released, accompanied by the strike of the star destroyer that rained down. In an instant, the explosion spread, covering the entire star area one after another. The orc moons instantly damaged more than 100 ships. But when the flame passed, the star area became empty. Something's wrong, those orcs are not that vulnerable. As long as it is not a fool, it is impossible for the orcs to be extinguished so easily, otherwise, what do the gods unite for? But they didn't know what the orcs were doing. Some gods' eyelids are pounding and their hearts are flustered, always feeling that something big is happening. No, the planets occupied by the orcs have disappeared. What? I saw that during their monitoring, the orc planets disappeared one by one. It turned out that during the period when they assembled their troops, the farming warehouses sent by the orcs contained the existence of skilled tyrants. They secretly turned all colonized planets into battle planets, and the orcs who ruled over them were ready for battle. Just when they were worried, the unique psychic energy fluctuations of the orcs came again, and this time, like raindrops, the orc planets moved out of the starry sky, use planets as signs to form an orc face. WAAAGH. The gravitational fluctuation between the planets is no longer caused by such a powerful battle cry. All the places radiated by this WAAAGH energy are not only affected by the gravitational force, but even suffered indescribable shockwave damage. It was like throwing a lesson of firecrackers in Wang Xiaopo. The loud sound even disintegrated the fleet galaxy. The magic circle was directly shattered, a large number of spaceships disintegrated, and the heads of the orcs that appeared this time were even as large as a galaxy. A roar shattered the fleet that was also as large as the galaxy. Although after this roar, the orc planet itself was shattered in half, and only half of the orc planets did not disintegrate, but it was clear that the enemy was more damaged. The WAAAGH energy is almost indiscriminately attacking, especially the psionic kid who is more sensitive to this kind of energy. The psionic kid of the entire orc race is almost dead, but the few psionic boys who survived are absolutely terrifying at the super boss level. Each body was shining with a huge amount of psychic power, and even WAAAGH was unwilling to approach such a psionic boy. Once this kind of psionic kid exploded, let alone the enemy, even the orcs of WAAAGH's level would be blown up. Really craniotomy warning. Planning start the second job, Motion Boy rubbed his head, yelled in excitement, shook his body after roaring and turned around. Why is it so early? The brain is so painful. The demon boy who agreed to be impacted by the WAAAGH energy was not injured, but there was obviously a problem with his ears. What did you just say? I said the second plan. Moki also plucked her ears and yelled loudly. They've been hiding far enough and they have worked out several star areas and they are still the same. Be affected by this. Enough to see how terrifying this wave of WAAAGH can be. This is especially true in the main disaster-affected areas. Even if they were lucky enough to not die, they are now lying on the ground and convulsing, and Kikyo is bleeding and waiting for death. There is still no 1 in 10 of combat effectiveness. Ah, my eyes, it hurts so much. Even the peeping gods were dizzy at this time, and some regretted their behavior in paying attention to the battlefield. These orcs are really abnormal, and the war between the dependents can actually cause harm to the gods. No, those orcs have disappeared again. When the gods reacted, the orc planets with orcs disappeared again, leaving only a bunch of obscure orc planets floating in the void. But even so, the orc planet still forms part of the half of the orc face. It's as if the orc god is watching them in the starry sky. Damn it! The orc planet appeared on the battlefield again, and the gravitational chaos caused this time successfully confuses the battlefield again. The shattered remains were all sucked onto the orc planet, and at the same time the remaining life was being wiped out. Finally, there are gods who can't sit still. This is their family, all at once. The reason why they dared to unite was that they had spotted the orcs' ability to wipe out the star strikes. I know that the orcs do not exist, but then a roar can shatter the star field. I don't know what the black technology is. It can actually make planets form the faces of the orcs, as if there are really such big orcs. It's terrifying. A big hand emerged from the void of the battlefield, shining with a powerful ray of light, directly grabbing an orc planet and squeezing it like plasticine. Lao Jin, what are you doing? Don't be impulsive. Do you want to violate the law of war? Don't be impulsive. The law of the War of Gods basically stipulates that the gods do not participate in wars between families. Otherwise, with the mighty power of the gods, no matter how many people below the gods are offering food, this regulation is on the one hand to protect the low-level gods, so that the high-level gods cannot take action against the low-level gods without authorization. On the other hand, it is also to prevent the lower-level gods from coming in disorder, and the lower-level gods are also gods. If the gods don't care about the clan, even the family members of high-level gods may not be able to rank a weak god. The dependents are also related to beliefs and other strength factors. If a large number of deaths of the dependents lead to turbulence in the faith, it may even lead to instability of the gods and fires. Therefore, the rules of the War of Gods stipulate that the dependents are against the dependents and the gods are against the gods. God is no exception. The strength of a god is actually about the same as that of a near god, but that is also God. Huh. Very strong. Are we going to make a move? Motion Boy stopped being complacent. His face solemnly looked at the squeezed orc planet. The Zhiguang hand had disappeared, but the remaining aura still existed, and at the same time this action even temporarily calmed the chaotic star area. Even a nervous orc would feel suffocated for a while after feeling the anger of a god. WAAAGH! But beside the squeezed orc planet on another orc planet, WAAAGH looked up to the sky and roared, and the tyrannical aura even made the sky dim and thunder. No, you did a good job. Just as the demon was thinking, Li Yang's figure appeared again. When the Orcs galaxy roared and caused a large number of Orcs' deaths, Li Yang was naturally alarmed. When he came over, he saw an Orc planet squeezed by a bare hand. When the Orc planet was squeezed out, he felt the first fire sway. This made Li Yang immediately angry. In Gaia's sky world, even a child knows the rules of the God War. But these veteran gods who can be with Zhou Cha's peers broke the rules. Since you don't follow the rules, don't blame me, Li Yang. Everyone go over it. Li Yang burst out with a powerful light of faith, and the power of faith was so strong that it formed a phantom. This phantom is larger than the galaxy cluster, and across the universe, even the giant face of the Orc galaxy that is so huge that it makes people fearless is not as big as the little finger of Li Yang phantom. What a powerful light of faith. That's Li Yang, as soon as the power of faith came out, Li Yang looked through the void, and all the gods felt that they had exchanged their gazes with Li Yang. No, I was found. This is really scary. Even these gods, who want to rely on the power of pure faith to form such a huge phantom and illuminate the world, are very distressed. But Li Yang was able to perform without changing his face, as if he was performing an ordinary magical skill. What a huge power of faith is this? Wait, all the gods flashed across the boundless population of the Orcs and they swallowed suddenly, if their race is so capable. In fact, the family members helped the deity to develop, but it also restricted the deity's development to a certain extent. In a sense, the quality of the dependence is the development potential of a deity. The family members with high beliefs, large population, and strong combat power are naturally good, but they also need more resources. Why do other gods attack the next plane to absorb the local natives? Because this can expand the followers of the family members and at the same time allow them to support themselves without consuming the resources of the gods. War is for resources and population. But what about the Orcs? As long as there is land, there are countless Orcs. Even if these Orcs are pan-believers with such a large population, the power of faith is bound to be immense. When I thought of this, all the gods' eyes became greedy. In order to curb the development of the Orcs, they had forgotten this question. But now that Li Yang came out, these gods reacted after the strong light of faith stimulated them. In fact, think about it, what will be the worst of the race that can force a dozen deities to unite and target? No wonder Li Yang has the name of genius. With such a race, even a pig can take off. When I thought of this, the army was almost dead and Lao Jin, who had lost the most, couldn't sit still. He actually tore the space directly, took one step, and arrived in front of Li Yang. Li Yang, you are finally willing to come out. Why are you looking for something to do with me? Your family is too much. I ask for war compensation. Clam. Li Yang's huge belief phantom shook, almost torn apart. He looked at this tall and thin old man incredulously. Ask for flowers. War reparations. Ahaha ahaha tilde. Li Yang admitted that he was amused. The moment he came, he already knew what had happened during this time. Whether it is development or war, it is a very normal model and there is no cross line at all. As for war compensation, I have only heard of the winner asking for compensation from the loser. After a defeat, this old ghost actually reached out to him. Then tell me, what compensation do you want? Lao Jin moved his eyes and said, hand over your Orc race card. Listen to this. The phantom that Li Yang transformed into disappeared, turning into the original appearance and flew to Lao Jin's body. I can go to you. However, Li Yang kicked directly. The powerful force even tore the space, kicking straight on Lao Jin. Lao Jin was kicked and flew out, as if a sharp sword smashed through more than a dozen planets before he could stop. A mouthful of blood was spit out. Dizzy, obviously this foot is not light. The old shameless thing, you really dare to speak? You are the gods who burned your mind. Breaking the treaty of the gods is enough for you to drink a pot and dare to ask for something after a defeat. I really thought WAAAGH was afraid of you. Bar. Lao Jin returned to his senses and looked at Li Yang in disbelief, but the pain in his stomach told him that this was not a dream. However, they have more than a dozen deities. Li Yang is a new god. How can a weak god dare to shoot with him? The dependents do not represent the strength of the gods. Even if the Orcs are strong, Li Yang is also a weak god. It can only be possible. He is an intermediate god and he can't even stand the kick of a weak god. And you stuff, I didn't care if I had something to do. You invaded my star area. Now that you have spoken the word, then do it. The kid is arrogant. You dare. They were a little panicked. The combat power shown by Li Yang was a bit tough. They had fought a whole life, and they had never seen Li Yang kneeling like this, such a terrifying deity, and of course they had never seen such a terrifying family of Orcs. Sure enough, is there a deity if there is a family member? Home run. But is Li Yang the kind of person who follows the rules? Next, it's up to you. Li Yang's violent temper came up. No matter where he was still sitting, his figure flashed and punched out. At this time, the other gods reacted mainly because they were too fast. From Li Yang's shot to the present, it hasn't even passed 3 seconds. It's not pretty to fight really hard and usually use the family to resolve conflicts. Li Yang smiled, looking at the next deity as if penetrating endless space, but they still couldn't believe it. Wars between gods were generally rare. Everyone was a god of Gaia's firmament. Li Yang just jumped continuously like this, hitting him 5 or 6 times and then stopped. Li Yang drew out the pitch-black big mace, flashed again, and cross-domain space came to the front of Lao Jin's flight trajectory. Collapse tilde the strength of each other is almost the same. Even if some people are a little stronger, it is impossible to unite with other gods. Moreover, gods with similar strengths like them can compete for a plane together. The shadow of the fist was dazzling, directly smashing the planet where Lao Jin stayed, and Lao Jin himself was naturally beaten into flight again. Thank you for reading this story at Fiction Zone. Net. Your support enables us to keep the site running, and Lao Jin has been hammered unconscious and bruised all over. What nonsense! Being hit by the artifact, Lao Jin spewed out a mouthful of old blood, and his flight trajectory was changed abruptly. What do you want to do? What? The illusory initial fire on Li Yang's body was pointed out from the center of his eyebrows, covering the whole body, and then his body shape flashed, spanning time and space and swung out with a stick. While the mace was tearing apart the space, it also tore apart the flesh of the god and the blood filled the sky. Come again? Li Yang looked at the next target again. Don't come here, oh shit you. With heavy stick figures as if ignoring time and space, Li Yang actually took the whole world as the stage. Step across the galaxy and turn around to cross the universe. This son, it's scary. Lao Song's tone was startled August 13, but looking at his expression, he was a little gloating. He was the most cautious. After learning that Li Yang had entered this world, he went out first by himself and got a projection here. Seeing that the gods were blown up by Li Yang, he silently abandoned his wings. It's only one who suffers from Li Yang's death. Originally, if Lao Jin hadn't taken a shot, the family members wouldn't be able to beat them. It's all right now and gave Li Yang a reason to shoot. Li Yang is not a fool. How can he only attack Lao Jin with this plan? Whether it's right or not, hammer everyone again. Even if it was reported to the Law Academy, Li Yang had every reason to get out. Since your family members are united, can't the family members unite and the gods don't unite, right? Now that they are united, then Lao Jin has made mistakes and cannot be separated from your group, impulse or premeditated. Anyway, I'm calling you. So Li Yang came out of leisure, 17 or 8 gods came out and 2 or 3 failed to hammer them, and Li Yang hammered the others one by one. This is basically an intermediate god. And they are hidden in this universe, so they can't find each other, but they seem to have nowhere to hide in front of Li Yang. During this period, Li Yang's orcs had also completely swallowed the coalition forces of these gods. It can be said that there is a real shortage of people and wealth. At this time, Lao Jin slowly woke up and lay on a large meteorite floating. As soon as I woke up, I saw a spacecraft of my own being disintegrated under the force of gravity. Ah, damn it, Lao Jin was angry, but he could only furious incompetently and couldn't beat it. Li Yang seemed to have a reaction. Looking back, Lao Jin was quickly frightened to tear the space and escape. Humph. At this time, Li Yang took a few breaths. This time, all the deities that were beaten ran away. Really intolerable. Li Yang said with disdain, this mass bag, said to be the strength of an intermediate god, is actually vulnerable. No wonder Zhou Qi alone can occupy 2/5 of this plane. The remaining 3/5 belong to this group, 15 or 6, divided into such a small amount of territory. There are also many friends and classmates of Zhou Qi here, and it is estimated that they have confused with Zhou Qi because of this identity. But Li Yang is not Zhou Cha. How could he be used to these people? It is estimated that Zhou Cha is also very annoying to these people, so he just took advantage of Li Yang's hand to sweep these people out. Because of Li Yangyang's special identity, they couldn't say anything even if they came to the door. Besides, more than a dozen intermediate gods were defeated by a weak god Li Yang. You have to be embarrassed. I'm afraid I can't even save face. Li Yang has a bad face when he really comes. Zhou Cha will sing white face again and let it go together. It seems that the relationship between these gods is also endless. Chasing these people away, the white flame on Li Yang's body burned vigorously again, the flames rippling like ripples. How could it not? After feeling for a long time, Li Yang still couldn't find the core of the universe. If anyone in this world can surpass Li Yang's perception, it is probably not there. The light of Chuhuo ignores time and space and can see everything that truly exists. It's just that the probability is too small. But Li Yang still ran into it and can only say that he was out of luck. And even though the gods were run away by Li Yang, but the territory was not there, their family members could still enter this world. After all, the battle of gods is a minority, and this time they can use impulsive action, but they will not be able to do it without authorization next time they come back. They still have to rely on the family to win. But it's not impossible. God's domain is now equivalent to a plane. Since Li Yang can invade other planes, naturally someone can invade his plane. For 3, the probability that you can get instant noodles when you plunge into the sea is almost negligible. At this moment, an alarm sounded in Li Yang's heart. But it's not right, thinking of the abnormal creatures in your domain, maybe it's bad luck. The void is infinite, and Li Yang's universe is like a small bubble on the endless sea. But even if it is as strong as the initial fire, it can't detect the position of the core of the world. Li Yang was shocked. God's domain was actually invaded. Warning, warning, God's domain is invaded, God's domain is invaded. Li Yang was not upset either. If the core of the world was so easy to find, he had been found by other gods a long time ago, so how could it be his turn? So the orcs should develop or develop. No matter what, let the orcs occupy more territory first to prevent these people from coming back. The ancient sacred world, one of the 7 major plates, the boundary sacred mountain. The cracks in the space flashed again, and occasionally a few phantoms flashed. Scarlet thunder emerged from the space. Finally, the space shattered and the dimension was broken. Ha 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 ha, I can indeed find a new world, tilde sweet air Leo, I am going to rise again. A red light flashed in Leo's eyes, and then he raised the combat instrument in his hand. A total of more than 300 terrifying behemoths over 100 meters in size turned into red lights and fell to the ground, shaking up countless pieces. Ha 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 ha, monster army, come on to me, call. The monster roared wildly, thunder slashed and the wind screamed. It looked like the world was ruined. In Celestial Realm, Li Yang looked at all this blankly, but his heart was already turbulent. F***CK monster. The most orthodox blue star descent, who doesn't know this stuff? Looking at that WAAAGH again, this blood-red aura and the body that faintly flashed, laboring you, star person, and the ultimate fighting instrument. I rely on, is this the Ultraman world traversing over, or is it a god who has obtained the system or even traversed like him? But no matter what the reason, now that this man has decided to go to war, Li Yang can only accept it reluctantly. It just so happened that he was also very interested in the power of monsters, but there is something wrong with the place they crossed. The plate they chose is not strong in species. Moreover, the powerful species are close to the center, and it is estimated that the monsters can walk, and this step will take half a year. This can't work, too slow. In this case, let me help you. Li Yang looked at Monster Beast Continent 23. Following Li Yang's gaze, the oldest and most powerful auras on the Monster Beast continent were awakened. God. Although the monsters are not all mad believers like the orcs, Li Yang has also subdued a few, of course, he only looks at the strongest ones. Hongyu, you take the Yu clan to the northern continent, remember, don't rush to kill, first test your strength. Yes, although he didn't know what Li Yang meant, Hongyu still got up. The flame burned on his body, scorching the earth. Yeh tilde. With a sound of phoenix, all the long hairs, capable of flying from the Feather clan on the Monster Beast continent flew into the sky. It is as big as a crow bird and as small as a sparrow. Liao was standing on a flying monster, looking domineering at the thousands of miles below him. This should all belong to him, it's all his territory. There were flying monsters flying beside him and countless earthly monsters under his feet. Gamera, King Leiji, Bemunstein, King Eri, Golden Bridge, Chidun and so on are familiar monsters. These monsters can smash the mountains just by walking and they will explode in one step. They are glowing, spitting out fireballs and so on. They are so beautiful that they are full of smog. But Leo's expression of excitement did not last long, and his face was a little bit awkward because the dark clouds were shrouded in the edge, and he took a closer look at what kind of dark clouds are there. That is clearly an innumerable flying creature. At the forefront are dozens of giant flame birds that are bigger than monsters, burning with raging fire all over. Even Leo, who had seen too many monsters, couldn't call this flame bird's name. These giant flame birds took the lead and rushed straight towards them, seeing that this posture was coming towards them. Ready to meet the enemy, proud, the monsters naturally found the giant flame bird. The warlike King Leiji slapped his 2 huge arms and looked bloodthirsty at the flying bird. 2 headlights on Jin Gyukiao's chest flashed, his hands moved forward, and several laser beams flew away first. Other monsters have all kinds of studies or fireballs or lasers or missiles, and various attacks emerge in endlessly. King Leiji looked left and right. Why didn't he seem to be remote? Even Mora can spit out fireballs. How can his brother Leiji Wang be weak? So I spotted a huge boulder on the ground and held it up. What am I relying on? Ryan, who was standing on the flying monster, almost fell because the flying monster suddenly moved. Looking at it again, it turned out that the stone of Rigetto almost hit the monster island just now. Rigetto, be quiet. Leo shouted helplessly, this group of sorrows. Of course, Rigetto couldn't be quiet because the flying clouds had already reached their heads. Those long-range attacks did work, but each of these giant flame birds seemed to be immortal. As the flames spread, the holes that were blown up were restored. Many other birds were killed by the bombing behind them, lying dead all the way. A flame bird rushed to King Leiji first, and King Leiji flew a few steps backwards. King Leiji wasn't a vegetarian either. Just like that, he slapped the flame bird out but hit the King AI lay next to him. The two small horns on King AI's head rolled around, and a bolt of thunder struck the flame bird. Flames and lightning exploded one after another, and the flame bird finally died. The elemental attack is effective. WAAAGH nodded secretly, and then pointed at the reduced version of the combat instrument in his hand. King AI shivered and howled a few times, and the small horns on his head immediately turned faster, and then countless lightning turbulences shot out. The bodies of the first batch of flamebirds bombed were incomplete, even though they had no skin at all. Other birds, half big and small, also fought with the monster army, but most of them ended up being torn apart, and even the monster's skin could not be broken. The monster army is still strong. Li Yang couldn't help but sigh for the power of the monster army, but it was just like him. Of course, he didn't expect to rely on the Feather Clan to overthrow the monster army. But at this time, Li Yang had basically confirmed that Leo was not a god, at least not a Gaia sky god. The monster beast continent in the ancient sage world is roughly divided into these types of races. Conveniently feather, hairy, walking, beast, wet, heterogeneous species. Feather is the likes of Asuka. The hair is hairy and claws, walking is upright and wise. The beast eats flesh and blood, wet as a swimmer in the water. Anomalies include the seeds of variables. The Yu clan is very large, and Hong Yu only controls a part of the power, because Hong Yu itself is the leader of the Black Bird clan. Almost all the monsters in the first wave of dark clouds were used as rations, and the food was a pleasure. But obviously it won't be that easy. After the first wave of dark clouds passed, another dark cloud arrived soon after. Also, humph, come on, it just so happens that we big darlings are hungry. Although Leo was surprised, Kazuo didn't take it to heart. No matter how many of these weak things came, they would just send food to the monster. He personally commanded monsters to invade many universes and destroyed countless planets. At this time, WAAAGH felt very bloated. His more than 300 monsters are all elites. Of course, the biggest problem is that only 300 combat instruments can be carried. He hasn't yet mastered the technique of teleporting a large number of monsters, so he can only travel by himself. But only in this world he can naturally send more monsters. It's just a pity Leo came from the wrong place. If it could be teleported to the monster beast continent or the orc continent, it would be fine. In that way, he might still retreat, and it was okay to retreat as soon as possible, but now Leo, who had already killed his head, didn't find it. This world has been sealed off. Even if he wants to escape, there is no way out. And he is being led step by step into the abyss. The most powerful species on this continent is a human-like creature, but with hairy bodies and no ears. It is replaced by a pair of hidden sensory membranes. These humanoid creatures are strong. Even female species have a good strength, can move 2 tall rocks with bare hands. The strongest male can even pull up a tree that is 3 people wide and tens of meters high with his bare hands. They lived in the forest and tamed many creatures around them, including mounts, flying mounts, and various biological effects. The strength is not their most outstanding, and there is the weapon. Although their bows and arrows look simple, they can shoot through rocks. The spear thrown is also very powerful. The most common operation is to throw it at the cliff. People can step on the spear inserted on the cliff and jump up. It is very strong and will not detach. So no matter whether there are tall trees or 813 on rocky cliffs, these creatures exist. They are also very good at using poison, and sometimes they can even organize their own compound poison and apply it on arrows or spears. Few creatures on this continent can resist this toxin. They are very smart, and they have developed several huge tribes and many small tribes. The smallest is also inhabited by dozens or hundreds of ethnic groups, and the largest is even hundreds of thousands of people. It's a tyrant on this continent. Let's call them the little blue men for the time being because their skin is blue. The idea is because they like to apply a sap that secretes the blue tongue oil plant. This kind of juice is difficult to wash off, and it turns blue when applied frequently, but these juices do have the effect of strengthening the body. Today, everyone in the entire race is worried, and they instinctively feel as if something disaster is about to happen. There are also dark clouds flying in the sky, which has never happened in the past. The oldest elder in the clan opened his confused eyes. In his dream, he dreamed that the gods they worshipped instructed them to gather, and a terrible disaster had come. That god, of course, was Li Yang's cameo. It's just a dream, it's simple. Quickly, worry about all the tribes God has will. Although it is divided into many tribes in the longest one, at least other tribes have to give this face. Soon, the patriarchs of the largest nearby tribes arrived. Notice go down, a catastrophe is coming. Report. Report to the great elder, the tribe of West Wind Highland, no more. What? The tribe who was calling was seriously injured, apparently after some fighting. The westerly highland named by the little blue people is the outermost part of the entire tribe. Today's westerly highland has become a ruin. Leo stood in front of the flames, behind him was a group of monsters dancing in a flurry, and the last old little blue man was killed by Leo's combat instrument. Huh, damn, it is a weak race. Why is Leo so angry? Because his favorite flying monster was poisoned to death by these little blue men with a few bows and arrows. Originally, he was advancing with the monster army all the way. Those seemingly numerous bird creatures were basically here to deliver food in front of the powerful monsters. Even those flaming birds with Leo briefly aroused the monster's abilities. Basically, it can explode in seconds. But just when he took the lead in flying the flying monster to a high ground to enjoy the beautiful scenery, some little blue people with long hairs emerged from nowhere. At first, these little blue people just pulled away their bows and arrows and howled at him in anger. At that time, he didn't take it seriously until those bows and arrows shot through the skin of his beloved flying monster. Their javelin pierced the monster's throat, and the javelin thrown by the strongest little blue man even burst sparks on the monster. Then, almost in a short period of time, the monsters showed weakness, and these venoms made the monsters unbearable. When Leo realized that he wanted to put the monster into the combat instrument for training, it was too late. The first monster casualties appeared, not in the hands of a strong enemy or a dead opponent, but in the hands of a humanoid creature that Leo looked down on. Leo's anger aroused the bloody nature of the monster, and the angry monster completely destroyed the entire West Wind Heights. This time, the attacks of the little blue men were useless. Fireballs, missiles, and energy waves destroyed their homes. Their attacks were all performed by monsters in various ways, either resisted or avoided. The only survivors ran to the nearby tribe without stopping to inform them to prepare. Because of the demon god, the huge demon god is here. In the process of almost all intelligent creatures developing culture, gods and ghosts are indispensable, and in the legends of gods and ghosts, justice and evil are indispensable. In the legend of the little blue man, the demon god Kuru is a kind of evil incarnation, who is as tall as a mountain and will shoot flames and destroy the world. Although the images of monsters are diverse, they are all hideous and terrifying, and they have various long-range functions. In the consciousness of the little blue man, they are the same as the demon god Kuru. Assemble all the tribes and prepare to fight against the demon god Kuru till a long time. Hawu, Hawu. Smoke and dust billowed in the largest tribe of little blue people. Old and weak soldiers, they dropped their spears on the ground one after another, with unknown gas words in their mouths. Black creatures resembling cheetahs were led by them and roared at the sky. The birds and beasts rioted in the mountains and forests, and a shadow has fallen first. It is the cosmic monster Bemunstein. The huge head of an eagle roared, and the red pupils were full of tyrannical killing emotions. Because of the guidance of Leo's anger, this is a Bemunstein after Max has evolved. Not only is the body larger, but the joints around the body are also full of bone spurs. I saw it spread its hands, the huge splint of the five-pointed star in its abdomen opened, and a gust of wind swept out. Whether it is trees or mud, creatures are swallowed up into the sky under this huge suction force and be swallowed by Bemunstein with his big mouth in his abdomen. Wow, wow, wow. Accompanied by a sound similar to chewing, a stream of red energy rushed from Bechman's abdomen to his mouth at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! Behemoth spit out his mouth and was spit out with a burst of ultra-high-energy yellow light, causing a huge explosion. What? It hurts. The little blue man was so painful to be hit by this fireball, and many of them died directly. The original lush green forest was blasted out by a huge mountain fire, and the central area of the explosion was even more scorched. Bemunstein repeated his old tricks. The pentagonal plywood opened in his abdomen and the horrible suction came again. Throw the holy poison on it. Several strong little blue men desperately grabbed the ground and even grabbed their fingers into the dirt. Jiuhawu. A strong little blue man will be on the ground like a rock climbing, his fingers scratching the ground like tofu, which allows him to fix himself and not be sucked away. Finally, on a rock, the little blue man smashed the raised rock with a fist, and some violet liquid flowed out of the rock, which was sucked away like a splash in the strong wind. But some purple water droplets splashed on the little blue man. No. The little blue man was so frightened that he even forgot his own situation, and was sucked away as soon as he relaxed his hands. But when he was still in the air, the little blue man began to struggle. His whole body quickly changed from blue to purple, and finally turned into a pool of purple-red blood. Under the suction force, it all festered, became fragmented, and eventually there was no bone scum left. With good money, Bemunstein sucked the purple liquid into his stomach. It was still like the original flow of red energy, rushing to the mouth and was about to spit it out. It was aimed at the elders of the little blue man and his group. It's a devil, and he's not even afraid of holy poison. The elder of the little blue man dropped his hand weakly. The holy blood was a poisonous liquid that the little blue man accidentally discovered. Because it was too poisonous, it would basically corrode the prey when used for hunting, so it was sealed up by the little blue man. But I didn't expect that after the holy blood was unblocked, it seemed to have no effect, or was the demon god really too powerful to ignore the holy blood? Just as the light was about to launch, Bemunstein shivered. Guru Guru tilde. A sound similar to diarrhea sounded, but because Bemunstein was too loud, it sounded like thunder. The light on the mouth stopped, but what came out was a white transparent substance similar to mucus. Ababa, the pain that I have never experienced in this life completely blocked Bemunstein's killing intent. The body is instinctively still, like a bomb that will explode at any time. Any action will aggravate the pain. The white transparent liquid dripped on the ground and corroded large holes, which were obviously full of toxins. This is Bemunstein's detoxification, just like human diarrhea and vomiting. But the thunderous Gurulu continued, and the little blue people who felt the wind had ceased looked at each other. Open the altar. With a wave of Elder Fen's hand, the little blue people ran to the nearby bumps and pierced them with spears. When they were pulled out, the spears were already stained with poisonous water. This special oil wax spear has a unique shape. The grease on the surface can prevent toxins from damaging the spear body, and the groove behind the tip of the spear can prevent toxins from staying. The holy poison is made by a little blue man using various poisonous mushrooms, poisonous creatures, acne-covered toads, colorful frogs, poisonous plants, etc., in a coincidence. And the little blue man that was deployed was the first victim of this 813 poison. Any creature will die quickly when it touches it, and will degrade into this similar secondary venom after death. The toxin is lower than the original poison, but in fact, it doesn't matter at all. Even if this holy poison is diluted 10 million times, it can kill a huge beast instantly. And even if it is not dissolved into blood, its flesh and blood are filled with toxins. Even the little blue people who have dealt with poisons for generations, and even possess a powerful anti-drug system, dare not touch this flesh. This shows how terrifying this poison is. It is because it is too horrible that the little blue people think that it is the mother of all things, the holy thing bestowed by the god of poison, and it is even rumored that this poison is the blood of the poison mother. This is the name of holy blood. Of course, the more reason is that once it is touched, it will turn into blood. Prepare, let go. Countless spears, bows, and arrows shot at Bemunstein. Without exception, they were all tainted with poisoned water. By this time, Bemunstein had devoted himself to the anti-drug industry, and he had never encountered such a weird thing in his entire life. It can even absorb light and missiles. It is still a wolf monster who uses gas as a drink, but today he actually ate the wrong thing. Is there anything more poisonous than Ultraman's light? The universe didn't exist before, but now Bemunstein has encountered it. In its completely defenseless state, spears and arrows shot through Bemunstein's hard shell mercilessly. Of course, it is more affected by the toxins smeared on it. This terrifying toxin is almost everything without corruption, especially the things with strong life energy. On the contrary, inanimate rocks or tung oil can wrap it well, but it will be corroded over time, but it is relatively slow. The toxins in the body have not been discharged and the body is invaded by toxins. Bemunstein was angry and frightened. Bemunstein asked for help. Toxin, damn it, Patton, go and save that trash. Leo's expression was depressed. Because the flying monster had died, he realized that the universe was not simple, so he planned to stop and rest for a while. At the same time, one of the 4 top monsters, Bemunster, the universe monster, was sent to explore the way first. As one of the 4 top monsters, Bemunster's record is very strong and popular. The big mouth in the abdomen can almost swallow all kinds of things. At the same time, it can launch a variety of light functions. Coupled with a strong flying ability, Leo is very confident. Unexpectedly, Bemunstein sent a distress signal within half a day of going out. Although he was very angry, but in any case, Bemunstein was also a capable man of his men, and he couldn't really ignore it. As for the toxins, it can only rely on Patton, the 2 poison sacs beside the big strange bird Patton's mouth, but even Ultraman can't resist it. Besides, it also has the ability to store toxins. At present, only Patton has this ability. Of course, robots like Jin Gyukyo are also available, but Leo still sent Button. Comfort. Button took off in an instant and disappeared into the sky in an instant. The flying speed of the big strange bird Button is very strong even in the flying monster rankings. See dead. Feeling the master's anger, the monsters slowly calmed down. Soon, Patton saw Bemunstein. At this time, Bemunstein even saw Patton and he couldn't help but feel pitiful. The hard shell of the whole body has been corroded clean, and there is a white snail at the corner of his mouth. A pungent purple-yellow liquid flows out of his stomach, and he makes a gurgling sound. Those who stood there not daring to move still let the blue little people throw javelins and shoot bows and arrows. Feeling Patton's breath, Bemunstein even cried out. He felt that he had never been so suffocated in his life. He wanted to fight back. He felt terribly painful in his stomach when he moved. He wanted to gather energy, not to mention, his whole body was painful, and he could only detoxify his body with all his strength. Barton flew across the sky, and the strong wind that it brought up dispelled the new wave of attacks. At the same time, he spit out several concentrated fireballs, exploding the little blue man. Here. The great volcano bird Barton was angry, and Bemunstein said that he was also his companion and he was beaten as a fool. Of course, more anger comes from Leo. The little blue man's bow and spear could not break the gust of wind caused by Patton's flight, and even some arrows were blown back. But Patton's fireball killed a bunch of them and at the same time caused a forest fire. Retreat, retreat first. Some of the little blue guys were sane, and they yelled at the same time and pulled up their friends and ran away. The demon god was angry, and he was still a demon god who was not afraid of the holy blood. Bemunstein's voice sounded again with a little fear in his voice. Barton, of this dog day you burned the forest, do you want to see me burned alive? Of course, Bemunstein during the victory period is certainly not afraid of forest fires, but the current Bemunstein, even the outer shell is corroded away, revealing the red tender flesh inside, and the high temperature intensifies the activity of toxins. Of course, Bemunstein would be angry. Button looked at the little blue man who was running away, then at Bemunstein, and finally flew down helplessly, patted his wings to blow away the flames. Leo's order was to wait for Bemunstein, not to kill, and Patton could only choose the former. Patton stepped forward to look at Bemunstein's miserable appearance, then patted his stomach, opened his mouth, and opened his legs, jumping up and down. Button, your kid has today too. Bemunstein, don't be smug with that, help it hurts. Button, call Dad. Bemunstein, get out of the way, let's drop it quickly. Bemunstein was completely incapable of getting in. Barton had no choice but to step forward and take a closer look and smell the blood flowing out of Bemunstein. This poison. Patton arched his mouth on Bemunstein's chest, and as he swallowed, a torrent of toxins was sucked out. Two comfortable voices sounded at the same time, and Bemunstein felt his body relaxed a lot. With the strong resilience, his body began to recover. But Button looked drunk with a big punch between the gallbladders on both sides of his mouth, red and purple. Button, this poison, really happy. After drinking the holy blood neutralized by Bemunstein, Patton seemed to have tasted a peerless wine. Proud. Button swayed left and right as if he was about to fall, but he just didn't fall. But Bemunstein, after feeling the venom in his body was sucked away, opened his mouth happily and his body quickly recovered. After Barton digested the holy blood toxin, his mouth and chin became a weird purple-black. The original poison sac nearly doubled, and it was also wrapped in the purple-black neck membrane. The blood vessel lines resembling a mesh look hideous, terrifying. Occasionally some liquid is secreted from the corner of the mouth, and it will produce smoke when it falls on the ground. Receive. Button blinked, felt his own change, and yelled happily, hey, it can evolve, good luck. Heaven, the mountain of nothingness. The newly built palace is magnificent and huge. On the square, Yue Songxia, Li Yang and Maju are sitting opposite each other. Motion Boy is at home serving tea and water. It's nothing but mercy from God. Mo Yi arrived at the tea and nodded in satisfaction. Motion Boy is worthy of the will of the heavens in the original fantasy world. Some tea ceremony knowledge is richer than him, and the tea-making technique is even more outstanding. Because of its own innate attributes, really calm down to do something seriously, but exudes a sense of Taoism which is very pleasing to the eye. This may be the difference between the innate Holy Spirit. I am really optimistic about this batch of monsters. It happened to be pulled away by the main force of the Orcs. I also take this opportunity to clean up the weak and small races. Li Yang looked calm and did not affect his emotions at all because of the destruction of the little blue race. Yesterday, for those who are interested in watching orcs killing each other every day, what Li Yang used to do most is to sit and drink tea to watch the orcs fight. Once he was a big fan of Gurangi Arena. Even several times, Gyolangi couldn't help breaking through the tower, and it was he who secretly helped calm his emotions. Otherwise, if you open the wall, I still listen to gladiatorial fights. Moreover, there are genocides in the ancient sage realm every day, and a small blue race in a small area apart from the poor toxins. There is actually nothing that Li Yang can see. Sure enough, although it caused damage to Bemunstein, it was because of intelligence asymmetry. Bemunstein didn't know the situation, so he was only in the middle of eating indiscriminately. Otherwise, with the strength of Bemunstein, you can move your wings at will, and the wind can make the bow, arrow, and spear lose their left and right sides. The light energy bomb can cause a lot of damage to this group of primitive people. Just like Barton did, the monsters really start to come. It is difficult to stop with the little blue man. Just a few strong winds caused by the ups and downs made the little blue men's attacks work, and some of them were even blown back to attack the little blue men and them. A few fireballs caused a forest fire and almost burned the hometown of the little blue man. Even if it was just an explosion, it caused many casualties. Those who were killed directly were okay. The most painful were those half dead, who could only watch the flames swallowing themselves bit by bit, enduring intense pain and fear, and finally being burned to death. The originally well-developed little blue man was directly crippled because of an invasion by a monster from another world. The largest tribe was destroyed, and the other tribes were blown into the sky by sudden monsters under Ren's signal. With Bemunstein's lesson, all the other monsters have learned well now. Either it was a thunder strike, or it used means to prevent the little blue people from resisting. For example, the illusion, the burrowing, the fireball, etc. were directly operated remotely, and the other tribes of the little blue men were also dealt with badly. For flowers, originally developed a population of several million, this is directly close to extinction. The army of monsters is terrifying. The survival of the fittest in the ancient sage world is even more harsh. Weak failure, there is only one way out. Li Yang has never given any mercy. And of course the same is true for the Orcs, but the Orcs are already very powerful, and it is difficult to completely eliminate them. After destroying the little blue man, Leo's face is a little better, but once he thinks of the death of his beloved flying monster, his heart will be filled with anger again. That flying monster is not only good-looking, it is Leo's first monster, and his feelings are very good. Unexpectedly, it was folded here this time. Go on, I want all creatures in this world to exterminate. The monsters that went out to destroy the little blue man returned one after another. Leo issued an order, and the army of monsters moved forward again. But what awaits them is ring after ring repeated killing challenges. Li Yang used various reasons to move many races along the way. There are pretending to be gods to give instructions, there are intimidation, there are coincidences, etc. In short, this road is not an exaggeration. And even if they reach the end, there is no West Classic for them to take, and waiting for them at the end will be a medium-sized new orc tribe. This is still a savage orc tribe, taming a huge Scrooge of elements that is a special product of the ancient sacred world. Not only were these sculptors huge in size, they also gained additional magical powers because they were born in the world of ancient sages today. It's more than a star and a half stronger than the average giant Scrooge. And in the star area world, because the gods were temporarily driven out, the main force was beaten to a slump. Only the left-behind troops on their turf are still fighting stubbornly. However, due to the all-killing style of the Orcs, the resistance was very fierce. Basically, on planets where Orcs are invading, a nationwide resistance usually happens. Ordinary people who are looking at are organized by intentional people or incited or spontaneously. With their enthusiasm and luck, they actually temporarily blocked the Orcs' front. But it's just that, it's because the Orcs want to enjoy the fun of fighting more. In fact, Orcs now rarely use horror methods such as planet impact or psionic war cry. Except for the gravitational storm that is automatically generated when jumping, Orcs have rarely used large-scale attack methods in other places. Compared with this, they prefer to go to the battlefield to fight and enjoy the thrill of the moment when the weapon cuts into the enemy. Splashing blood and desperate shouts are the favorite wine of the Orcs. Of course, when encountering difficult enemies, the Orcs will also let them know what high-end tactics are. Do you believe it or not? What does it mean that the Orcs don't have star-killing weapons? We have a big moon. Even if it rises to high-end weapons, the Orc style is still so brutal. But something unexpected happened, and the enemy that was not affected in this Orc WAAAGH war was good. August 1-3. A spatial crack quietly opened, and a dozen deities with swollen noses flew in quietly. He didn't find it. I don't know, there shouldn't be. Hey, this one is terrifying. The coming people are naturally a group of people who were beaten up by Li Yang before. Are we really going to do this? Of course. Is it impossible for that kid to occupy all the territory and then enjoy the world exclusively? Lao Jin gritted his teeth and said, that time he was beaten the most badly and he almost lost his appearance. Li Yang just caught him and beat him violently. If it wasn't for the last moment to stop, I am afraid that Lao Jin would have carried the coffin and buried it at this moment. Well, I'm calling someone. I am also called a person. It is a big deal to give up this world, but I must not let that kid get it. Hey, your friend Kim Song sent an invitation to develop the world. Ding, your friend Chen Kaio has sent an invitation to open the world. Hess, your friend Song Shanliang sent an invitation to open the world. A total of more than 30 deities received the invitation message one after another, and most of them chose to accept it. There is no reason not to accept it. No matter it is a god in any period, plain information is a very important resource. Only with plain information can invasion be possible, and only by constantly invading them can they feed the population of the next world. Just opening and closing the eyes every day will consume sky-high resources. Ming Laojin is so atmospheric. Wait, why are there so many people? Damn, what are you doing, Lao Song? So many gods come here for a ***, drink northwest wind. Originally, these gods were still a little surprised, thinking why their friend is so generous. This friend didn't sympathize in vain. But after coming over to see this large number of gods, his complexion became worse and worse. There are so many gods in F***ck, just an intermediate plane. What are they divided into? Maybe the ones that are defeated will consume a lot of troops before they are sent out. Besides, there is an unwritten rule in the development world or common sense. That is a development zone, and the number of highest deities must not exceed 20. This also includes the native gods of the world. Of course, this rule does not apply to advanced or higher planes. The high-level plane itself has a large number of deities. But it is very applicable under the intermediate plane. On the one hand, as mentioned before, too many deities are not easy to distinguish, and it may not be too expensive to send troops in the end. On the other hand, it has something to do with the core of the world. The more aura of the foreign gods, the more effortless the core of the world will be to hide. The most common situation in the intermediate plane or below is that there are many gods, but the core of the world cannot be found. And this situation most often occurs in the stage below the weak god. Because most of the gods at that time did not have the ability to invade the world alone, even if they found plain information, they could only choose to cooperate. Under the juvenile character, he may find a lot of people. Of course, the weak gods basically have no connection with the core of the world because they rely on their spiritual sense ability. Unless the core of the world pops out by itself, it will spread out so that they can't find it. But you guys here are not old fritters. How could you not understand this truth? What do you mean? Some gods who understand Lao Jin and their development world can't help but ask questions. Oh, I just miss you reminisce about the past. Lao Jin's face changed, but in the end he still didn't tell the truth. Li Yang. Could it be that they were helpless because they couldn't beat a weak god? Then they can't get mixed up. There are those who can talk and don't listen, and when they touch their upper lip and lower lip they can't cleanse. Even if they jump into the galaxy they have Tothai's face. Boring. Feeling entertained, some of the violent tempers just left with a face. Lao Jin's expression-like expression, treat them as blind. I still want to gather and chat. You think this is the restaurant in Gaia's sky world. Although they don't know what kind of medicine Lao Jin sells in their gourd, they don't have time to play with them. The number of invited gods was reduced by half in an instant, but there were more than a dozen remaining, all of whom had a better relationship with Lao Jin and them. Lao Jin, what's the matter? A god who had a good relationship with Lao Jin found the scar left on Lao Jin's face and asked with concern. This, I can't say it. Feeling the eyes of his friend's concern, Lao Jin finally collapsed. Who would tell his grievances? Li Yang is really not a human being. He invaded my land, killed my people, and hit the door. I am suffering. The old saying goes well, life has only to recognize and cross. Lao Jin successfully crossed the line of dignity in his heart, so he was out of control like a bank breach. After speaking out a series of things that have happened in the past few days, when Lao Jin started, other people also put down their shame glands and made supplements on the side. After listening to Lao Jin and the others, the gods who remained were all looking weird. More than a dozen gods, many of them intermediate gods, but were beaten by a student of Li Yang. It's still crushed by the family's gods and wars. F***ck, are you an intermediate god or him? Li Yang is an intermediate god. Not to mention the dependents, some special deities of the dependents can indeed defeat the strong with the weak. But how come you can't even compare to a student in the battle of God? Is this all right? This Li Yang, a student of Zhou Qi. That's the monster of baiting that day, a god questioned. Yes, old Jin nodded honestly. After the deity heard this, the deity became weird and said with a strange yin and yang, "Then I advise you to give up this world completely, you can't afford it." After speaking without waiting for others to say anything, he retired and completely destroyed his own breath. What's the matter with Shun Lao? Don't worry about him, he is not perfect in the first place, it would be better if he isn't there. There are deities who don't deal with it naturally, they talk coldly. But Lao Song is very cautious. Who is Shun Lao? That was the Jade Emperor's Tianu chief. The official name was Zai Odingzi Tianchinu. Because of his high status, everyone called him Shun Lao. But it is precisely because Shun is always the person next to the Jade Emperor. This kind of person naturally cannot be afraid of any power. Because he himself is one of the representatives of the Jade Emperor's power, if there is anything that Shun Lao is unwilling to contaminate, it must be related to the Jade Emperor. Lao Song thought to go but still found it incredible. In his investigation, although Li Yang had outstanding talents and was well trained by Zhou Cha, the others were ordinary people. If Lao Song was outside at this time, he would know the news that the Jade Emperor had come to the 100 Gods Court and the goddess Bixiao had re-exited. In order to welcome the Bai goddess to leave the customs, the Jade Emperor held a banquet in Tiandu. At the same time, the three major temples jointly issued the text and announced the merger. Even the Jade Emperor issued a decree announcing the merger of the three major temples into the new Sangxiao Temple. The official certification was set for this matter. It can be said to have caused an uproar. And Zio Shunzi, as the Heaven's slave next to the Jade Emperor, naturally knew the news, and he even followed the Jade Emperor to the second court. Seeing the conversation between the Jade Emperor and Li Yang with his own eyes, as a person who waited for the Jade Emperor to stay close for a lifetime, the Jade Emperor moved his hands, and he could know what it meant with a straight look. It's not because the Jade Emperor is too easy to guess, a qualified emperor is like a sea of hearts. It was because he was too familiar, or even because he had to do things like this, and he was not clever enough to do things with the emperor. From Zio Shunzi's point of view, the Jade Emperor was obviously very satisfied with Li Yang, and even the Queen Mother was very satisfied with Li Yang. If it were not for Li Yang's refusal, Li Yang would definitely have a place in the banquet of Tiangong. Moreover, Zio Shunzi also felt that the Jade Emperor had a feeling of treating Li Yang as a junior, as if he had an attitude towards the prince. Even the boy has come out, and he agrees in his words. Li Yang will definitely be a personal character in the future, and it is very likely that he will become a big celebrity next to the Jade Emperor. Little Adam is not stupid and dare not offend this one. There are still some urgent things to deal with at home, so I will go back first. In addition, I will not participate in this plane anymore. Lao Song decided to hold his hand. In fact, his talent is not outstanding, and he can live to the present purely. As long as you don't die, you can always make a comeback. So Lao Song decisively withdrew. His intuition had smelled a bad smell, and he decided to believe in intuition. I don't think I will play anymore. The other one had a better relationship with Lao Song and decided to withdraw after weighing the pros and cons. A bunch of cowards. Lao Jin did not hesitate to ridicule this kind of escape behavior. Of course, Lao Song and the others couldn't hear it. That's it, a hairy boy scared them like this. In my opinion, it's purely impossible for them. The old 4-3 gold complexion has changed again. Is this cursing me in disguise? But because there is still asking for others, he has no words. After that, the people who were picked up by Li Yang ran for most of the time, and those who were pulled in also ran for most of the time. In the end, there are 24 deities left, of which 6 are the original deities and 18 are the new deities. Since you choose to join, then jointly develop this world, but before that, the individual must get rid of it. If his family members continue to develop, the result will not need to be said by me. Lao Jin said slowly, natural and natural. Haha, let me see what kind of kid I am who is so strong I really don't believe it. How can it be an intermediate world if there are fewer deities? It is still acceptable. What's more, people gather in the same way, and the things that can be persuaded by Lao Jin needless to say. Then increase the troops, the kid is very strong, we rely on the family to win and hit him by surprise. Good. Greedy people are always coerced, and what they don't know is that Li Yang has no longer focused on this, so let the orcs wave by themselves. Now let's watch Ultraman. Ah no, it's more fun to watch villains fight monsters. P.S. It's relatively fast, the 4,000-word chapter. It should be divided into chapters. It is too late, sorry everyone. Next, guess which plane the orcs will invade. Proud, but Munstein whizzed and flew past like a comet. The yellow light was emitted from the head, wantonly destroying everything in front of him in order to vent his anger. At the same time, there was also Leo's disappointment. As the four major generals under Leo, Munstein actually ushered in a disastrous defeat. It was still defeated by a group of ants, and these ants were easily solved by other monsters such as Button. Of course, the situation is complicated, but failure is failure. There is no excuse in the world of monsters. A group of wolf creatures howled in fear and was blown into the sky by the wind. The army of monsters has advanced a long distance, and they stayed in front of a river in the ground. On the planet Gaia, all rivers originate from the source of groundwater 23, and there are countless seawater flowing out in the eyes of the sea. Along with the movement of the Earth's crust, as the planet becomes larger, crack-shaped river channels are formed. It is filled with sea water from the inside out, and in the seawater the most are all kinds of weird creatures. The competition under the water is more terrifying than the competition on the ground. Leo is not a brave person, he has fought many times. Although many times he was crushed by monsters, but this world made him afraid to take it lightly. So he took back all the monsters on the ground, leaving behind dozens of flying monsters. He stood on Patton's back, the black lightning all over his body and the red murderous intrigue complemented each other, just so swayingly preparing to cross the river. The reason for releasing the breath is to deter the predators hiding under the water. Leo knew how crazy a predator would be when he was hungry, because he used this method to ensure the monster's aggressiveness. But in contrast, even the hungry wolf will not attack the tiger, because it intuitively knows the gap between itself and the enemy. This is the case now. Leo tried to suppress the unknown monsters with the monster's innate horror aura, but he still underestimated the race of Old Sage World. When they were in the middle of the flying Dow River, dozens of big mouths full of fangs and sharp teeth burst into the water and rushed. Like several chainsaw blades that pierced the sky, a bloody smell emanated from the bottom of the blade. Barton was the first to react, and one mouth was just a few thick sputum. Several mouthfuls of purple-black liquid were spit out, dripping onto those big mouths in the blood basin. Awakens. The owner of the mouthful of blood immediately rolled violently, revealing his body. It turned out to be huge crocodile creatures. Their carapace is hard, but the inside is extremely soft. But Munstein smiled crookedly when he saw the miserable appearance of these crocodiles. Who made you eat indiscriminately? Since they all have their mouths open, the venom falling is equivalent to being eaten directly, and then it will be a tragedy. The abdomen was hot like a fire, and it didn't take long to turn white belly one by one. Patton fluttered his wings as if he was inviting credit, and he squinted when he passed Munstein, as if to say, "Look at the master, you can't do it." Munstein suddenly became unhappy and launched an attack frantically, and all those who jumped out of the sea to attack them were killed by these two secretly fierce monsters. Well, the strength is really good, you can go to the second stage. Yes, Tianji Li Yang watched it with gusto. There is no meaning to be angry because of the killing of his family members, but there are people who eat melons. He was really eating melon seeds at this time. The demon took the order to make arrangements. The moment Leo stopped to the shore, the monster army reappeared. But before the monsters stood firm, the ground began to shake violently, and the flying monsters flew into the sky one after another. And Leo couldn't help but lose his mind on Barton, who was already in the sky. In their eyes, the entire continental plate they stepped on was moving. The mountains and rivers flowed backwards, and countless peaks pierced the clouds like sharp swords. After rushing through the clouds and mist, a circle was faintly formed. On the edge of the round profile, a waterfall like a water curtain cave fell, and the whole continent seemed to be flying. Recycled, Leo ignored the others and quickly took back the monsters and then directed Patton to fly up. The more he went up, the more surprised he was because the continental plate moved, and with a huge rumbling sound, the whole of the continent finally began to slowly appear. It is actually a huge walking. On the tortoise's back shell, a number of peaks are formed, and there are creatures jumping in panic among the mountains, and some flying birds are flying among them. Mountain and river life turtle. In the world of ancient saints, there are three kinds of creatures that are strong contenders for the largest biological record. One is the snake named WAAAGH. Its body is big, lying like a mountain range. One is the tortoise named Rishan River with its wide back like a sacred mountain. The first is silver, which is also a sunpeng bird, which can be interchanged, covering the sky and the sun. These three races have their own strengths, and the mountain and river turtle is best at life. They are really too big, and they rely on the absorbed free energy for their livelihoods. Compared with Dugu giant snake and Kunpeng who consume a lot of food every day, they are simply health experts, and naturally they will live long enough. Because of their characteristics, they often sleep in one place for hundreds of years. Because of absorbing energy, a kind of symbiotic plants will grow on the back first, and these plants will thickly envelop the mountain and river turtles, and further carry out photosynthesis to help absorb solar energy. When its abdomen is lying on the ground, it will gather ground vein water vapor. As the water flow rises, it will cover half of the height of the mountain and river turtle on the ground. With the closed ghost shell, it can further protect itself after entering the water. But as the planet continues to expand, a lot of dust will fall on their backs involuntarily, and the first layer of soil will be formed. Symbiotic plants will penetrate the soil and break down, and dust will fall on them again. This reciprocation forms a back continent with good nutrition. Slowly plants will grow out, and then they will attract animals, and then carnivores because the back itself has an arc just like a small hill. With the increase of age, it will develop horizontally, and the foundation will become larger and larger. Even higher mountains will grow in some places. If you don't look carefully, you won't even know that this is a creature. Because the mountain and river turtles do not like to move, their sense of existence is also very low, and they can basically live for a long time. This is different from the ancient giant snake and Kunpeng who need to look at eating. But this does not mean that the mountain and river turtle has no strength, such a terrifying size and strength, just a little shake is an earthquake. And now, the mountain and river turtle was awakened by Moki, and used special methods to cause it to fall into a state of anger. Unfortunately, Barton's size is the same as an eyeball in the eyes of a mountain turtle. But who makes Patton really big compared to other creatures, so the mountain fish opened its huge mouth. Ooh, the call of the mountain and river turtle is very strange and also very permeating, but the huge, substantial sound wave makes people unable to ignore it. Fly up. Needless to say, Leo Button had already instinctively flew up. Damn, what the hell is this? Can a turtle grow so big? Are you a monster or I am a monster? At this time, Patton's heart collapsed. As for the toxin he had just obtained, he had long been forgotten. Are the toxins really useful for organisms that grow to this level? The soil layer covering the surface just needs to be several hundred meters thick. The little blue people are indeed lucky, otherwise with the strength of their race, they will not be able to escape the result of destruction in any other sector. There was no monster to do it. In fact, in the few earthquakes that the little blue man thought, it was only the mountain and river turtle that slept and moved. If the mountain and river turtle is not lazy, it has the ability to challenge the ancient giant snake. This thing is really good on the ground tilde for a long time. Shangshan, the bottom of the sacred mountain of the heaven itself, is the largest mountain and river turtle. Yes, Li Yang coughed awkwardly, he really didn't know this. The three realms are actually connected together, but there is a layer of heaven and earth in it, this kind of special space folding. When passing through, you will experience different degrees of environmental damage, such as wind, knife mountain, sea of fire, and so on. The sacred mountain is essentially the largest mountain in the earth boundary, because it is too big and grows from the earth boundary to the heaven. Because the world of the ancient sacred is constantly changing, there are bodies that grow up naturally, and there are sacred mountains that grow up too large and arched up by mountains, rivers, and turtles. Li Yang deliberately went down and found out that this was actually a huge mountain fish. Doesn't this mean that your own heavenly palace is actually alive? If you want to, then you can lie down at home and let the mountain and river turtles take themselves out of the waves. It's exciting to think about it. With thoughts in his heart, Li Yang's mood for watching the show has improved a lot. Watching Barton being hurriedly roared by the mountain and river turtle, even Leo on his back was ashamed. Can't help but be very happy. Good, come on. Perhaps because of Li Yang, the mountain and river turtle roared harder. Well, because the body is too big plus too lazy, all the attacks of mountain and river turtles are like this. Because they don't need to eat at all, there is basically no attack bonus. Full of life and defense. Even normal tortoises have no digestive system or anything, although this thing is not a normal tortoise at first glance. Leo deserves to be Mr. Monster, and he quickly sees the shortcomings of Shanghai Turtle. Barton Bemunstein, take all the flying monsters and blow me up. In an instant, dozens of rays of light flew out, turned into dozens of flying monsters, and went around the huge back of the mountain and river turtle, while avoiding the sound waves while strenuously attacking. For a time, the earth and rocks flew up, and the broken rocks on the mountain and river turtles continued to fall down. Give me a blow. WAAAGH was almost P******D off by the monster's IQ. How hot is this stuff? You still blasted it separately. Are you planning to help others wash their backs? Masturbay, don't mention it, you can't even miss the mud. Jitan, launch an ultra-high temperature fireball. WAAAGH Quasi Gap, release Jeton, stimulated the potential to maximize, and finally succeeded in blasting a huge pit with an ultra-high temperature fireball. However, the mountain and river turtle was still roaring with his head held high, and his voice did not change a bit. Obviously, it did not explode in place. Shanghai Turtle said, "You continue to pick up, it's still early. Enough." Leo took back all the monsters and landed in the huge pit Gorzen. There were dozens of radiant rays again, and dozens of monsters with powerful burrowing ability were released. They were in the huge pit. No matter how loud the outside voice is, no matter how loud it shakes, you will not be moved. Dig. WAAAGH gave the order to die, and he didn't believe it. With dozens of monsters, he was afraid that he would not be able to dig the shell of a tortoise. At this moment, Li Yang's fire of faith flashed again. This is view personal information. Host Li Yang, level weak god. Title Chu Shen Brother Mao, divine skill, follow the law when you speak, and all the methods can be used to engage in Mao's power. God's name, Old Sage Mao. Subsidiary family members. Orc/Tang Serpent Dragon growth period, single individual /demons. God Demon King Demon Ball single tier 9 Pinnacle, Interpen Snake Dragon single tier 9 Intermediate Advanced, Gyurangi single tier 9 Elementary Lin Duo single tier 9 Elementary Dying. The number of orcs 500 billion declining rapidly. Faith 5 trillions. Mastering the rules, the foundation of the law of Mao's power. Thank you for reading this story at Fiction Zone. Net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Gyurangi and Lindo have advanced. The universe where you live, cover good money Yakankyang. Sign in reward once. Subsidiary realm, Ancient Sage God Realm, Intermediate Universe Core. Number of days to sign in, 145 days. Li Yang stood up, copied out the mace very angrily, turned around and entered the space passage. The gods were beaten away by themselves and their army was almost wiped out. Properties: several star coins, spacetime channel equipment, a dark god, various attack artifacts, various defense artifacts. Why is that? Really, all the guys who bother me from watching the show are damned. There shouldn't be anything that can threaten the existence of the orcs in the Star Zone world. But now it seems that something has changed. He wanted to see what was the reason for this change. Function area, lottery tray, shopping mall. With the orcs there, just let them play by themselves. But Lindo is in the near-death stage and the number of orcs is rapidly declining. Star Zone world, Mars Zone. This is the last star area of the WAAAGH site, which was built as an important military site. It has a large number of troops stationed in it, and all planets within it are under militarized management, and they can be refilled at any time. Nowadays, a super-large fleet has gathered here, with a total force of more than 50 billion, and there are countless fleets and spaceships. WAAAGH, Gyurangi blasted a punch and forced a god who was stronger than him back. Behind him, Lin Duo was lying on the ground, his left arm was cut off, a large hole was left in his abdomen, his feet were burnt to charcoal, and there were several shocking knife marks on his face. With such a serious injury, he had already returned to the Lord after changing to another race, but Lindo still sighed. It's just that there is no mad doctor on the battlefield to treat him, and even the orcs can't hold it any longer. Just by looking at the injuries on his body, he knew that this was under siege. Sword wounds on the body and left arm, the abdomen was penetrated by a particle cannon, and the flame burned both feet. 827 Gyurangi was also in very bad condition at this time. His body was densely covered with scars, but he was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. But the attacks of those gods were intensive, and Gyurangi was gradually unable to support it. A total of 5 orc moons appeared in this area, but they were all in trouble and even a battle moon was bombed. Annoying little guy, don't run. Gyurangi is extremely irritable. These guys have been hanging him, using wind and other means to suppress him. Because the gods have been observing the orcs, they accidentally discovered that the psionic kid would cause a large number of deaths of the kid. They gathered their respective gods, that is, the fighting power of rank 9 and above, to form a tough team. Specially suppress the psionic boy and give heavy blows at critical moments, and use the psionic boy to kill a large number of orcs. They succeeded, and this strategy is indeed effective. Lin Duo fell into a state of extreme weakness because of the mental storm caused by the death of 3 psionic boys in an instant. This gave them a chance to cause such heavy damage almost instantly, directly abolished a war boss. and also caused the WAAAGH who arrived at the same time to suffer heavy losses. Even the boss like WAAAGH was ecstatic, not to mention the subordinates. Unlike previous battles, they did not encounter countless orcs this time. The orc's brain exploded almost instantly in a way of setting off fireworks. For a moment, they even thought that the green plague was over, however, it did not. It's shameless. Li Yang came again, just glanced at Lin Duo's memory for a while, and he was almost ready to push the future of the dragon. It must not have been accidental to discover the secret of Psionic Boy, because the guy who fought with the orcs basically didn't survive. But the gods who watch the battle are different. They can see it from the perspective of a spectator or even a god. It's not an exaggeration to discover the secret of Psionic Kid, but they didn't expect them to use it. But it doesn't matter. If you want to play, you and I will play with you. At the moment Li Yang came back, Lao Jin and the deities who had been beaten by Li Yang had a chill in their hearts for no reason. Damn, he won't be back. Lao Jin's complexion changed, but he glanced at the deity beside him and then forcibly calmed down. Last time Li Yang defeated them one by one, but this time they are all together. There is no reason to lose again. And they have discovered a large number of ways to kill the orcs. Hold on, we can win. At this juncture it is no longer possible to quit. Haha, go to hell. A man with flames burning all over his body and red hair laughed loudly, burning flames in his hands, intending to explode WAAAGH. The flame is not hot, not at all. WAAAGH's hand slashed with the giant axe, and with the momentum of opening the mountain, even the giant mountain was cut away wherever the axe passed, together with the huge fireball that flew. When the Najai fireball was split in half, it didn't explode. Be cheated. Flame belongs to the gods with both hands, and they actually merged towards Lin Duo, actually attacked a person who had lost combat power. Well, Victor charges at extreme speed. At this moment, a space portal appeared between the two. Rough and unrestrained engine rumbling, a huge impact angle rushed out, directly hit the fireball. Hey, Victor boss is reloaded on stage. This drift is WAAAGH, not WAAAGH. When the flames dissipated, in front of the huge locomotive was a huge face in the shape of an orc head, and a huge corner-shaped horn protruded from the mouth. The tall Victor was sitting on the locomotive. First there was a handsome drift. The gust of wind blew away the surrounding flames, stopped the car. Resisting the sledgehammer, Victor looked at the dying Lindo on the ground. Cut, Lindo is not fast enough. WAAAGH is miserable. Damn it's B********, D, give it to me. Flame Tushin was angry that his fireball was blocked and wanted to make another move, but before he could finish his words, his head suddenly exploded. The body that lost its vitality fell from the sky and hit the ground to raise dust. What's the matter? The gods scattered around instantly, looking at the headless corpse on the ground in horror. There are snipers. Where are they hiding? Before they could look for it, another god was headshot bizarrely and fell from the sky. Hurry up, damn it, the eye of the soul. A tail god who was good at search function flashed divine light, but before he could speak, the two big light bulb eyes disappeared. You said that you still have two big eyes in the sky for fear that others will not see you. Really? Buck opened his eyes and talked. 3 consecutive gods were sniped and killed, and with Victor's reinforcements, some gods have smelled an unusual feeling, and this war seems to have turned around. But this turning point does not seem to be theirs. Lindo has been taken away for treatment by Victor's men, as to whether he will take this opportunity to play black hands. It's better to expect the Mad Doctor to act lightly after all, in terms of the orc's surgical conditions and medical habits. Every treatment can be done, it can be regarded as a black hand. Saw the leg directly without using anesthetic and then insert the prosthesis forcibly. If it is found to be weak, the machine will be welded to the body with an electric welding machine. When the stomach is empty, find a bunch of parts and install it. From the outside, you can see a lot of messy machinery in the stomach. If you don't understand, you will even think of this thing as a robot. Hey, your skull has been broken, why don't you just replace it with a steel plate? Lindo rolled his eyes and couldn't speak anymore. You agree? That's great. I don't know how the Mad Doctor confirmed this information. Anyway, he was talking to himself while doing the work at hand. This magnetic energy cannon is the good thing I found last time. This pair of vulture legs of the Dreadnought mecha, is also good. I like this name. What do you think? Maybe you should change your name to the Vulture Boss. This is awesome. The superpower stove nuclear electromagnetic power unit can fit in the stomach. No one wants this, but I think it's a good thing. I found it, my big baby, at the bottom of the pressure box. The lid receiver, a broken radar, can just be your skull. Knocked the arc with your finger, making a strange collision sound. Tada. Oh, the hardness is good. Because he was facing a war boss, And at the same time, he was still a war boss who wouldn't express his opinions and played arbitrarily, and was injured so badly that he could do it almost all over his body. The Mad Doctor has fallen into a special burst of inspiration. In a burst of excitement, various strange parts were welded to Lindo's broken body. Even the few assistants who are used to the operation are afraid of the operation. At the same time, he felt extremely admired for the war boss who had undergone the operation without saying a word. This crazy but extremely quiet operation was quickly over. Even Li Yang, who was very nervous, couldn't help but squeeze a sweat for Lin Duo on the operating bed. Good deed, there are operations here and there. This is clearly making weapons and doing research. A war boss level experimental material usually does not have this opportunity. Finally, the operation was over, and such a monster appeared in front of us. After dictation by an assistant at the time, we got the following information. It was a super giant made up of machines. When raising his hand, a few parts and gears would occasionally fall off, sparkling and black smoke all over, looking like a robot. His head looked pitted, it was all steel, and there were welding and knocking marks on it. But I promised him to be very hard, because I used a sledgehammer to knock the crazy boss's beloved steel plate into a circle. 2 eyes are red. It is exclusively revealed that one of them is modified by a laser transmitter, and it will be burnt to fly ashes at the first glance. His left hand is a magnetic cannon, his right hand is a mechanical hand, and both hands are full of weapons. I use a big machine that can make a super WAAAGH sound in my stomach. My feet are big and thick. There is no kid who can drive it with strength. However, driven by that super WAAAGH big machine, it can display super terrifying strength. I saw him step on the crazy boss. Wait, what happened when you stepped on it? WAAAGH, you damn lunatic, it hurts Layazi. Okay, Lindo's battle cry has put all the kids nearby in their ears. Lifting his left foot, the Mad Doctor had been trampled into a puddle of mud, and the ground under Lindo's feet was trampled into dust by the tremendous force. This kind of power. Linduo looked at his stomach, and he felt that a super powerful force was coming in continuously. The splints of both feet opened wide, revealing several modified turrets, and the 2-hand machinery kept wriggling, and each muzzle shone with a chilling light. His eyes looked towards the sky, a series of data flashed in his left eye, and his right eye lit up, and a red glow shot towards the sky. The super high temperature melted and cut the roof, and a dead helicopter of a family of orcs happened to fly by. Just like cutting butter, it is cut in the middle and turned into a ball of fire in an instant. When the energy rushed to his forehead, a sharp pain interrupted Lindo's experimental new eyes. He fell to his knees, constantly receiving information in his mind. Just like a psionic kid, he heard it, saw the power of psychic energy. The surrounding orcs were like luminous dots, and he could link the connections among them and use this to activate his own desire for WAAAGH energy response. At the same time, the brain runs automatically, and the broken iron skin around it is attracted, spins around it fast, melts into brand new water at high temperature, and then cools into iron skin. The synthetic iron skin was attached to the exposed body surface of the machine, and when the electric light dissipated, a new armored body appeared. Haishin, wait, why are you shouting like this? Just as the wounded Lindo, White Mouse, received treatment reconstruction, the situation in the Ring of Fire Star area changed again. The Orcs and Moons originally scattered throughout the universe seem to have been ordered to jump into the Mars area through the Orcs' unique psionic network. As the Orc moon appeared one after another, the chaotic gravitational flow shook all the stars in the interstellar space into pieces. Even if those spaceships are protected by energy arrays, chaos will inevitably occur, and countless Orc fleets fly out from the war moon. Even their main guns were activated, launching the Orc spaceships one by one. The crazy Orc spaceship directly treats itself as a bullet, and if lucky, it hits the enemy spaceship without exploding, it will enter a very WAAAGH melee. If it explodes, it is naturally WAAAGH to explode. And on the main star of the Ring of Fire, the battle between the gods has also entered a white-hot stage. After 7 consecutive gods were killed, they finally found the trace of Buck. But when they wanted to fight back, they found that dozens of black holes had been aimed at them. It is Buck's subordinates and a super master such as Bachiru. These guys may not be better than Gurangi and the others in physical strength, but all of them are modified mad and guns old. As the trigger was pulled, the explosion swept across the planet, like a storm, flames, ionization, plasma, compression bombs, hot melt, and other terrifying explosions mixed together. Directly blasted this group of gods into the universe and made garbage. Under this level of attack, even the ashes may be gone. Ah, damn it, guy, I still want to fight. Victor hid under the locomotive, and when the storm passed, he stood up and cried out in dissatisfaction. Then stepped on the locomotive, stepped on the accelerator, and rose from the ground like a rocket in a puff of dust and went straight into space. The parts fly over halfway through the flight like a super sports car from semi-enclosed to fully enclosed. This is actually a solo spaceship. And as Victor galloped all the way, huge locomotives continued to shuttle out from where he had been. Victor's convoy had officially entered a charging state when it rushed out of the atmosphere, and there were more and more spacecraft. The former ground racing party has been successfully upgraded to a space racing party at this time. They posture like a locomotive to look for a single-person spacecraft tailored by Jiba and still maintain their hobby in space. For flowers, hot car hit people. Just like a sharp sword, Victor rushed directly into the battlefield. Anyone who was hit along the way was torn into an atomic state under the huge collision angle in front of him. The top of the collision angle has gathered a lot of WAAAGH energy, which can even cause spatial instability. In fact, those teams that successfully emerged from behind Victor's lane were to locate this special space node that was knocked out. Only in this way can the positioning be accurate, and at the same time, where Victor has driven, a space trace like a lane will be formed. It is equivalent to a weakened or alienated version of the psionic network. The more drag racing parties in the network theory, the stronger the spiritual power, and at the same time the speed will continue to increase, and it will attract better Orc warships to join it. Even can be pulled to fight the moon. I saw more and more convoys behind Victor, from single locomotive spaceships to ordinary battleships, huge battleships, and even Battle Moon. It's as if Victor was pulling a moon and seeing rampage in the universe. Countless spaceships were directly hit and scrapped by the high-speed Battle Moon, turning into rubbish, but also being engulfed by psychic energy and becoming a member of drag racing products. WAAAGH he tilled a quarrel, Victor honked his horn. The convoy and the spaceship behind him all followed suit. All the Orc boys driving, including all the Orcs on the spaceship, fell into a state of excitement. Their eyes were blood-red, their veins violent, and they roared to vent the excitement that originated in their hearts. Even the asterisk and even Skug, the nose is like this. Maybe the beasts at this moment are truly integrated, because no matter it is than the Orcs, they can't refuse or even be fascinated by this feeling of drag racing. The battle cry is passed down level by level until it reaches the Battle Moon, and then, WAAAGH. The Battle Moon issued a gravitational roar that made the planet tremble, and this sound could be heard throughout the star area. The Victor caravan is like blowing up the streets with big horns in a busy city, attracted the attention of the entire Fireball star area. I want to join in too. On a spaceship, a boiler burning a asterisk hole passed through the bars and looked enviously at the Victor convoy racing through the stars. The big horn of the Battle Moon not only pulls the wind, but also makes people yearn for the feeling of blasting everything along the way. The Orc boy next to him didn't feel emotional at all because of the death of a fart, but impatiently grabbed another fart and put it in to burn the boiler. With the hard work of the farts this spaceship it should be said that many spaceships broke out and rushed directly to the Victor convoy. There is so much nonsense, burn charcoal. Fart is lazy. Work hard, the boss has spoken, let us also catch up with Victor boss, we also want to be eagles. I want to roll over. The Orc boy threw his to the ground with a whip and a lash mark appeared on his face. Good. Though it turned his head suddenly, his eyes filled with light. At this time this fart did not feel uncomfortable because of the pain on his body, and he did not feel upset because of the kids bullying. In the flames it became the power of the spacecraft, and the spacecraft was magnetically fast in the network. On the endless spaceship plane a space crack appeared. In the nervous eyes of countless soldiers, a pair of big hands covered with thick armor stretched out from the crack, and the space crack was moved abruptly. Real. At the time when the Victor motorcade was invincible, on a planet in the Mars region, countless newly built troops were preparing to enter the spacecraft to support them in space. At the moment the spacecraft successfully entered the network tunnel, the fart screamed happily, dancing with excitement, and one inadvertently stepped on the coal and rolled directly into the boiler. Because he himself was caught in the excitement of drag racing. Hurry up. It was a super giant with a height of 15 meters. His two large hands were covered with weird metal carapace, with bone spurs protruding from the joints of the fists. In this way he abruptly moved the crack in the space, as if an angry prisoner had moved out of the cage and the devil broke free. When his feet stepped out, even the earth felt trembling. What kind of giant was that? Covered in unknown green light and smoke, with red light in his eyes as if the anger from heaven was burning. We have tried attacks, but no matter what the attack is, it will be swallowed up by a green invisible storm. Even the most powerful laser weapon can only leave a spot on the armor of such a terrifying giant. August 2-7, but after the black fog trembles, the spots will return to the original. God, why are our enemies so terrible? Why should we face such an opponent? A soldier who was lucky enough to escape from that battle recalled that, shaking his body, his legs were amputated, his left hand was broken, and his body was covered with scars. He was still alive when he was swept the battlefield and found. This is the only chance people can know about that battle, because after that planet it was completely in ruins. The soldier finished the interview again and went back to the dormitory as if he had returned to that day again in his dream. After Lindo arrived at the battlefield, a huge battle was heard. The battle roar was accompanied by a psychic storm. The green lightning blasted the spacecraft and technological weapons of several kilometers around, and sparks were everywhere. Then he squatted, his arms drooped naturally, his leg splints opened, and laser cannons, hot melt cannons, and countless missiles were launched together, like a sky full of stars. The hands are constantly changing, and the densely packed guns and fire snakes illuminate Lindo's whole person like a torch. Even in such a noisy battlefield, the deafening engine noise is still making a lot of noise. The laser fired from the right eye is like a sword of God, cutting enemies, spaceships, and even the earth and sky at will. Flames, explosions, bloodbaths, and screams, as if the god of war had descended. This planet that was originally full of order now only has chaos and killing. Get down! The soldier looked at the giant blankly, his hands trembling, death and noise all around him. The former friend rushed to him in desperation, and time seemed to be suspended. He watched his friend be cut in half by a laser, and only half of his body knocked him out. No, boom. The explosion blew him out, and the last scene in his memory was his legs flying into the sky. He was the only survivor of that war, but he did not watch the whole process of the war at all. I didn't even see that when there was a god coming, the victory and defeat would be distinguished in an instant. Just when Lindo vented wantonly, the death of a large number of believers also attracted the attention of the Lord God. A master god directly sent 3 gods over, that is, 2 sword gods and 1 magic god. Among them, the Dharma god is already at the pinnacle of the gods and can immediately become the existence of the gods. But 3 such terrifying combat powers did not stop the angry Lindo. The 2 sword gods held their swords bravely, and the sword light successfully broke through Lindo's psychic shield and drew sparks on the extremely hard armor. The crossed sword marks attracted Lindo's attention, and the giant calmed down for the first time. He looked at the 3 people flying in the air, extremely chic. Is God? It's Lord Sword God. Great, oh Lord Sword God, please kill the demon god. We are saved. Little bug hate it. Lindo was irritated by the noise of the enemies around him. The black smoke on his body wafted out of unknown aura, and the speed of steam emissions suddenly accelerated. Wow. Slightly bent knees, the earth blasted, and the giant jumped flexibly with the support of powerful force. The fierce momentum rolled up the gust, the green thunder covered the whole body and finally gathered on the right foot. The super orc is invincible and kicks vigorously. The radar brain is different, and the giant will still call the name of the move. The 3 gods did not dare to be careless. The raising of the hand of the Dharma god was the guard of the forbidden gods. The 2 great swords and the gods were soaring to the sky. The 4 violent energies collided, and the aftermath dissipated the dark clouds, and at the same time swept a radius of hundreds of miles. But the storm didn't stop, and the god's guard was still insisting, but the big foot was about to break through the barrier. WAAAGH! Lindo roared, increasing his psychic power, and endless psychic storms rushed into the universe to get in touch with the orcs raging in space. With the help of psychic energy, it even attracted Li Yang's attention. This psionic reaction is not bad. In the eyes of the fashion, the spiritual power gradually converged into a huge orc head like a planet. Wow. The psychic lightning storm was completely poured into the right leg, and God's Guard 4-3 was successfully broken through. The 2 sword gods rushed desperately, holding their swords to block, but they were directly pushed back and flew away. It's too late, this demon must be eliminated. The magic god knew that under this level of energy flow, then magic was useless, but he was scared. If this terrifying race continues to grow, so he detonated the prototype of his godhead before he died. 2. I am honored to work with you, and wish your souls return to the kingdom of God. The dazzling light seemed to light up this planet, but no one noticed in the war-torn area of the Ring of Fire. When the light dissipated, Lin Duo kicked the 3 gods from one half of the planet to the other half. At this time, the other half was completely lost by a third. It's like a bite of an apple, expose the flowing magma inside. But while the magma was tumbling, a terrifying giant hand stretched out. As if a demon came out of the cage, Lindo slowly crawled out of the magma. Green lightning flashed on him, and his right foot was blown apart, but metal particles and fragments were constantly floating in the magma. Pulled by the psychic energy under the broken leg, slowly squirming, combined into the original appearance. When the right leg was lowered, the huge force even opened up the magma. WAAAGH. Ding congratulations to the host for successfully developing a god, rewarding special lottery X 100,000 times, sign-in days plus 10 days, update patch X1 automatically used. Rely on me. View personal information. Host Li Yang, level weak god, advanced method intermediate world analysis X1. Title Chushin/Brother Mao. Magic skill speaks out the method. All methods are used: the power of the hair, the analysis of the world patch update function, and the stimulation of combat power patch update function. God's name Old Sage Mao. Subsidiary family Orc/Giant by Snake Dragon growth period single individual demon race. God Demon King Demon Orb single 9th level peak dark godhead. Intermediate Snake Dragon single 9th level advanced. Gyurangi single 9 level intermediate attachment. Lin Duo. The foundation belongs to the 9th level peak of the god, and the special state has reached the stage of vassalization. The number of orcs 900 billion declining rapidly. Faith 10 trillion. Master the rules. Engage in the foundation of Mao's power law. Subsidiary domain Ancient Sage Gods domain Intermediate Universe Core. The 23 universes Gaia Sky. Number of days to sign in 155 days. Sign in reward once. Functional area Lottery Tray Shopping Mall. Property, Special Lottery X 100,000 times, several star coins, spacetime channel equipment, various attack artifacts, various defense artifacts. Identity, the second court of the 100 Gods Court, the student president of the Sangxiao Shrine, the honorary principal of the Sangxiao Shrine, the 17th on the alien must-kill list, and the 8th on the new god list. The world that is under war, the world of the constellation, the world of the ancient sage. Li Yang quickly entered the system and almost jumped up excitedly. Finally, the system finally reacted again. Moreover, a lot of information is updated at once, and the panel alone becomes different. There are 2 more patch skills. What is this? Game update rewards. Use the lottery. Anyway, get a wave first. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100,000 sets of the standard Star Warrior Terminator Power Armor. Congratulations to the host for triggering the crit effect and obtaining 1 million sets of the standard Interstellar Warrior Terminator Power Armor. Congratulations to the host for triggering the crit effect and obtaining 100,000 sets of the standard Interstellar Warrior Terminator Power Armor. Terminator Star Warframe. Li Yang's eyes lit up, and after waiting for a while after all the prompts were exploded, he took a closer look. Terminator Power Armor Supporting Renovation Project, 1 billion sets. Damn, it's developed. What is the level of the billion sets of power armor? Terminator Power Armor, also known as Tactical Fearless Armor. All interstellar warriors maintain a certain amount of awesome tactical fearless armor, which is called the Terminator Armor by the general name. Terminator Armor can be said to be the best equipment a Star Warrior can have. This armor is very large, contains a complete exoskeleton sequence, strong built-in power, and is composed of fiber bundles and indestructible connecting rods to support the composition. Heavy-duty plastic steel ceramic armor plate for the shell. People wearing Terminator armor will have very good defense and increased firepower, but will decrease in mobility and flexibility. In order to make up for the low mobility, the Terminator armor is generally equipped with a transmission device, so that the Terminator can be quickly deployed in key positions, strike the enemy's vital points like lightning, and evacuate calmly after completing the mission. In space warfare, the Terminator will also be used for lightning strikes, relying on its transmission device to instantly transmit to the enemy ship and strike its vitals, thereby paralyzing the enemy ship. For most battle groups, the Terminator armor is extremely precious, so generally only the honor guard of the battle group and the veterans of the first company are eligible to be equipped with the Terminator armor, and also has a matching transformation. This is equivalent to as long as Li Yang can find 1 billion guinea pigs, he can get 1 billion interstellar warriors wearing Terminator interstellar armor. Even in the Empire, the number of interstellar warriors during the Great Expedition was less than 1 million. 1 million interstellar warriors can lay such a big territory for the Emperor. Countless worlds, a world is equivalent to a planet. You know, a team of interstellar warriors usually jumps and fights, and it is commonplace for 10 people to occupy the entire spaceship. What is the approximate level of an interstellar warrior? It is about 2 meters and 3 meters tall. If you wear power armor, it can reach the ceiling by raising your head. His arms are thicker than your waist, and the muscles on them seem to be stuffed with several basketballs. Most of the knives on the market are difficult to cut through his skin, and a small part such as ceramic knives should be able to trim the corners of his hair with force, but it will quickly break. Take the pistol of the ordinary hot firepower world as an example. His skin will only show a few red spots when he is bombarded by the pistol unsuspectingly. The reaction speed of a peak esports professional player is about 100 ms, and the Star Warrior is dozens or hundreds of times faster than this, which means that your eyes cannot see his actions clearly. Of course, his flexibility is commensurate with the reaction speed. When he runs, his speed is 60 yards. His power is roughly the ability to punch through a load-bearing wall or lift and throw a car. His respiratory system with 3 lungs can survive for a short time in a vacuum. Our most powerful poison is like tobacco to him, perhaps even less threatening than tobacco. If he is taken to do human experiments, he will most likely evaluate the gas chamber as comfortable as a sauna. He has 2 hearts, 2 stomachs, teeth that can chew steel plates, and a pair of sensitive ears that can hear the mosquitoes in the neighborhood next door. His eyesight is enough to see whether the mosquitoes flying in the sky are male or female. In addition, he can melt most of the sturdy materials in your cognition with a single mouthful of sputum. This is just the most ordinary recruits. Generally, those who can equip Terminator armor are veterans with hundreds of years of combat experience. This means that the enemies he killed can fill your entire community. Oh no, it should be the entire city where you are. That way, we have to cultivate the human race. In Li Yang's mind, interstellar warriors are undoubtedly the most suitable for humans, although at first some of the orcs were equipped with interstellar warrior abilities. For example, Lindo, Buck, etc. But later he discovered that with the strength of the orcs, they can grow to that level and even become stronger. For example, now Lindo, the ability of the ultimate fighter that was originally added to him, has now been almost completely abandoned. But there is another thing that is more troublesome. That is, he doesn't know how effective the actual transformation of an interstellar warrior is. Humans do not have the system that is as durable as the orcs. Even in a technologically mature empire, every Star Warrior is piled up with corpses. It is a great miracle in itself that the 19 procedures have been completed. Of course, the system produced must be a boutique. Maybe the system will arrange everything for him. This is why the Star Warrior is so powerful. Thinking of this, Li Yang couldn't help but think of a topic he had seen when visiting the post bar before, and that was why there were fewer and fewer Star Warriors. One of the big reasons is that the Empire simply cannot support a large number of interstellar warriors. No matter what the world is, the expenditure of the army is undoubtedly the largest. A group of people trains all day long and consumes a lot of food without working to farm. The maintenance cost of weapons and armor is also ridiculously high. Of course, except for the green leather, this is just open. So Li Yang couldn't help but want to use it directly on the orcs. After all, a Terminator Warframe orc is also equivalent to the strength of the 7th or 8th rank. 1 billion Tier 8 fighters, even for the current Li Yang, is a force that cannot be underestimated. Regardless of the large number of orcs, hundreds of billions or too many, in fact, more than 600 billion of them are useless at ***, snot, or skugs. Coupled with the elimination mechanism of the orcs, there are more than 200 billion remaining just ordinary boys. Counting from the 1st to the 9th level, the number of people at each level is hundreds of times less. There are currently only 2 orcs above the 9th rank. The 8th rank is about 3 million, and the 7th rank is about 90 million. But now there are more high-level combat power 827 enemies in the Mars area than the orcs. Those are all veteran deities. Nothing else. The most time, you can spend a lot of time to cultivate high-end combat effectiveness of Tier 5 and above. In addition, the enemy has mastered the secret of the psionic kid, and basically they are fighting against the orcs. In fact, the battle damage ratio between the orcs and them is 5,000 to 1. And most of the casualties were caused by Victor, and of course there were also high-level orcs such as Lindo. The low-level orcs are completely used as cannon fodder. Lindo bombed a planet alone, Victor pulled the planet into the spaceship. Gyurangi and other high-ranking orcs also flexibly moved on the battlefield through the teleportation device. That's it, I still can't get the battle loss ratio back. It is also a system transformation. The magic beads can completely pull out 1 billion demons. This is very weird, but it does exist. Orcs force their lives to push a powerful war to victory. Coupled with the influence of the ancient sage world, the Mazu has basically become a believer of Li Yang. After all, the only people he can trust to deliver items are the orcs and demons. Forget it, it would be too troublesome to recultivation of humans, so let's give it to the demon race. And the degree of faith is very high. The demons themselves are also very similar to humans, and their vitality is also very strong, at least much stronger than ordinary human races. Magic, recruit 1 billion soldiers. After much deliberation, Li Yang finally decided to give this thing to the Mazu. Under the brainwashing propaganda of Mazu, Li has transformed into the creation god of Mazu. It's really not easy, it's worth celebrating. Yes. At this time, Leo's monster army finally dug the ghost shell of the mountain and river turtle, and successfully broke the ghost shell, and successfully slaughtered a mountain and river turtle. Moki naturally executed Li Yang's orders unconditionally. 4 months in Old Sage World time, 1 billion demon soldiers assembled. Li Yang waved his hand and the 1 billion demon race was wrapped in the light group, and the transformation began. But even so, from a formal point of view, the orcs have the upper hand. The demons themselves are the existence of all the people. The most important thing is that the Mazu is now fully capable of eating this batch of equipment. Ha 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 ha, it's not about to be blown by the great Leo-sama. Standing on the huge body of the mountain and river turtle, Leo was roasting a rabbit creature while laughing wildly. The huge body of Shant Turtle has lost its vitality and has become a real mountain rock. After spending such a long time, Leo commanded the monster to dig into the mountain and river turtle, but it was blocked by the extremely hard ghost shell. He directs monster attacks every day and rests when he gets tired. During this period, flying creatures come to attack them constantly, delaying time. The constant use of abilities during this period was like a trial, which greatly improved the strength of his monsters. At this time, Leo was full of confidence and was preparing to get ready to continue his adventure in this world. What he didn't know was that on another continent, a super soldier force of 1 billion was being born. Their per capita demigod level, coupled with the equipment of the standard Terminator armor, their combat effectiveness is close to the peak of Tier 8. And the strength of a Barton monster is only 9th rank. Li Yang arranged the transformation and paid attention to the situation on Leo's side, by the way. According to Leo's current progress, it will take about a month to reach the next group of volcanic apes. The Star Zone world has entered a stalemate state, experienced the first Orc War event. All the gods let the gods jointly perform a space blockade. Then the Orcs who enter the Ring of Fire Star Zone will not be able to teleport out, and can only teleport within the Mars Zone. At present, the Orcs can only resist stubbornly by continuously consuming their troops, and they need a large number of Orcs to supplement. This caused the Ring of Fire Star area to be like an army swallowing field. Even if it was an Orc, the main force was also restrained for a while. The Orcs outside the Mars Zone began to support the Fireball Star Zone, and the gods directly dispatched a large number of star-killing weapons, as long as the traces of the Orcs were found. Let's start with the glass-burning Dafa this week. This effectively removed a large number of Orc planet strongholds and further weakened the Orcs' strength. But the universe is too big, there are still Orc moons actively mining in the universe. This is destined to be a protracted war unless there are forces that break the balance. Li Yang was not in a hurry, but took this opportunity to train soldiers. As long as the Orcs continue to fight without dying and gain the worship of other boys, they will continue to grow stronger. It happens to lack high-end combat power now, even if it is a battle loss of 1,000 to 1 for an Orc upgrade. For Li Yang, it was all earned. Only the beasts who survived the war and succeeded in the ranks of this level are what he needs. As for the dead, it can strengthen his divine body and power anyway, and the birth of the great Emperor Orc will also provide him with a lot of faith. If it weren't for the fact that Orcs basics weren't enough to play, Li Yang even wanted to ask if the opponent should add more people. If the flames of war can burn the entire universe, then the Star Zone world will become a training ground for him. In the Mazu Square, countless light groups envelop the body of the Mazu. In the light group, the Mazu is constantly being transformed, and the originally thin body is gradually developing towards an inhuman state. But it will take a lot of time. After confirming the 3-point situation, Li Yang left the ancient sage world. His consciousness returned to the physical body, got out of the virtual machine, and stretched out. The Orc's front is too fast, sometimes it's better to be slow. With that said, Li Yang walked out of the room and started to walk in the backyard of the second court, admiring flowers, feeding fishes, and so on. In essence, he was still very lazy, but the orc was too abnormal and forced Li Yang forward. In fact, up to now, Li Yang's only contribution may be the stage before the weak god. At that time he watched the magic skills madly, but after he spoke the law and all the methods were accustomed, this diligence was gone. After that, I was pushed all the way by various things, and I rarely played games. The continuous battle also made Li Yang a little tired. He came back after taking a walk and was refreshed after taking a shower. Then he returned to the room and turned on the computer to log into his account. Tonight all night, however, halfway through the game the phone rang. Jiang Qingshan, Li Yang, tell you good news. Li Yang, what? Jiang Qingshan, Qin Lan and Sangguang have merged. Li Yang, I knew it a long time ago. I'm still the president of the student council. Really, but you did a good job in Beishanting. Ha ha ha, little things, little things. I haven't talked for a while. Li Yang almost forgot this little girlfriend in a hurry. Since confirming the relationship that time, because he was too busy, he was really negligent. Feeling guilty, Li Yang talked with Jiang Qingshan on the phone, chatting with each other, and then reluctantly hung up the phone until late at night. But before Li Yang went to sleep, another phone rang. Qian Qiuyan, why is she calling so late? Picking up the phone and looking at it, it was the domineering one-san Qian Qiuyan. Hello, why are you always on the phone? Ah shit, chatting with people. You still have enough phone bills until now. What's the matter so late? Cult, heretical church has appeared again. What? Send the information right away. Where are you? Li Yang suddenly lost his sleepiness. If there is anything else that interests him, this cult is one of them. Aside from other things, if it was the same as last time, he might be able to burn another world and purify his soul to upgrade the initial fire. Not exactly, I just want to remind you that I don't go out recently. Qian Qiuyan has a strange tone with a little anxiety. Huh, why? Because the foreign land must kill the list. Exotic killing list, what is this? Li Yang scratched his head, but he remembered that there was an identity information after the system was updated. The exotic killing list is a list in the border lore city. The lore city was originally the boundary of the Nine Heavens Profound Dynasty. Later, it fell into the battlefield due to space collision and became a neutral area. Where is it? It is a veritable city of killers where there are various killer missions. Among them, there are three most famous lists, namely the Genius Must Kill list, the Foreign Land Must Kill list, and the Reward Must Kill list. Among them, the Exotic Killing list is the most special. Only local forces can receive it. The rewards are very generous. It is a list that local masters often pay attention to. There is no restriction on the recipients of the list, only time requirements. That's me, I was offered a reward. That's right, and I don't know how many people took the task. I only know that the time is to kill you within 10 days. The task will disappear if you kill it. If you don't kill it, you will advance by 1 and the reward will be doubled. And you are currently ranked 17th. This 827 is very dangerous. According to our estimation, it may be that heresy is behind him. You must pay attention to it recently. Well, that's right, don't worry, I'm very sincere and I won't go out. Li Yang changed his clothes while holding the phone between his shoulders. What sound? How could Qian Qiuyan also be a middle-level god and a man in the yamen, and soon discovered that the voice on the opposite side was a bit wrong. Huh. It's okay turning over in bed, so why is it so late? Go to bed early, the dog's life is critical, stay up late to show your head. You are bald, your whole family is bald. Okay, let's hang up first. Hey, wait. After speaking, Li Yang directly hung up the phone and walked to the window. There was a magical law flashing in his eyes, and he realized that there were countless chi machines interacting with him. This is the ability to analyze the world and can see all information related to oneself. So many killers have already sneaked into the imperial capital and even entered the vicinity of the sacred mountain. Li Yang couldn't help sighing the efficiency of these killers. If Qian Qiuyan had finished speaking, he would discover what made these killers crazy. A whole 100 drops of the core of the high-level God's Law. If Li Yang is ranked 17th on the list, then his reward for this task is indeed the first one. It even caught up to the top 10 on the bounty list. Be aware that all the tasks on the reward list are the most rewarded tasks. They are generally occupied by the Genius Must Kill, the Alien Must Kill, and several other top tasks on the list. It is extremely rare that the ranking after the top 10 appears on the top 10 bounty list itself. This also shows the value of Li Yang and how much the person offering the reward wants him to die. Li Yang didn't care, even he was a little excited, and finally he could go out to fight again. Just as he was wearing shoes, another call came from Zhou Cha. Hello, Dean Zhou, where are you? Li Yang, the second court. Huh, that's good, don't go out recently. I know, why don't you say that? I went out and ran at night, so I hang up first. Okay, I won't be long-winded when you stay at ease. After all, I will have a good rest at this late. Wait, what do you say you are going out for? Zhou Qi heard a busy tone in confusion, and Li Yang had already hung up. Only the sea-dead Zhou Qi was left in a daze. He just said he wants to go out for a night run. Damn it, isn't it? Was offered a reward to go out for a night run. Does this dislike yourself for living for too long, or is it too boring to find excitement for yourself? Have to say worry that the killer can't find you. Personally create the environment of the moon black wind and high murder night. Zhou Cha couldn't understand Li Yang's brain circuit at all, but when he came over, he immediately secretly said that it was not good. Li Yang wouldn't be too confident about himself to go out deliberately. Thinking of this possibility, Zhou Qi couldn't sit still. It was too dangerous. Sure enough, he was still a young man, and he didn't know the horror of the killer. These guys are all practicing the way of assassination. In many cases, it is possible to kill people without knowing it. As long as the time is right, a weak god-level killer can even kill a high god. Concerned about Li Yang's safety, Zhou Cha didn't care about anything, and immediately set off to find Li Yang, even if he himself was a member of the reward list. Target information: target godhead, weak god godhead, but has a reward value close to god king, and the goal is just a weak god who can leapfrog and fight. There are too many real monks. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Target family, green-skinned orcs. Reward mission: assassinate Li Yang, a student of the Nine Heavens Profound Court New Sangxiao Temple. Of course, the killers are all in the dark, but this time the movement is indeed a bit big. Reward: 100 cores of Godhead. Even if it is the evaluation of the fighting power, there are still a lot of killers, but there is no doubt that this is a huge piece of fat. It's just a leapfrog battle. It's not that they haven't done it before, and even some weak god assassins feel uncomfortable when they swell up. Identity: New Sangxiao Shrine student, student council president, honorary principal. Target location: the second court of Beishan Court. 100 cores of godheads can even make killers with high-level god strength, and even god king-level killers will look sideways. Target: Li Yang. Not only because of the generous rewards, but also because of Li Yang's strength division. Moreover, the exotic killing list is only open to killers in the lore city. This is a great opportunity. Even many killers outside the lore city are considering whether to join the lore city when facing this reward list. Just as the killers lurked outside the sacred mountain and waited, a figure slowly appeared on the deserted road at night. It was a person jogging. A killer in the grass on one side with a dog's tail grass in his mouth looked at this figure curiously. It is indeed a sacred mountain. There are still such diligent students at this late hour, and many more. This face is so familiar. Damn me, the killer's mouth grew sluggishly and the dog's tail grass in his mouth fell without noticing it. Isn't that Li Yang? He took out the photos in disbelief and compared them. Even if the night is no different to him during the day, he was a little suspicious of his eyes at this time. All ghosts know that if they are offered a reward, they can hide well. Even if it is as strong as the weekly car, it is very cautious to show up at ordinary times. This is common sense. He had already prepared for a long time to hide. But I didn't expect that when he just arrived here, he didn't even heat up the grass and the target person appeared so straight. Don't you know the news that you have been offered a reward? The killer couldn't help thinking about it, and then he accepted the explanation, otherwise how to explain the situation. But this is better. In fact, he came to try his luck. It is said that a senior god assassin has already taken over the task. In front of such a big boss, his weak killer is the background board. But is there always a dream? What if it comes true? At this time, the killer was thinking in his heart, is the lucky god looking after him? He was ready, like a cheetah, staring at Li Yang, waiting for the opportunity to attack at any time. No one told Shire Hot that your eyesight easily aroused people's disgust. Just when Li Yang ran into the attack range, the killer's attack was interrupted by a sound. What? The assassin trembled because he was talking about his goal, Li Yang. At this moment, Li Yang stood upright on the spot, looking at him with the same gaze. Greeted with this gaze, the killer suddenly had a feeling of being watched, as if everything about himself was hidden in front of these eyes. It's only weak god, too weak. As if picking vegetables, Li Yang spouted and didn't put this killer in his eyes. Damn it, I was found. Do you want to retreat? The killer didn't dare to move. The first rule of the killer, the assassination was found to be a congenital failure. An assassination pays attention to the right time and the right place, and being discovered is to lose the right person, and even in a sense, a part of the right time and place are lost. This is fatal to a killer. But at this time the arrow is on the string and he has to send it. If he retreats, he will have no chance again. No matter you. With a move of the killer's footsteps, he brought up a few flying leaves, his hands moved in the darkness, and several wind-like daggers flew towards Li Yang. Good momentum, Mr. Killer, but isn't your left hand hurt? The speed is still a bit slower, you should use your right hand. At this time Li Yang was still talking calmly, just a few sideways and heads. The 7 did not hit him, as if he had known the attack position of the 7. What? It's so easy, wait, how does he know that my left hand is hurt? However, Li Yang wouldn't answer him. He saw a faint white flame burning in his eyes with a smile in his eyes. With a movement, he suddenly stood behind the killer at a speed completely beyond common sense. Killer landed, naturally reacting to the body tilted back, but the back of her head hit Li Yang's index finger. For an instant, the body seemed to flash an electric current, and the killer rushed forward with an almost instinctive reaction speed. Good response. Li Yang made a gun with his right hand, said with a smile, and walked over like this step by step. The killer was locked by the chi machine, and as Li Yang gradually approached, his whole body was wet with cold sweat. Of course he wants to run, but his instinct tells him that no matter which direction it is, as long as he dares to move, he is dead. This Li Yang is so terrifying. In front of him he was worse than a young boy and was completely teased by applause. "Nay, Mr. Killer, how about we make a bet? As long as you can survive one move, I will let you go. Less garlic." The killer cheered himself up, but his heartbeat had already accelerated to the limit. He watched Li Yang stretch out an index finger and slowly point towards his head. Move. The moment the index finger touched the head, time and space changed instantly, and the distance between the index finger and the forehead began to lengthen. "Haha, I won." Before the words fell, the voice stopped abruptly because he saw his headless corpse. 3 meters after the head flew, it exploded as if firecrackers were put in a watermelon. Too weak, next one. Li Yang turned around and continued to jog. The headless body slowly fell to the ground behind him. Soon, the second corpse met Li Yang. Li Yang followed the mountain road all the way down the mountain, and when he ran to the foot of the mountain, he had cordially contacted dozens of killer corpse gentlemen. The landlord who gave them the heavenly arrangement respectively can be regarded as doing the best of the landlord's friendship. When I left the sacred mountain and ran towards the school, there were too many people. Just after solving a few overpowered killers, Li Yang stopped once again, but this time he saw a solemn look for the first time. A total of 7 people did not know when they had surrounded him. A young girl, an old man, a doll, a black eagle, a burly man standing beside the old man with a huge sword, a woman dressed as a maid supporting the young girl. Oh, 7 people. Li Yang stood still, the two sides looked at each other, and when they spoke, the expressions of the 7 people in front changed. The old man said, "Good eyesight." The brawny man said, "Good spirit." The girl said, "So courageous." Puppet said, "I just don't know how strong it is." Ahaha, the huge sword on the strong man's back trembled and he made a strange laugh like a human. The 7th person is the giant sword. Cracking tilde, the black hawk flapped its wings and the colors in his eyes changed. "Why don't you speak?" Li Yang didn't answer the conversation but looked at the person who looked like a maid. This sentence made the 7 people take 10 steps back in an instant. "You really are not easy." The maid put down her hand to change the support, and her momentum became domineering in an instant, and she lost her previous conniving state. "The strength of the high-level gods is so well hidden, I am afraid that many people have been trapped. Is it caused by the bell on the waist?" The burning flame in Li Yang's eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. "Kill him." The goddess king finally couldn't hold herself back and gave the order angrily. Even the other 6 people don't know this secret. She was convinced that she had not told other people, and that everyone who knew about this had already committed suicide, even her former husband and children. But now Li Yang said how she is not angry and how she is not afraid. The other 6 did not hesitate, and the girl shot a thin needle between her hands, wrapped in obscure law fluctuations. The old man took the picture and the flying eagle grabbed the puppet. The puppet changed into a strange weapon and rushed along with the strong man carrying the huge sword. Arousing combat power, engage in mouse fist. Li Yang hummed softly and entered a wonderful state in an instant. Everything around seemed to slow down, and he felt that his spiritual platform was extremely clear and bright. For flowers. At the same time, all the limitations of oneself have been liberated, and the operation of divine power and even one's own ability have got a feeling of full cooperation. His body was immersed in a thin layer of light, but his figure was as rapid as a sword. As the light flowed, he smashed the fine needles with a punch. With a step on the foot, the air wave broke through the 3-way siege, a hand probed, a high-level artifact flew out for the first time, turned around, and 3 big heads had already flown into the sky. The regular force at the scar completely killed them, even if it was a deity who was reborn with a severed limb and blood, but it was easily killed. The power of high-level laws is offset by swallowing. This scene made the goddess king's attacking pace slower, and then he turned and ran away without hesitation. If you want to obliterate the enemy's laws with your own laws, you must have your own laws stronger or stronger than others. The reason why the killer gods can quickly kill or suppress the enemy is precisely because they deeply cultivate the law of killing power, which can quickly and locally destroy the law of the enemy. The reason why the gods are immortal and immortal is because every cell in themselves is connected but not connected. Severed limbs can be born, decapitated, indestructible. Even if it is shattered, it can be resurrected by the Godhead. Of course, being beheaded will result in a coma for a certain period of time. The so-called killing is unless the Godhead is broken and consciousness is destroyed. A deity is hard to kill. But those deities whose heads were beheaded by Li Yang died, and their divine breath was burned out in an instant, as if they were eaten by something. Even the Godhead is bleak, losing vitality and turning into a better-looking stone. Maybe it can also be called a stone. It is precisely because of the deep cultivation of the method of killing that the goddess king knows the terrible hand. The previous crazy style of play was because she knew that she was difficult to kill, but at this moment, she seemed to have returned to the Nirshen period, and she would die as if she was seriously injured. In the sky of Gaia, the divine power of the deity is liberated step by step with strength. When a close god puts it down outside, he will not die, but when he put it here, he will fall down with a shot. This is the difference. The goddess king kept the secret of Ling Pin so cautiously, you can imagine how hard he was, so this time he also obeyed his heart and fled. Meishan raised, Li Yang chuckled lightly, his figure like a sword, chasing the goddess king very fast. Here is the killer base camp in the lore city that came to the imperial capital. Gong Lan is right, kill first then distribute, isn't it a joke to fight in the nest? As soon as the words of the goddess king fell, many figures suddenly appeared around them, roughly estimated to be thousands. If that's the case, why doesn't she swallow it alone but instead runs over to make you cheaper, or is she always so kind? But Li Yang didn't panic at all, even she could feel the war spirit hidden in that joking tone. As soon as the words are over, the battle begins in an instant. Why so I can't wait to disclose the secret of the ring block, and I took the initiative to find so many viewers. Escape? Dare you, fellow colleagues, he is Li Yang, kill him to get that reward. But when he ran to a valley, he stopped suddenly and turned to look at Li Yang with a smile. The God King is still the God King. Under Li Yang's hard work, he ran out of the city and fled all the way to the forest, left and right, as if he wanted to get rid of Li Yang. Another senior god killer stood up, obviously more prestigious than this goddess king. The confusion in the eyes of other people disappeared, and they looked at Li Yang again, forming a dignified atmosphere. Li Yang still looked calm and gentle, but what he said made other people's expressions change. Thank you for reading this story at Fiction Zone. Net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. HMPH, I admit that you are not easy to deal with. Come to find a helper, everyone, kill him together and discuss the reward distribution. Don't be instigated by him. Well, it looks like there is no way then. Let's get started. These killers are not comparable to ordinary gods in their application and perception of the law, and they spend more time on the perception of the law. Due to the special location of Lore City, there are even many foreign gods in it. These outland gods' perception of the law is even stronger. The first to approach Li Yang were 8 intermediate god killers. You guys should have killed many gods. Li Yang had a solemn expression, and for the first time he saw a bloodthirsty expression. His hands changed. A divine weapon halberd appeared. The divine armor on his body was dark and black, as if he had absorbed all the light. The mighty force poured in, the halberd swept across and directly shot the assassins. With a step, the ground seemed to be unable to withstand the powerful force, and the air exploded to form a wall of flying rocks, breaking a group of people's forward path. Warlords versus killers. Although there are a large number of killers, can the killers who revealed their whereabouts really gain the upper hand by virtue of their numbers? You thought you were invited to enter the urn, but the killer who lost the first opportunity, how to stop me? Li Yang mocked, halberd stabbed out one after another or patted or swept. No killer could be close to 3 meters around his body. Li Yang became Shura and killed several people in anger, and soon there were dead bodies everywhere. It is like a tiger entering a flock, fully releasing what it can do, the intention to kill, the joy of fighting. Inspired by the combat power, it is as if the real god of war descends. Whether it is power control, technology, or battlefield intuition, it is impeccable. An almost instinctive method of warfare. No eyes, no ears, only full combat, only enjoy the battlefield. Damn it! The three high-level god assassins gathered together with a cold expression, obviously preparing to use others to consume Li Yang's physical strength first. But even they were terrified for Li Yang's bravery. Even if the killer is not suitable for rushing into the battle, regardless of identity, this is also a god who specializes in law and power. The weakest of August 2-7 are weak gods, and low-level gods and middle-level gods occupy the vast majority. The target Li Yang is just a weak god, but the ability to fight against the heroes does not fall behind, and even one person suppresses these people to fight. This is really incredible. Even the three high-level gods dare not say that they can face so many deities directly. This is simply joking. At the same time, they are also chilled by the information on the intelligence. Is there a king's law? Is there any credibility? Is this the information you gave? May have the ability to fight more tiers. I might be a chicken. I believe you a ghost, you bad old man is very bad. Is this a step-by-step battle? This is obviously a kind of abusive food. Still, the better the order of abuse. The kind of torturous body without complete skin. Obviously it was a battle between gods, and being abused by Li Yang abruptly made him feel like a mortal martial artist. Because that halberd was really terrifying, it was covered with peculiar power. Once it was injured, the regenerative power that the gods were proud of, the powerful vitality seemed to disappear. If you are stabbed, you will die, and if you cut off your arm, you will lose your combat effectiveness. They will believe that this is mortal life. But these are obviously gods. That weapon is weird. Even a divine weapon can't be so terrifying. You can't kill like this anymore or something big will happen. A big deal has actually happened. In the field, Li Yang became more and more courageous in the battle. With a halberd turn, he blocked several people's attacks. At this moment, the center door opened wide. There is a flaw. All three of them are legends of killers. Aiming at an instant machine, the ultimate move can be used instantly. The surging power of the law is passed into the weapon, and it rushes straight out, just waiting for you. However, as the halberd turned, a round shield turned out to block the deadly attack, and the unmatched force drove the three people to the top, and Li Yang's figure turned again. With the help of strength, it is another big sword to get started, with impulsive strength and valor, and that strange power. If it is hit, it will not die or be disabled. At the critical moment, a senior god caught the female senior god. Defense is here. Luo. District 2 with a big knife into the meat, it was directly split in half, and with the screams the first high-level god died. Seeing the death of the high-level gods, other low-powered gods came back to their senses. What? This? How is this possible? Impossible, a high-level god was killed with a slash. At this time, the red-eyed assassins reacted, and the surrounding area was full of compatriots' flesh and blood. In a blink of an eye, how could it become the worst hell on earth in a blink of an eye? God, when was it so easy to kill? Even if this is Gaia's sky, it itself suppresses the gods, and it is impossible for people to slash and die. They are not ordinary people who are close to gods. In fact, as long as you cross the stage of opening up the realm, you can ignite the fire and become a weak god. Even in Gaia's sky world, he can cut his limbs without fear and behead his head without dying for a while. Not to mention low-level gods, middle-level gods, or even high-level gods. Even the low-level gods already have the embryonic form of the gods in the sky of Gaia. It's not the kind that ordinary people who are close to God can compare. But everything in front of me now makes people suspicious. Surprised, scared, shaking. Don't worry, there are more. Tilde ha 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 tilde. Li Yang held the sword and laughed boldly. Come on, let me fight with joy and fight with madness. Run. I don't know who said anything. Facing the domineering figure, everyone lost the thought of resistance. Run? Did you run away? Li Yang just chased them unhurriedly, occasionally hacking a few unlucky ones to death. Seeing that Li Yang didn't have the feeling of chasing, the group who ran the fastest had hope in their hearts. There was a chance, and there was a chance. However, as they ran to the mouth of the canyon, an invisible screen bounced him back. The poor strength under the fast collision made him dizzy, and also dizzy there were two people who were crushed by him. Afterwards, several figures were bounced back. How can it be? The person behind slammed the brakes, reached out to touch the invisible screen, and suddenly collapsed. Go to WAAAGH. Someone was struggling to attack, but the screen remained motionless. Behind him, the flames swept, and the blades scattered the blood and bones of a few people, and the god of death had already walked slowly. HMPH, your luck is very bad. This is the side of my coming. I just closed the door when I came, and on the other side there is no restriction. Li Yang turned the handle of the knife, pointed the tip of the knife back, and said with a smile, "Come on, let you be alive, those who cross the line live." When the knife moved, the ground cracked as if a ray of life had opened up. Ah, fight it! Finally, the desire for life made people crazy, and the killers recoiled one after another. However, Li Yang is indeed one man should be the gate, and no one can open it. When the long knife was used, the flames rushed through, and there were dozens of corpses. The law of flame and the power of belief contained in this stream of flames are extremely strong. Kill. I don't want to die, I don't want to die, ah, wow. Not enough, not enough, not enough, come and come again. Facing the crazy killer, Li Yang is indeed even crazier, pure combat intent, pure killer moves, and pure battle. Please let me go, I am not a killer, I have a token. A killer lost his weapon and searched in his arms in a panic, but threw out a pile of hidden weapons of poison and fell to the ground. Ding tilde broad noise, Li Yang didn't give a chance. With a long sword, a big head flew up. No, old third. You devil, we really aren't. Hut tilde the average thief says that he is not a thief. Ah, second child, I played it with you, just to my liking. The night breeze was faint, the eyebrows under the moon, in the mountains and forests, nearly 1,000 wreckage fell to the ground, and a figure slowly stepped out of the valley. After a while, the people who had escaped from the valley on the other side spied back and saw the appearance of hell. As he said, there is no barrier on the other side. The two high-ranking gods fled to the other side with about 50 or 60 people. Nearly 1,000 killers, except those lying on the ground, only these people survived. What a scary person. The two high-ranking gods have a close relationship. They looked at Li Yang's direction in fear, vowing in their hearts that they would never meet again in the future. At the same time, I was very angry at the person who posted the task and even the task reviewer. What kind of ghost mission is this? Isn't it clear to let them come and die? A horrible existence that can kill through nearly 1,000 assassins led by 3 high-level gods alone. The evaluation is only the possibility of a leapfrog battle. Shouldn't this be defined as a super dangerous person? Isn't it that the king of God will not accept it? If it weren't for the existence of people from other factions in these corpses, these 2 god kings would have doubted whether this was a conspiracy by rival factions. What should we do now? Converge the body, go back to life. This stronghold gave up. The mission has a big problem. I want to find out the person who posted the mission. Not killing him is not enough to calm my anger. Although the killer did this job and was destined to lick the blood, but this time the loss was too great, and it was impossible for them to really look at their compatriots in the corpse wilderness. Just as everyone converged on the pile of corpses, one person moved a corpse and saw the underground staring. Scratching and pulling it away, I saw that a stream of horror flames was being compressed and slowly shrinking, but the energy fluctuations became more and more intense. No, climb up. The assassin was so frightened that he turned around and wanted to shout, but it was too late and the explosion swept across the valley. The 2 high-level gods who were about to go back in advance had already reached the mouth of the valley, but were blown into the sky by the shocking flames. After falling, his face was gray and blood was vomited, and one of them was blown off a leg. Ah. Damn it, turning to face the valley, it was already a piece of scorched earth. The cliffs on both sides of the valley were trampled on, completely burying everything. This damn its demon actually used this kind of killer move. It is simply not a son of man. At this moment, the demon turned to look at the fireworks and smiled. Although you are killers, the wilderness is not good. Alas, I am really kind and I still want to cremate and bury you. After watching the fireworks cremation show, Li Yang turned around and prepared to leave, but his eyes met. It was a pair of delicate eyes, with familiar eyebrows and a touch of nobleness like a princess. The youngest daughter of the Jade Emperor, the one who came to the second court last time, but she looked very gentle and didn't talk to Li Yang. Hello. The two looked at each other in silence for a long time. Li Yang broke the embarrassment and spoke. I'm not good, I can't sleep because of the noise, and some people blow up the valley of my fief. The tender voice like a lark is intoxicating even if it is angry. Ah, your valley is a killer den. Of course, I know that it was used to seduce the killer so that we can monitor and understand the intelligence, but it was ruined by you and several internal agents died. Forehead. Li Yang recalled that there seemed to be a few people who said they were not killers, but who would believe it at that time? So he didn't blush and said, no, no one said it during the fight. Perhaps it ran away, but you are hopeless if you blow up the valley. Really? Li Yang twitched the corner of his mouth. In fact, there were indeed some undercover agents who ran out, but they were bombed to death when they came back to collect their bodies. According to the evening news, there should be 3 god kings in the valley. I am curious how you came out unscathed. Should you not report your name before asking a question, even if you are a princess? The princess just looked at Li Yang and it took a long time before she spoke. My name is Zhang Yaling and the title is Gao Ling, you should know me. Actually, I don't know. Zhang Yeling's calm mood finally changed. You anyway, you blow up my fief and lose money. Don't talk nonsense, I'm just going to destroy the killer den. Yes, there are just this 4-3, I will offend you and wait. I will see how my father scolds you later. If I lose this princess's money, I may be able to intercede for you, otherwise you will just die. Fell you, but are you sure you want to threaten me now? Li Yang suddenly took a step forward and the two faces were almost attached to each other. When Li Yang did this, Princess Gao Ling was so scared that she shut her mouth and backed away in fear. Go, wait, the night is quiet, lonely man and widow, wild forest. Li Yang's eyes become dangerous. Thank you for reading this story at Fiction Zone. Net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. I am someone who has a little girlfriend. Li Yang pressed hard step by step, and soon Princess Gao Ling was forced to lean against a big tree. Just you, so are you. A soft cough made the two of them stand still for an instant, and then Li Yang stepped back in a thunderous manner, and even slammed the ground where they were standing on the ground with force. It's no wonder that I didn't say a word in the second court before. It is estimated that my parents did not dare. Now that the night is quiet, my nature is exposed. Li Yang took a half step back. Did you pretend your feelings just now? The person here is indeed Moonlight seemed to be quiet, putting a light coat on the two of them. How could this spit out words like a machine gun? Li Yang, who wanted to tease her, was stunned at this time. I can't help it. Damn, I'm going to suffer, but I got caught for molesting the princess. But this kind of princess made Li Yang feel that this is the real thing. Just when the two of them looked at each other and instinctively wanted to take a step closer, cough, cough. You. Have a good time. You, what do you want to do? Don't mess around, I'm a princess, you have to dare to mess around, I just. Li Yang looked at the people coming but saw Qiang Xiao standing on the side of the treetop with a smile. Zhang Yaling made a big red face and gave Li Yang a pretty blank look. Do you believe in scaring her? Li Yang raised his hands, and it was also rare to become a little red. How did F***CK come from Qiang Xiao? This is the sister of Jade Emperor and Zhang Yeling's aunt. Do you think I should believe it? Qiang Zhu didn't seem to be angry but jokingly said, It doesn't matter if I believe it or not, but I have to believe it. The clothes at home have not been confiscated, so let's go now, bye. Li Yang slapped his spirits and immediately found an excuse to slip away. The speed went straight to 300 miles and disappeared after the smoke slipped. Hey you, it's a bit fast. Even Qiang Xiao was exploded by Li Yang in an instant. Is this really the speed a weak god should have? However, going back to the situation in Wind Valley. Immediately afterwards, Qiang Xiao and Zhang Yaling went to the battered Huifeng Valley. Sure enough, I was blown up. This power spray without the help of external force, the high-level god's full strength is nothing more than that. Gaia's sky is no better than the outside world. Even if it is a high-level god, it is extremely rare to blow up valleys. The surprises Li Yang has given them are really endless. Before long, some people who were alarmed by the movement here drove over. Who destroyed the return to Wind Valley? Zhou Qi hadn't reacted yet, just thinking that Li Yang's danger was temporarily relieved. Li Yang? What? It was Li Yang who did it. Damn it. Zhou Qi also directly exploded the swearing. In his eyes, he should have hidden the protected person. 23 actually the initiator of this incident? Wait, do you mean Li Yang lives in a whole assassin base alone? He is just a weak god. Qiang Xiao, Zhang Yaling, everyone. It always feels like you have a suspicion of pretending to be. No, I admit that he is very strong in the battle of God, but this is also incredible. There are 2 flowers, one on each. Li Yang, who quickly fled from the front of the valley, quickly ran back to the dormitory. This should be able to shock them. When he learned that he was offered a reward, Li Yang's first reaction was not to hide but to take the initiative. Shining his fangs, shaking his body, let these people know what it means to not be crooked. Want to kill him. Let's consider whether you can do it first. Maybe I won't find it. After closing the door, Li Yang looked outside, not afraid of the killer but Zhang Yaling and others. After all, this matter is not easy to explain. Li Yang really just wanted to scare this young lady. He didn't expect to be hit by someone. This is a big deal. Even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he couldn't clean it. But it looks really enchanting, I almost can't bear it. Li Yang sighed, and Li Yang took off his clothes and took a shower, fighting all the way and rushing over, sweating and sticky. Just when Li Yang was taking a bath comfortably, Qiang Xiao and others were investigating, far away from the forest in Huifeng Valley. The 2 surviving senior god assassins were changing hands and fleeing together. At this moment, the sound of 7 poems rang out. Hey, you why? The assassin who had broken his leg was sneak attacked by another assassin, and the poisonous poison that could corrode the divine power spread rapidly, making him unable to move, and he could only vomit a mouthful of blood. HMPH, you belong to the Lika family. Why don't you kill if you have this opportunity? I'm in trouble with you. Hey, I'm still careless. The broken leg killer fell unwillingly, struggling to breathe, and was finally poisoned to death with a blue-purple poison spreading on his body. Li Yang. I will come back. After killing the broken leg killer, the man once again looked back in the direction of Fenggu in resentment. The stronghold they had been operating for a long time was bombed, and almost all of them were killed. Many of the assassins were responsible for the collection of a lot of important information on the Imperial capital side. Even assassinations for some important tasks, but now all are gone. All missions are gone, and it may take more time to re-establish such a huge assassination net. And these are all brought by Li Yang. No, there is the damn guy who posted the mission. This senior god squeezed his fist. He was about to smash the damn client's body. After the shower, Li Yang came out refreshed, wearing pajamas, holding a cup of tea in his hand, and strolling to the backyard pavilion. It's really leisurely to drink tea after killing people, speaking terrifying words with a pleasant expression. After watching the moon and blowing wind, he wandered back and closed the doors and windows to sleep. Early the next morning, Li Yang was woken up by the system prompt. Congratulations to the host, the Terminator armor is complete, and all Demon's soldiers have been transformed. Use templates Extreme Fighters. Late, after the transformation, you are the ultimate fighter again. How much do you like the Smurfs in the system? Li Yang got up in a drag and got into the virtual machine. Ancient Sage World Mazu Square. At this time, the billion demon Terminator warriors were standing straight there, silently, like robots waiting for orders. Yes, not bad. Li Yang's figure appeared, and he nodded as he looked at the neat army. I have been watching the chaotic army of the Orcs, and seeing such a uniform team this time, it is inevitable that my eyes will shine. Wherever the 1 billion Terminator armor stands, the terrifying murderous intent and fighting will also change the colors of the world. Thunders are constantly emerging in the sky, dark clouds cover the sun, and the sky and the earth are constantly moving. When the thunder fell, the tall body of the extreme warrior would form a dark shadow, but the red light at the eyes was even more dazzling. All villains. Nothing wrong, God. Li Yang appeared and all the extreme fighters knelt down neatly and uniformly, and the slogans were unified as if they were shouted by one person with a shocking aura. Good, good, good. In an instant, Li Yang got goosebumps, so cool. Although the Orcs were absolutely loyal to him, they would not do such things. It was as if at that moment Li Yang felt a sense of power. Not bad. Facing these 7 or 8 meter giant mechas, Li Yang couldn't help thinking how many extreme fighters can kill a monster. Forget it, those guys have chosen their opponents, and it's better to go to the Star Zone to see the blood first. Li Yang felt that he had to set up a guard. The original Orcs were too chaotic, even the so-called militarized style of the WAAAGH clan was barbaric. In fact, the militarization of the WAAAGH clan is not taking shape at present. It's just that under the leadership of WAAAGH, these Orcs know how to cooperate more and their daily routines are more standardized. Compared with the extreme warrior Terminator, it was turned into a slag in seconds. The demon beasts are handsome, but they are not civilized. Of course, Li Yang can open their minds for them, but these monster beasts that look awesome and coaxing will be instantly beaten back to their original form as soon as they soar into the sky of Gaia. The mountain and river turtle will be compressed into the size of an ordinary Brazilian turtle, the phoenix will become a sparrow, and the kunpeng will become a carp. The power was suppressed very powerfully, so I wouldn't be domineering when I went up. As for the other races, well, Li Yang really didn't like it. The monster army is good, but it's someone else's, but look now. Terminator clan, this is the full Terminator, loyal, strong, and handsome. This is the best choice for the guardian of the temple. In the future, his guard of honor will be confirmed. Star Zone World Mars Zone. The scale of the war continues to expand, and it has been broadcast from the Ring of Fire to other nearby regions. The speed of the war is unbelievable. Even if they have sufficient firepower, a large number of high-end combat power, and even master a large number of killing methods centered on the psionic kid. Orcs continue to appear, and the psionic kid who wants to capture is getting stronger and stronger. You can only rely on several great magisters to quickly lock the target and collectively use forbidden magic to suppress. But as the psionic kid gets stronger, the efficiency of this method decreases. The price to be paid for each capture of a psionic kid is increasing. But the Orcs keep coming. 827 even if there is God Slaughter who is constantly suppressing the Orcs' planetary battle cry, as long as one battle cry succeeds, nearby enemies will suffer a fatal blow. Weiss, immediately lead your troops to attack the 975Q area, where where another orc moon appeared. Yes, the spacecraft entered the jumping node and it happened to collide with the orc moon. A spear god was dancing with a spear and the light pierced the orc moon, temporarily suppressing it. Star Destroyer launched. The scorching light pierced the surface of the orc planet like a spear of God. Soon, like dissolving, a large number of explosions began to appear on the entire orc moon, and eventually the flames swallowed everything, and the orc moon exploded and disappeared, completely becoming the ruins of the universe. Report, the attack has been completed. It's just a pity that the originally prosperous star area has gone through a lot of glass burning and has become extremely barren, and there is no life planet for a moment. Yes, wait for the God or Star Destroyer team to arrive and continue to burn the glass. At the same time, they launched suicide tactics and sent second-level or third-level slave troops. Once they found traces of the orcs, they were entangled to their lives. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Burn the glass directly and blast everything that appears into cosmic dust. They can rely on this quick positioning of the target, and the fast and highly mobile gods will rush to suppress them to prevent the moon from making a battle cry. Then dispatched a star-killing team to quickly support with firepower that can blow up planets. In short, it will explode as soon as the orc is found. Blow him upside down, they are called the Sky Eye. The Sky Eye can quickly detect gravitational and even energy fluctuations and mark them on the huge map of the star area. Yes, wait, the F-79Q area has. Such scenes are staged in the stellar zone every day. Together, these gods gather high-tech talents to create a huge machine that can monitor the special gravitational fluctuations of the entire battlefield. Because the orc moon will produce a lot of gravitational turbulence when it appears. Relying on this tactic, they succeeded in regaining control of most of the Ring of Fire and pushed out the orcs step by step. Okay, go back to the team immediately. Warning, warning, someone tried to break through the gene sequence of the orc and has automatically used the power of faith to get rid of it. Just when Li Yang was about to talk about the pre-war mobilization, the system's prompt sound made his face sink suddenly. F*CK, that spicy chicken dare to do this kind of thing. Today you were born, and I gave you the organization of the Imperial Guard, the ultimate battle regiment, which is divided into 10 main armies. Each regiment has one commander and 2 deputy commanders, each with a number of 100 million. Each army is divided into 10 regiments, each with 10 million people, with 1 main regiment and 2 deputy regiments. Each regiment has 10 more titles, each with 1 million people and the same establishment. There are 20 people in each team, and all the genetic seeds from you will be recovered. Because of the orc gene, Li Yang gave a series of orders. Scrap. Exist. You temporarily lead the army and attack directly. I think you should have a list of them. According to the original establishment, first confirm the temporary leader, according to the combat contribution, and then formally accept your destiny based on the combat achievements after the battle is over. You have 3 days to prepare. Yes, God, I want to go too. Motion Boy jumped on the side, obviously wanting to intervene. You come with me first, good mouth. Li Yang turned and entered the space channel. Motion Boy immediately followed, and after watching the two leave, Moki turned to face the Billion Terminator. First, he swallowed and slapped himself before speaking. He admitted that in the face of this terrifying army, even he was terrified by the momentum. Warriors, you have been approved by God. Now let us prepare to face our first battle. For God, tell me, what do you believe in? Glory, loyalty, mission. What is your glory? Kill the enemy. Who are you loyal to? God, what is your mission? Open up the frontiers and expand the land and die in battle. War, war, war. As soon as he came to the constellation world, Li Yang saw his position through the gods. Inside the Fireball Star, on an asteroid, a group of newborn orcs were suppressed by a bunch of gods. They were observing the orcs, and at the same time they set up laboratories to continuously dissect and analyze the orcs. This gene is so strange that it has 2 different spiral genes. The genes of these orcs seem to cover everything about the orcs, and an ordinary orc can give birth to a race. What a terrible race. Strange, why can't I parse it? It's protected, damn it. In the laboratory, scientists and magicians coexist just to study orcs. Their deity was very interested in this kind of creature and ordered a death order to research it out. It's really hard to change. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. Li Yang launched a world analysis and found that there are more than 20 gods hiding in the star world, and they all exist in real bodies. Maybe it is to have confidence in his own strength, or it may be to learn more about the orcs. After Lao Jin said, they also became interested in this terrifying creature. Powerful development power, terrifying reproduction power, this is undoubtedly the most perfect warfare species. The high-end combat power is a bit less, but it's enough. They are more godly here, but it's not because they are gathered together. What's more, they have been in development for many years. In terms of the foundation, the orcs will only have a few decades of development time. The stronger the strength of any creature, the slower it becomes stronger. Even if it is the orc, the slower it will be. What they fancy is the terrifying reproductive ability of the orcs. This kind of terrifying race, even if it is full of pan-believers, produces extremely terrifying belief power. Now they somewhat understand why Li Yang has developed so quickly. If they have this kind of race, even pigs can fly to the sky with endless power of faith. After confirming that the gods were all present, Li Yang was not in a hurry. I saw an immeasurable white light burst out of him, and the gentle light slowly shone into the universe. Bai Guang climbed onto the barriers of the world, slowly wrapping the whole world and isolating everything. Research, this will be your last breathing time. Li Yang didn't take the first shot, but instead isolated the world, which made these gods become a catch in the urn. At the same time, he also wanted to try to see if the genes of the orcs could be copied. Warning, warning, the orc gene has been cracked and has automatically used faith energy to block it. Warning, warning, the orc gene has been cracked and it has been automatically used to block it. Warning, warning, the orc gene has been cracked and has automatically used faith energy to block it. Warning, warning, the orcs' genes have been cracked and they have automatically used beliefs to stop them. The system reminder sounds constantly. Each time it consumes a lot of faith power, but compared with the faith power supplemented by the birth of the orcs, it is not enough. Motion Boy has already entered the battlefield of the Star Zone. He is incarnate as a low-key warrior and his attack is very sharp and low-key. Of course, this is compared to other gods. Motion Boy is more like a knight, relying on his fists and feet to attack, but it is surprisingly effective. At this moment, he happened to be facing a sword god. Hey, the little doll from there can actually move in the starry sky. The sword god was very interested in what the demon boy had shown, and he looked at it with his sword in his hand. Late-night big guys are also very strong. Those rubbish fights are not fun. Let me meet you, Xiaoi. Motion Boy's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of the sword god, his fist pierced. Although the moves were simple, the sword god did scare his hair straight up, and he felt the danger on his fist. He hurriedly raised his sword to block, his fist collided with the giant sword, and the horrible force knocked the sword god out and hit a spaceship. Shoe so strong, a mouthful of old blood was spit out. The sword god put away his contempt and raised his sword to oppose the demon boy. Haha, know that Xiaoi is amazing. Looking for death. The sword spirit on the sword god swelled, the giant sword swept straight, and the extremely powerful force crushed the spaceship under his feet and rushed straight forward with a terrifying murderous aura. The magic way is not heaven. The endless magical energy floated from the motion boy, and the magical might secretly converged with the heaven and the earth, turning into a magic pupil, as if God opened his eyes and the turbulent light burst through the sky. Two terrifying forces collided, detonating the surrounding space, and all the nearby battleships exploded, whether it's the orcs or the enemies. After the light dissipated, the two separated. You still have two things, then look at me. The magic sky swallows the sea. The devil chi gushes out again, slowly transforming into a terrifying giant fish covering the sky and the sun. The giant fish opened its big mouth, as if to swallow the world, biting towards the sword god. Damn it, how can orcs have such a god? The sword god shed a few drops of cold sweat. They didn't think about whether the orcs belonged to the gods, and even Lindo and Gurangi were regarded as the gods of the orcs. But the little red child in front of him couldn't fight the orcs in any way. Moreover, the strength is still terrifying, and the attack is in harmony with the heaven and the earth, as if the rules of the heaven and the earth follow by nature. The blow just now was his full strength, but he didn't expect that this little boy didn't seem to have consumed it, so he changed hands and made a new move. Come and help me. In order to save his life, the sword god still saved his face and shouted towards the void. At the same time, he raised his full power, cut several swords and chopped several cracks in the huge fish face, but the fish face still rushed. At the moment of crisis, a terrifying spear light finally crossed the space, blocking the carp phantom, and several super fireballs detonated. It looks like you were beaten up badly. Zhao Fitness Ying walked out of the void, stretched out his hand, and the spear flew back into his hand using a few beautiful spears. You also have time to ask for help. Stop talking nonsense. Did you deliberately slow down the time? No, I don't know why the opening of the space channel has slowed down. Stop farting, I don't believe it. Okay, solve this problem first. A graceful woman shook her feather fan, frowned, and looked into the smoke. Ahahaha, okay, finally let me find you. The smoke and dust dissipated, but he saw Motion Boy with tears in his eyes and he was waiting for it. I was born with a big butt by Demon Bead. When I arrived in the ancient sage world, I didn't say I was beaten with Li Yang, and I had to be careful even when I went out. Almost folded in the hands of those horrible creatures, usually either serving tea or water or mopping the floor to clean, finally let him wait until he is a weaker opponent than himself. I, the devil boy, want to fight 10. Motion Yanwu. The demon energy surged, the demon flame burned the sky, and the huge demon flame giant bird spread its wings and soared. But as soon as it appeared, the surrounding battleship wreckage was burned by the extremely high temperature, as if the sun is coming down. Although the Motion Boy has been abused, his talent is surprisingly terrifying as a creature born from the will of heaven. In addition, there is a natural affinity for the rules of heaven and earth. Although they were born in the low-level fantasy world, they are obsessively observing the terrifying creatures of the ancient sage world. Create your own magical spells, transform the phantoms of terrifying creatures through magical energy, and give birth to coherent forces through their own laws. Ready to meet the enemy. Money is Zhao, it's going. Coming to fight, Motion Boy alone dominates the 5 gods, completely detonating the war in the star area. The bosses such as Gurengi and Lindo also faced their enemies, fists and hammers, roars of battle, and the orcs marched against the sky of artillery, and the battle line entered a state of stalemate. At this moment, a space crack quietly appeared over the orc-studying planet in the Ring of Fire. A small spacecraft flew out from the inside, the space crack disappeared, and the small spacecraft continued to fly towards the experimental planet. There has always been the gaze of the gods and even the deities here, and they were discovered as soon as they approached the planet. Who? Stop! A god appeared in front of the spaceship, staring at the small spaceship with cold eyes. Don't stop, just destroy it. A palm shot, thunder and lightning raged and instantly burst the spaceship. What's this? I do not know. Just when the gods were puzzled, there was a scream in the laboratory. A figure flickered and appeared in the experimental area. The tall body was 7 or 8 meters tall, like a huge and terrifying mecha. As soon as it appeared, a terrifying fire attack was poured out, and a laboratory was quickly blown up with extremely fast strike force, and then disappeared. At the same time, 20 strongholds suffered a devastating blow. The same figure with a neat means blows everything up when it goes away and disappears with the flames just like Shura and like a ghost. What's the matter? The experimental base has been hit. The opponent is very fast, suspected of mastering small-scale transmission technology, and is very strong. The goal is decisive and clear, and it will leave with a single blow. Attention, all be on alert. The gods landed quickly, and each entered the huge laboratory to guard, looking at everything in the laboratory with scorching eyes. This is where the gods especially confessed, but they dare not make mistakes. But the enemy seemed to disappear after smashing dozens of small strongholds. I waited for a long time and didn't show up again. It ran away. Then the thunder god frowned. It shouldn't be, judging from the strength of the opponent. How can he also have the strength of the 8th level? It shouldn't be the right thing to think. Doing anything has its purpose. If more than a dozen tier 8 existences came over just to destroy a few small strongholds, he would never believe it. Just when he was puzzled, the cry for help broke his thoughts. Help a lot? Ah. A resident god only had time to sound the alarm and disappeared. Damn it! The thunder deity turned into thunder and quickly arrived at the scene of the incident amidst the rumbling sound. I only saw the corpses of the experimenters in one place. The cages holding the orcs were all opened, and a group of orcs were venting their anger at the corpses. These little guys have been torturing them and piercing them with needles. I have long been unaccustomed to them. Humph. Thor was angry and the terrifying thunder and lightning swept through, smashing all the orcs that ran out into coke. At this time, several gods arrived one after another. Where is Rock Mountain? It's gone, but judging from the voice, it should be horrible. Take the body away. Who did it when he fell to the ground, and he broke into the laboratory so quickly, he can quickly kill the gods who are good at defensive power. Could it be that the assassination system 827 is not a god? The gods discussed and began to check the traces on the spot. Very clean and tidy. Basically, it was a single kill, stab wounds, gunshot wounds, and hot melt weapons. This is a fist mark, blasting a giant metal gate with bare hands. Ianshin should have fought with them, but it ended quickly. There were at least 7 or 8 people looking at their footprints. Footprints are very deep, so big, is it impossible for giants? No, the depth of introduction is very shallow and the other party's weight should not be heavy. Wait, what sound? Thor keenly heard some sounds and the people around him instantly became quiet. Tick to tick. No, go back. Thor instantly turned into lightning and wanted to rush out, but it was too late. The hot melt bombs in hidden corners of the base were detonated at the same time. The heat flow swept across the entire base like a volcanic eruption, and a beam of lightning was blown out, blasting a deep pit on the ground. Wow, puff, damn it's B ***** D, don't let me catch you. Thor angrily fell on the ground. But I was very upset in my heart. Since so many bases had been bombed before, it should be suspected if they were not bombed this time. The other party deliberately released the Orcs to create chaos, and they were anxious to check the situation and look for clues, and they would inevitably be deceived. If it weren't for his cautious and suspicious nature, and he noticed the abnormality at the last minute, he would be guaranteed by such a terrifying hot melt that the bombed bones would be gone. Such a terrifying temperature, even the body of a god could not bear it, and the power of the explosion, if it weren't for the edge of the last moment, it was an elemental state. I am afraid that he will also lose his fighting ability at this time. Suddenly Thor's heart burst into death and a crisis emerged. He leaned back almost instinctively, but his nose was wiped off by a terrifying attack. What person? See dead? But the attack was not over yet. After this attack, dozens of consecutive attacks came from various tricky angles. The bullets containing terror power can not only break through his body, but the power attached to it will also organize the divine power in his body to repair itself. If you are hit, you will really be injured for a while. If you are killed, you will really die if you don't have time to recover. He struggled to avoid, posing in various strange poses, but in the end he was hit by 3 bullets. The first bullet hit his right leg, making him unbalanced, and then the second bullet pierced his chest. Before his consciousness dissipated, the third bullet pierced his head. Thor fall. Report the target has been killed, it's over. Receive the team. In the mountains and forest in the distance, dozens of white lights flickered. How come my god died so much suddenly? I also have a god dead. Lindo is pinned down, the red boy is also fighting, and the enemy has new gods. Impossible. God must carry the breath of God, and it is impossible for us to be unaware of it. It's impossible to kill under the gods. It's an experimental planet. Go and see. Everyone go slowly. Just when the gods sensed that something was wrong and wanted to leave, a sound of hidden murderous intent sounded around them, and a white translucent space enveloped them. Who? I found that you are really good at asking, won't you wait to see for yourself? Li Yang's figure appeared outside the transparent cover, looking at them with a strange look. The look made them tremble, like a hunter looking at prey, like a predator looking at things, and like looking at a dead person. That look made them feel terrified. Li Yang. Lao Jin was the first to recognize it. His eyes were fiery and he wanted to rush out. What? But he was bounced back when he hit the white cover. I advise you not to resist and enjoy this last time. I invite you to watch a movie. You made it yourself, the last movie. Stinky boy, fine death. A brawny god with a fierce personality exploded all at once and blasted out with a punch. But the white mask is like the strongest substance in the world, and it seems to be separated from the endless space. His attack is absorbed first and then all rebound. The brawny man was uncomfortable when he was hurt by his own fist strength. When others saw it, they all shot, but they were all bounced back. They glanced at each other and suddenly felt a coldness rushing into their brains. They are locked up. I don't believe you can cover me with this shit. A deity who is good at space with a stroke tore the space inside the list. But before he could enter, the void matter scattered in the space crack made him retreat quickly, and at the same time closed the space crack he opened. He who didn't believe in evil once again opened a space crack, still the same as before. After opening several space doors in a row, even one of them was hurt by the void matter before dodge. This man stopped his movements in despair. What have you done? It's very simple, isn't it? Of course the cover can't cover you, but I can weaken the level of space in the cover. I advise you not to overuse divine power. I don't care if the entire space falls into the void and is eaten. Li Yang said with a smile. You also need a lot of faith and divine power to maintain this thing. I don't believe you can hold it. If it works, you will know if you try it. The friendly system, even if you don't do anything, the spatial level will become weaker and weaker until it is completely broken and throws you into the latitude of void. Don't be impulsive, what he said is true. The person who lived next to the space god Lamara as a space god, he knew that Li Yang was not lying. He opened the space door several times in a row, and the door was bigger than once, and the void matter was more than once, but he used less and less strength. The last time he could actually avoid it, it was because he felt that the surrounding space became weaker and weaker, and he was a step slower because he was afraid of making a bigger hole. Then what to do? Now we can only use our divine power to reinforce the space. What isn't that? The other person did not go on, but what he wanted to express was already clear. If they consume divine power, they are out there and they may not be able to beat Li Yang. Despicable guy used this shameless trick, Lao Jin said angrily as if he had suffered a lot. You say that I'm like a villain, but as a defeated man who was picked up and begged for mercy, do you think I can't beat you? Li Yang smiled. He found this old metal white-eyed wolf, unable to see the reality, immersed in his own world. It feels that everyone has to follow his ideas. What is wrong is that others are wrong and self-righteous. F***ck Layazi, a protagonist who has a system, never thought about it that way. Since you think I was a sneak attack, then I will fight you upright. Li Yang walked into the army without hindrance. Attack! In an instant, everyone attacked Li Yang, but what made them desperate was that a small white slaughter enveloped Li Yang and all attacks were blocked. At the same time, the cover enlarged and swallowed Lao Jin in. Now Li Yang and Lao Jin are alone in the same cover. Just when Lao Jin was slaughtered, cracks began to appear in the space around them and void matter gushed out. There are also a few super magical skills and artifacts of the power of Chuhuo. It is no exaggeration to say that he is not afraid of facing the God King or even the newly promoted God King, and he can even kill the newly promoted God King. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. In addition, more and more orcs were born and more deaths. Not only did he have a lot of faith, but his divine power and body were greatly strengthened. Divine King, but a group of people at the apex of strength in each divine kingdom. No, stop the cracks in the space, or we will all fall into the void. He should also be afraid, not only because he was taken over by Li Yang, but also because of Li Yang's murderous aura. You don't come over, damn it. Even high-level gods are the existence that Lao Jin wants to admire. But before he came here, a person had killed thousands of gods abruptly, many of them intermediate gods and even a high-level god. P.S. By the way, no one finds that I have quietly restored the 4D update again. Blow, you see, I said don't mess around, you will suffer if you are not obedient. After speaking, he looked at Lao Jin, who was shrinking in the corner like a frightened bird. Now, it's time for the two of us to practice. As a middle-level god, Lao Jin felt like a mortal saw a tiger. His body instinctively felt fear and trembling. The God King is not a Huxia cabbage. The Nine Heavens profound court is so big, there are only a few dozen God Kings on the bright side. In addition, there was a period of crazy reading, and it was still going to be, but there was a kind of bookishness in the body. Before Li Yang was a fledgling, although he killed Mo, Yuechen, Chaos, and other gods, but in general his murderous aura was not obvious. Now his body and the quality of his divine power are completely comparable to the pinnacle of a high-level god. Although they were clamoring, they didn't dare to make jokes about their lives. Now that he doesn't look at the level of the godhead at all, what Lao Jin shows is only because of his own instinct. Face powerful creatures and face the fear of possible death. This is the most essential fear. At this time, this intermediate god is worse than a mortal. Didn't you want me to single out? Why are you afraid? Since I know I'm afraid, I should run away obediently when I let you go. Isn't it an intermediate world so greedy and want to study my orcs? In this case, how can I keep you? Li Yang walked towards Lao Jin step by step, although her tone was gentle, as if she was chatting with a friend, but the murderous aura that gradually spread from her body was just like the essence. Wait, I was wrong, I was really wrong, please let me go. Wrong? You are right, the battle plane is what the gods should do, you are not wrong, but you shouldn't stretch your hands on me, it will kill you. After Li Yang finished speaking, he stopped being wordy, stepped directly out, kicked Lao Jin, kicked him into the palm, and hit his throat with a kick before falling. 1. The throat was pressed, and Lao Jin couldn't get blood out of his chest, so he could only pull Li Yang's feet with a flushed face, trying to create a little breathing space for himself. The deity who should have escaped from this low-level behavior in the face of death, after all, made the instinctive reaction that the human race would have. Look, you are not an individual either. Li Yang sighed softly, poured in divine power, and directly stomped the space behind Lao Jin. Void matter gushed out, swallowing Lao Jin completely. Li Yang, you must not die. Lao Jin was dragged by the void, and the pain of being swallowed made him howl and scream, and eventually he could only die under the curse. Li Yang let go of his foot and stepped back a few steps. Even he didn't want to be contaminated with nothingness, at least not now. Although he had briefly fallen into the void when burning the first world, but at that time he had the power of the first fire that used the soul of God as the short-term fuel. Now it's just a pure body, he doesn't dare to die. It's not going to die. Those enemies I killed will probably think so too, but unfortunately I'm still alive. Li Yang sneered at this, wanting him to die. The dead can't make him die. We concede defeat. We are all fooled by Lao Jin. Please let us go and we will leave immediately. Witnessing Lao Jin being exiled by Li Yang into the void, the other gods were also panicked. If Li Yang also came to them, who could bear it? So they also began to intercede. Acknowledge. Ha 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 ha, that won't work. You play the game. How to end it is up to me. Li Yang laughed and walked out, completely ignoring their begging for mercy. If an apology is useful, what else should the law do? In the Gaia sky, Li Yang still treats people kindly, but when he goes outside and becomes an enemy, he will spare no effort to fight back. Everyone is a deity, and in the open world, they play territory by their own ability. You don't break the rules first. Since I was beaten out, just retreat. Even if you secretly come back and evacuate him, Li Yang will just open one eye and close one eye. But you are still pulling people in to start the war again, and you still want to study my orcs. I'm sorry, I'm angry, and there is no second chance. Li Yang is like this. People don't offend me, I don't offend people. If people offend me, I will kill people. Stop arguing. Isn't it okay to watch the play well? Although these people are not sons of man, Li Yang still likes to fight against God. God versus God, family members and family members. What kind of style will it be if it is chaotic? What's the use of family members? Well, don't say I bully you. As long as your family can persist in the next war for a year without dying, how about I let you go? Real? Certainly. Good, I agree. The gods looked at each other and immediately agreed to come down. Even a few eyes became high, perhaps in their opinion. Li Yang was still scared after all, so he proposed this condition and gave himself a step down. And is Li Yang really scared? In fact, almost all wars now revolve around the Ring of Fire. This is true whether it is the main force of the enemy or the main force of the orcs. The Ring of Fire star area seems to be the core of the battlefield, where the attention of enemies and orcs is placed here. As long as the tripod is completely set here, then the war will almost be announced for a short period of time. Why is it short? Because the orcs will quickly occupy a large number of planets in the universe during this period of time and hatch more orcs. They will only fall into more terrifying wars. But Li Yang didn't want to wait anymore. He wanted to succeed in the first battle. The bet wins, directly blasting these gods. Why not kill now? Of course it is, because the war is too boring to have some fun. And the confidence of those gods is that they have the confidence to stick to it for a year. In fact, with the strength of the orcs today, it really may not be able to be defeated within a year. The veteran orcs are in a bitter battle, and the new orcs are cannon fodder. The orcs once fought and retreated, and even under the blow of the gods, the pressure of the orc bosses was even greater. WAAAGH was almost beaten to make a reform. Basically, most of the orc bosses who are still active on the battlefield have been replaced with machines. Although there was no horrible transformed orc like Lindo, all of them were disabled. Even many boss-level combat attritions. The newborn orcs can only be cannon fodder and die to death under the blow of the enemy's powerful firepower and the psionic boys' tactics. The battle moon was also targeted and could not be controlled. It can be said that the orcs are completely at a disadvantage in this war, but it's right to think about it. After all, it is an army united by dozens of gods, and the orcs are already powerful enough to fight. The most important thing was the lack of high-end combat power. If there is a high-end combat power that can drag or kill the enemy's advanced combat power, it will suppress the enemy's targeted artillery fire. Then the endless orc boy can drown the entire fireball star area with one sip. What those gods rely on is that Li Yang's development time is low, the foundation is insufficient, and the high-end combat power is lacking. Really, when you open up, is it so easy to be cultivated by God? This has several major requirements for the talents, xinxing, comprehension, and even resources of the race individual. Unless you Li Yang, how can you get so many gods in a short time? But do the orcs really have no high-end combat power? Not really, but the demons have it. The billion Terminator is ready to go. Terminators are indeed not considered to be gods, but as long as they kill them to be gods. Rank can represent many things, but there are always exceptions to everything. How can the 8th tier Terminator kill God? Li Yang is said to be abused by several levels. Of course, this is a small number of cases, but unfortunately, a small number of cases still exist, and they are about to happen to this group of greedy, hapless guys. For flowers. There is even a small team that has entered the Star Zone world ahead of time and is carrying out the clearance and suppression experiment plan. That's right, what happened on the experimental planet was exactly what the Terminator team did. Li Yang's move to contain these deities is also to ensure that these frenzied deities will attack the Terminator. This is his imperial army, the guard of the temple. How can it be abandoned by the old B******** D here? Li Yang fully believes that these old immortals will take action, such as Lao Jin who has died into scum. This has a criminal record. As long as 1 billion Terminator joins the battlefield, the battle will change drastically. 1 billion is actually very small when placed on this battlefield that has developed into a conflict of hundreds of billions of scale. But whoever it is, 1 billion 8th rank is definitely an extremely terrifying force. And this is an 8th order force that is equipped with horror, tactical horror, and horrible strength. In short, everything is terrifying and can even kill gods. In fact, the Terminator is not suitable for frontal combat, but for flexible maneuvering and destroying important targets. And the Terminator itself can deal tons of damage. It's really a waste of platooning together. Except for the dazzling faces and being handsome in the military parade, the Terminator armors gathered together are simply magical. Of course, the Terminator gathered together is naturally extremely terrifying. It's just that if they are scattered and used as special troops, they will play a stronger role. 1 billion Terminator can be divided into 50 million teams according to a team of 20 people. Used to strike the enemy's firepower and assassinate local commanders, it's perfect for being a god. If you encounter a squad and you can't handle it, multiple squads can also act together. As a believer of Li Yang, Mazu is not like an orc. With the joint efforts of Moki and Li Yang, they have developed a blessing ability through the altar of the gods. This group of Terminators are not ordinary Terminators, they are transformed from the demon race. Apart from their own strength, they also possess the various powers of the demon race. In each squad, the magic wizards may not be fully equipped, but the faith power is used by all members. They are receiving the series of the light of the mountain at the same time as they are reforming, even experimental planets that belong to many gods. Not only will you be more loyal, but your strength will also be improved. And it's all staff, no helmets. And all of the 20 people are the best among the billion demons. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. And the squad that acted in advance was naturally equipped with complete equipment, not only equipped with artifact-level weapons, but also equipped with magic wizards and auxiliary equipment. The attached bullets that can destroy the divine body partly use the faith power provided by Li Yang, as well as their own magic power. This team that attended for the first time was called Team Zero. The ability that the gods can't find is precisely because the auxiliary demons in the team use mental power and spatial ability to hide their team. Demon soldiers who have received the baptism of the sacred mountain light can use Li Yang's power to a certain extent. The transformation did not remove these forces, but instead strengthened these capabilities. Li Yang believes that in this battlefield no bone can withstand the combined attack of several teams. This group of Terminators is stronger than the original Terminator, weird and terrifying. The higher the belief, the stronger the power, and the special demons of one of the magic wizards use the power of belief more strongly, and can even perform further enchanting abilities, temporarily increasing weapon power, soldier abilities, and so on. The team that acted in advance was actually an experiment. Facts proved that Li Yang's conjecture was correct. At this time, the team of Terminator fighters without helmets are gathering in a mountain forest. Their bodies are even as tall as the trees. But under the magical power of the magician, it was like being invisible. The reconnaissance plane roaring overhead and the orcs fighting with each other did not notice. Hidden around them is such a terrifying team. Target confirmation. Prepare to strike. Yes. A few simple words, there are indeed complex calculation results behind. Various data flashed on the visor of each Terminator's armor. Strike out. The 81 laboratory is one of the largest laboratories on the experimental planet, focusing on science and technology. Because of the previous strikes, a lot of defenses have been strengthened here. There were groups of flying squadrons patrolling in the sky, and 200,000 Tier VI troops gathered on the ground. Various defensive towers, firepower points, and mine arrays were paved circle after circle. There are still powerful fire anchors in the sky aiming at all times. There are also 3 gods sitting in town, which can be described as one iron bucket. But even so, the person in charge of this base is still dissatisfied, and is now applying for more firepower to his superiors. General, you have to believe me, I have a hunch those guys will find it. I know, but things haven't happened yet on August 27. I can't just give up other laboratories just for your laboratory. The voice on the other side was obviously a little irritable. tighter. The other party hung up the phone rudely, and the person in charge of the base slowly put down the communicator. They are coming, they are coming. Suddenly, a red light appeared on his chest. He is a member of the Caliphan race. This race has a talent that is able to react to something that is about to happen. At this time, the red light on his chest was so flaming that it had dyed his entire body red. In this red light, the person in charge smiled strangely, and red energy erupted from his body, dissolving him into liquid. The red liquid quickly flowed under the table next to it, although it didn't move. This kind of race has a special ability, that is, when it senses a fatal danger, it can turn into a liquid state to disguise or escape. In this state, he can only maintain the most basic thinking ability, but will greatly enhance his perception ability. Can sense that there is danger there and then instinctively flee or crash to death. Click, Commander. A soldier hurriedly ran in, only to find that the room next to the command room was empty. But just now he saw the commander walk in with his own eyes. In the monitoring screen of the command room, the figures of the demons have appeared, and the flames destroyed one monitoring point after another. But now the commander is gone. That's the case. Did the base commander go to eat shit? When such a movement happened, no one was seen. An angry figure of God appeared in the command room, and the command room that had been panicked finally became quiet again. Seeing the emergence of the gods, everyone seemed to have found the backbone. My Lord of God, the commander is indeed gone. We beg you to take over the command. The soldier made a decisive decision and immediately ran to God. Well, you are right. What position are you? Report, I am a company colonel. Well, then you will be in charge temporarily, but I will meet those guys and finally show my feet. Yes. The soldier stood straight and everyone around him cast regretful eyes. How could he be timid at the time, or else he would be promoted now? Temporary. The status of being a god is almost the same as that of a true god, and in the eyes of these people, it is no different from a god. The gods have said that he is the commander, and even if the war is over, no one will ban him. On the contrary, the superiors may hand him over. It is not impossible to get one step closer. As for the war will be lost. Impossible, the invincible adults of the gods are all dispatched. These rats can still succeed in sneak attacks. Once they are exposed, they don't believe that the gods of their families will lose. Immediately mobilize, notify all the soldiers, lower the compartment, lock them up for me and fight. The new officer took office with 3 fires. It seems that the new commander has longed for this position for a long time, and he is not unfamiliar with his command. Maybe you have to practice in front of the mirror for a long time every night. Yes. But who will let people seize the opportunity? Since he is now a commander, the others dare not resist. Instead, they actively cooperate. As long as the rats are eliminated, they may be rewarded. Slow down, be careful of the experimental equipment. The old scientist next to him pointed to his chest sadly, but these Kyubi would take care of this. As your scientists rely on scientific research, we can only rely on military exploits. Whoever gets the head of the enemy can be promoted and made fortune. Now they are all looking at military skills, and what can these guys with muscles in their brains have to protect? Anyway, there are more. In the eyes of Cuba, the orcs in the outer starry sky may be terrifying, but the cabbage in the laboratory is at best. Yes, in the soldier's word of mouth, these barbarians who crawled out of the ground were called Huxia cabbage by them. Perhaps this title is correct. Orcs may not be as good as Huxia cabbage in terms of quantity or value. In a test chamber, the alloy door was violently kicked open. All the violent orcs kept inside, whether the door or the glass are specially treated. Even the missiles could not be blasted through, but now they were thrown into the air with a bare hand. The tall body slowly stepped on from the shadows. This was a pure black Terminator armor. He is holding an oversized machine gun in his right hand. He doesn't know the specific model. On his back is a hammer-like artifact that shines with exhaustion, and in his left hand is a group of shimmering white light. The upper and lower splints of the mecha opened and closed each other, bursting out a lot of firepower in an instant. The scared orc boys were torn to pieces directly under the raging fire. Once upon a time, the orcs raged in the demon world, and now almost all the surviving demons are more or less dissatisfied with the orcs. WAAAGH. An orc boy was flirted, but he still grabbed the stone beside him and threw it at the Terminator's armor. Obviously, it's useless. The Terminator tilted his head, stepped forward, and squashed the orc with one foot. Can't let him kill anymore, these are all experimental materials. Doctor, don't worry, the soldiers are almost here. No, the support soldier was entangled by other enemies. What? Everyone looked at the screen and saw a sudden explosion when a group of supporting soldiers rushed in. They had been bombed at some point on their way forward. In the smoke, two muzzles appeared in front and the fire snake ejected countless bullets. These bullets have almost every headshot. With powerful computing power and control power, even rapid-fire weapons have the effect of a sniper rifle in the hands of the Terminator. Go back, hurry. Shooting, a large number of people fell in the front row in an instant, but fortunately the people behind the wall got a short breathing time and immediately fired back. However, the two tall mechas did not flash. The bullets hit the mechas and exploded sparks, but they couldn't even scratch any marks. Even the artillery fire from the small turret can't make them step sideways. In this way, they faced the artillery fire and fired their pistols rapidly, reaping one life after another. Laser sniper rifle ready. A red light aimed at the head of one of the mechas, but the moment the red light flashed across the head, the laser shot out, and the figure tilted its head at an incredible speed. The other figure raised the rapid-fire explosive gun, turned the gun, switched to the burst single-shot mode, shot into the soul, and sent the sniper with the gun to the Lord God. This is just a support force. The laboratory was well connected, but all the soldiers who supported were blocked by one or two Terminators. One person blocks one army, one person kills all the way. Either rapid-fire guns or fists and feet or bombs, these armed firepower seemed to be the most powerful in the hands of this group of tall mecha demons. Soldiers were killed in large numbers. $73. God has passed. Just as the commander was confused in the laboratory, a god descended from the sky. I found you, little mouse. The god was full of fire, but 2 meters high, not even a calf in front of the Terminator. But with that arrogant posture, it seemed that he was an elephant and the opposite was a swarm of ants. The Terminator didn't speak at all and shot his gun as soon as the god appeared. Duh. The blasting gun burst out with terrifying firepower, and when shooting, a white light filled the body of the Terminator, and the light was covered with bullets. As soon as the white bullet came out, the flames on the god's body burst for a while, and it rushed to the side at the fastest speed in his life. The bullets fired on the wall, exploding with the power of an armor-piercing bomb. It directly blasted through the extremely sturdy wall of the laboratory and killed the experimenter who was rescuing data behind the wall. The power of faith, damn it, as a god you can naturally feel what that thing is. It turns out to be a fanatic warrior. This is annoying for 4-3. Dream it. Thank you for reading this story at Fiction Zone. Net, your support enables us to keep the site running. Now these powers can be used by the Terminator, allowing them to enchant weapons. The psychic powers unique to the Orcs are sufficient. After all, belief is not easy, use and cherish. It's just that this condition is very harsh. Not only if you are a fanatic, your own physical fitness must also support him to do it, and the deity must be willing to share it. The so-called fanatic warriors refer to those warriors who have received the blessing of the Lord God because of their faithfulness. Regardless of any deity, the power of faith is the best ability to use. After enchanting, these weapons can kill divine enemies. The power of belief of other gods is almost not enough. A deity can use the power of faith to do almost anything, and a warrior who can use this power can naturally do it in a certain sense. Moreover, the Orcs of all fanatics can provide an immense power of faith. If the power of faith is consumed a lot, it will cause changes in the path of the gods. Of course, the artifacts behind them can kill divine enemies without enchanting. It can even borrow the mighty power of the main god to some extent. But Li Yang has it, so faith fighters are rare. Although the Orcs are all fanatics, they don't need the power of faith at all. When God was surprised, the Terminator wouldn't stop. He turned his gun and continued to emit powerful firepower. The godly name can only be beaten up and scurrying. I didn't even think about it. That is the power of faith. It is precisely because he has felt the power of faith that this resident god is so scared. The impossibility of the world has now disappeared without a trace. What God didn't notice was that, in this indiscriminate bombing, this laboratory had been completely destroyed, and the surrounding ruins happened to be connected to the war zone of other Terminators. After a Terminator solved the miscellaneous soldiers in front of him, he quickly rushed through the smoke at a speed of more than 80 steps, just like a racing car. Soon, under the cover of artillery fire, he rushed to the place where the gods must pass the next escape. The suppression of the artillery fire was simply invincible, but the continuous firing of the weapons gave a clever feeling. Dozens of bullets completely blocked other routes so that he could only run here, and there was a tacit understanding between cooperation. What? Just as he raised his hand in astonishment, an extremely sharp long knife pierced from the junction of his hands and penetrated straight into his forehead. The divine substance above collided with the divine power on his body, directly obliterating his vitality. God, death. If today's Terminator is no better than God's words in terms of rank and life level, the gap in equipment and combat abilities has brought them closer, while the power of faith and artifacts have given them the power of God. The impact of this ability is extremely terrifying. Orcs provide faith and Terminator exerts power. Let this extremely terrifying army truly have the capital to face the gods. It also allowed Li Yang's strength to be greatly enhanced, and he completely entered the ranks of the veteran gods. He does not lack military strength, faith, he does not lack his own strength, he does not lack, and now he does not lack high-end combat power. The only thing missing is the qualifications and the number of invasion planes. But he believes that with the existence of orcs, his journey must be an endless plane. For example, the Ultraman plane that has appeared now. How is this possible, the power of faith? That won't be an artifact. A family member actually holds the artifact. Wait, those guys don't know how to use it. The shrouded gods took a breath. F***ck, this is a fart. The power of faith is blessed and everyone has an artifact. These terrifying mechas can completely kill the gods, and the gods they are proud of are completely useless. With faith and artifacts, the gods are at best a stronger soldier. Moreover, as gods, it is impossible for these gods to cooperate like these things, possess such terrifying cooperation and fighting consciousness. Because those gods themselves are the most gifted people under their respective gods. Such people are generally called geniuses, but they are usually a little arrogant. Compared with this group of demon soldiers who obeyed orders, they were used several blocks in combat awareness. F***ck, it's impossible, so squandering the power of faith, The deity's words reached his lips, but suddenly it seemed that he couldn't speak. What is impossible? Does Li Yang lack faith? Thinking of the almost endless orcs, I'm afraid Li Yang's power of faith is too much to use up. But where did these artifacts come from? No, don't be afraid. Even if he has a huge power of faith, there are not so many artifacts. Those 20 artifacts should be the bottom of his pressure box. Only 20 people who live in the gods will not have much effect on this battle. Our dwellers are all scattered, and only a small part gathers on the experimental planet. As long as we persist for a year, we will win. There is a deity himself who justified the fear in his heart, and his words also made the deity breathe a sigh of relief. Yes, there are only 20 occupants. No matter how luxurious the configuration is, it is impossible to really have too much influence on this war of hundreds of billions. At best, they killed some gods. The sum of their so many gods is more than 100,000 gods. Just let these people kill. How can 20 people do it? Besides, they are still scattered, and it will be enough to drag them for a year even if they are on the way. Don't worry, take your time, this is nowhere. Li Yang transformed himself into a platform, the table with tea and water, melon seeds and watermelon arranged in place, lying in the star space. Behind it were more than 20 deities displaying their supernatural powers in space balls. At first glance, it looks like a professional lighting team. Humph, don't scare people anymore. When these gods looked at Li Yang's style, their angry faces were blue, and naturally they wouldn't have a good tone. Li Yang didn't care either, took a sip of tea, shook the fan, and looked unpredictable. Haha, wait and see. After the exchange here, the battle over there was still going on, and the two Terminators cooperated to kill a resident god. It was like throwing a mouse. With a long knife in the Terminator's hand, the godless body fell to the ground like a torn bag. The two Terminators turned and slew towards the inside of the base. The other Terminators fought and retreated, slowly clearing the soldiers who rushed in from the outside, leaving countless corpses along the way. But under the maddening order above, these soldiers could only bite the bullet and rush forward. The defensive tower they arranged outside, the mine array completely lost its effect in front of the transmission ability. It is also impossible for the space-based weapons overhead to be launched at the laboratory. The Terminator has fully mastered the powerful conditions, the right time and place, and all masters. They were unable to perform in the sky, the ground layout was weak, and they were abused in the battle. 20 fighters in a mere squat forcibly achieved a record that the Federal fleet could not achieve. Of course, this is just the daily routine of Astartes interstellar warriors. Isn't it normal for a team to solve a boat or destroy a certain target point? You said there is a gap in the number of people. In the face of absolute strength, the number of people will not work. A certain Astartes soldier said. Block them for me. The new commander looked desperately at these terrifying figures on the screen step by step, and he could vaguely hear the sound of an explosion not far away without even looking at the screen. Finally, his roar was answered, and two other gods stationed at the base finally appeared. At this time, they were wearing very few clothes. The couple gods obviously blocked perception and focused on their own affairs. They were awakened by the explosion on the wall of their room, and their faces were dark after seeing the explosion and the corpse outside the broken wall. Damn fire feather, I don't know if it was invaded by the enemy. The female god cursed angrily, her face was half red, and she was obviously upset when she was interrupted at a critical moment. The rat of damn it. The male god's complexion was not much better, and the violent wind showed through his body, and he quickly slashed towards the nearest Terminator. The Terminator was indeed hit, but unfortunately he was an auxiliary Terminator with a shield artifact on his back. The attack was blocked by all the artifacts, but this hand attracted the eyes of all the Terminators. Under these 20 eyes full of killing intent, the two gods were immediately scared. The man is cruel, the woman thanks. What? In an instinctive reaction, the female god screamed, and then her voice was covered by the sound of machine guns. The white gleaming bullets smashed them into a sieve. In the face of the power of faith, being of God is no different from a mortal. Seeing the death of God, the new commander took off his hat in despair, and the command room was silent. Surrender. I don't want to die, even the Lord God. Can we really resist these demons? Depressed, they didn't notice. A pool of water in the corner ran down the sewer. Damn, how can there be such a horrible existence? Even the gods are kneeling, I have to run away. It is the liquid that Commander Tanbara turned into. No, I don't believe that they are immortal. If you start the self-destruction program, even if you die, I want to pull them up. The new commander had completely lost his heart in despair, but in despair he burst out with the last trace of will. Escape everyone if you can. As soon as this remark came out, the rest of the command room immediately made a bird and beast dispersal. The people in the 827 command room rushed frantically toward the other roads, in stark contrast with the soldiers marching inward from the outside. Especially for those scientists, the bodies that seemed to be fragile at first exploded with incredible speed at this time. Self-destruct program starts. Countdown to 1 minute. The gods are all kneeling, naturally no one can stop the Terminator's footsteps, and the momentum is like a broken bamboo along the way. 10 seconds to count down. In the last 10 seconds, in the crazy eyes of the new commander, the door of the command room was blown with a punch. A tall figure came out. Ha 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 ha, let's go to hell together. The countdown on the screen is completely cleared. Get out, I must get out. The water flowed wildly. And they didn't touch the shadow of the enemy, and the people in the bases were panicked for a while, for fear that those guys would appear in front of them in the next moment. Go ahead, go to the command room. The soldiers rushed in quickly. What? The intense white light swept across the entire base, completely blowing it up into the sky. But not far from the explosion, as the explosion ripples flew by, 20 white lights flashed, and the Terminator stood unscathed on the hillside, enjoying the exploded scenery. Go to the next goal. Li Yang raised his eyebrows. Fortunately, he didn't destroy the experimental planet for the first time. Look, something happened. The leader of Team Zero opened his hands and breathed obsessively the smoke-filled air. Ding tilde, the orc gene has been cracked, and it has automatically consumed faith to stop it. Ding, it has been cracked 1,000 times in total. Congratulations to the host for achieving the achievement. Don't touch my things, reward item gene lock X1. Thank you for reading this story at Fiction Zone. Net, your support enables us to keep the site running. It's so full of art. Not long after, 3 consecutive super-large bases were bombed in one day. In this case, Team Zero retreats. Let's start the main Terminator. Don't get in the way. The scientist and the commander pushed each other. The Terminator sneered, and before the strong light burst, a light flashed on their bodies. Hey, originally, Li Yang planned to test whether the Terminator squad mode would work, but now it seems that it is completely possible. Even the gods can be killed easily, and they can be released to do things. And there is a personal transfer device. They can also be flexible. You can use a lot of tactics to match the power of faith, artifacts, and your own combat qualities. This will be a frighteningly powerful force. The experimental planet contributed a gene lock to Li Yang, and he installed it on the Orcs for the first time. Gene lock the gene, bless protection, bless the power of faith. The difficulty of cracking is infinitely strengthened. The faith is immortal and the gene is incomprehensible. Simply put, the higher the belief, the more difficult it is for the enemy to crack. Under the influence of the power of faith, every Orc's genes will produce various illusions, although this ability needs to consume 1/3 of the faith born by each Orc. In other words, originally an Orc can give birth to more than 100 beliefs, and 30 beliefs are absorbed by its own genetic lock, but only once in a lifetime. Of course, the Orcs will be born once in their lives. In addition, it takes half the power of faith to maintain the initial fire. Now that the birth of an Orc can give Li Yang only 1/5 of the faith power, but it's all worth it, not to mention, what about 1/5? The base of the Orcs is really too big. 1/5 is also an extremely large number. In the case of an increasing population, it is even better than the initial acceptance. This is that the larger the basic disk, the better. Team Zero was ordered by Li Yang, without hesitation, directly teleported to the fleet in the sky, and quickly seized control of space-based weapons. With lightning speed, the space-based weapons were directly used to burn glass on the experimental planets. After the fight, he took advantage of the chaos and grabbed a spaceship, and under the guidance of the magician, he tore through the space crack and left. Only a world burned by flames and a chaotic star area were left. The squad of 20 left, but densely packed warships flew out over the primordial planet of the Orcs. These are all purchased by Li Yang in the mall, as long as the things that are taken out can be purchased in the mall. It's just that the pricing is different. What exactly did Li Yang buy in the mall? 1 billion artifacts of different types, and 50 million spaceships equipped with superlight speed flight and wormhole capabilities. These spacecraft gave up their firepower, focused on speed, and carried interceptors. It is convenient and fast to jump. It is water drop streamlined and extremely hard. The only weapon is the ultra-high melting beam, but it is not used for confrontation. It is mainly used to cut through the shields and solid shells of the enemy spacecraft when jumping. Basically, there is no spaceship hull that can block this terrifying fusion beam. 50 million small dagger-like spaceships flew out, and then each drove out of the wormhole, choosing their opposite targets to go to the battlefield. On a planet in the ring zone, WAAAGH. The boys, let's put the firepower on. An orc boss yelled angrily, and a firepower point in front of him occupied the powerful terrain, constantly pouring terrifying firepower. Countless boys fell on the road to charge. Even if they drove to charge, the snipers near the firepower point would blow up the fuel tank of the locomotive. The explosion will blow up the kids nearby. Because of the successive battles, many veterans were attenuated in battle, and the new boys were extremely weak. This boss felt that he was about to be angry, but besides cursing the firepower point and sending more boys up, the boss has no other way. But the good news is that with this suicidal refueling tactic, they are only 500 from that firepower point. This boss is confident. As long as he gets closer to 200 meters, he can blow him. Why not use a *** bombs to wash the floor? The firepower point is not only on the ground, but the air-to-air firepower is surprisingly high. The Fart-Fine missile has never stopped, but the sky full of bullets makes the Fart-Fine missile unable to fly in at all. It's not that the boss hasn't thought of other ways, but every time he thinks about it, he gets a headache. So I handed this task to a skilled tyrant who seemed a little clever under his hand. Because Jiba wanted to make weapons, he gave this task to his assistant assassin. Assassin's assistant felt that it was too much trouble, so he talked to an orc boy who came to buy weapons. Then the boy angrily stuffed the *** boy's head into the *** boy's ***, and then was kicked out by the tyrant. No way, the boss ordered it down, and he gave another passerby. This hapless genie made a Scrooge of his own. Then the boss was surprised to find that this difficult problem disappeared. He continued to happily send more boys to die. Refueling tactics is a tactical taboo for many races, but for the orcs who fight more and more, it is undoubtedly the most suitable. Anyway, you kill, no matter how much you kill, I can crawl out more orcs. And this boss frowned, thinking about when he could advance to the past tense. A drop capsule quickly flew in the sky. What's that? I bombed him for a long time. It was detected that something was coming from the sky, and the firepoint commander immediately ordered it to be destroyed. Report, that thing is very sturdy. We have bombed it several times and the speed is still unabated. Can you figure out where to go? Above us. The command room is hidden underground, so it is obvious that it has fallen into the firepower point. This must be an orc's ghost invention again. Since it can't be blasted off, please prepare for me. No matter what it falls, I will blast it off on the ground. Yes, the messenger ran down and quickly figured out where the thing fell. Then a bunch of soldiers surrounded the place and various weapons were brought up. In the drop pod in the sky, a Terminator opened his eyes, the transmission device behind it flashed, and the person disappeared from the drop pod. The drop was able to enter the expected location as expected, and at the moment it fell, countless firepower was bombarded and smoke was everywhere. Stop. As soon as the team leader called to stop, the fire began to fall and the smoke dissipated, leaving only a piece of debris. When out, the squad leader was puzzled and suddenly felt that it was dark. He slowly turned his head back and met a huge armor face. What? The Terminator blasted the head of the team leader with a punch. Raising the explosive machine gun, this terrifying weapon, the impact of a shot is even more terrifying than a rocket, and of course the power is not too much. But in the hands of this more terrifying fighter, it was operated with one hand, which was extremely stable. It's almost a headshot, but it can actually explode without a headshot. In the rapid-fire mode, a large number of enemies died, and even the reaction was not enough. In an instant, there was only one living thing left, and the others became corpses. He did not destroy these weapons, but quickly searched for other enemies. The pace is calm and fast, and the marksmanship is accurate and terrifying. Walking all the way, all the soldiers who met him were killed, and even a messenger could not get out, even if they were hiding behind the bunker. The terrifying power of the blaster gun can also shoot through the bunker, blasting the bunker into pieces with people. Those heavy firepower didn't even have the opportunity to fire. Only some soldiers with fast hands could fire in an instant, but their bullets didn't even have the qualifications to leave scars on the Terminator's mecha. A body over 8 meters tall should be a good target for firepower, but no one can fire on it. Why is the firepower reduced? The orc boss touched his head and couldn't figure it out, but it doesn't matter, it's all done. Go beat WAAAGH. After being suppressed for so long, the orcs were almost aggrieved. Now they have the opportunity to rush up frantically one by one. Damn, what did they eat? Why did the fire stop so that the orcs would rush up? Because most of the attention was on the orc side, at this time the command room didn't know that there were no soldiers alive. Boom. But they now know that the Terminator's tall body directly broke through the iron door of the basement, took up the machine gun, and slammed into the command room cleanly. When the gunfire stopped, the firepower point was completely silent. When the orc boss rushed up with his little brother, he looked at a loss. WAAAGH, that goddamn killed WAAAGH's prey. WAAAGH will never end with you. After so long, I can finally rush up to fight for a good fight, but the people are gone. The orc boss was almost blown up with an angry head, angrily slapped a fart passing by his eyes to death, then calmed down. Search for me, bring big guys, we continue to rush. WAAAGH. There is no way, people can't come back to life after death, even if they want the enemy to come back to life. The orc boss can only lead people to continue to charge. Fortunately, the enemy appeared next, and there was no firepower to suppress. The orcs finally had a good fight. Those large weapons were also in good condition. The skilled tyrants smiled and patted their chests to ensure that they could make even more WAAAGH weapons. Without the magical modification of the original weapon, the orcs can only dismantle themselves and make new ones. A lot of materials are used to build the moon, but the moon will be scrapped as soon as it rises, and it will be scrapped. It stays in the starry sky and they can't get the materials on it. In addition, there are too many new orc boys born and they are not enough. But now, along the way, many weapons are well preserved, and they can easily find uncooled weapons next to the warm body. A lot of rubbish can be picked up at every place, which greatly supplements the orcs' weapon supply. The reason why the orcs are getting weaker and weaker is not only the high-end combat power being suppressed, the firepower suppression, and the tactical suppression of the psionic kid. On the one hand, Li Yang didn't prepare much resources for them at all. On the other hand, he built too many orc moons. This has led many bosses to implement the veteran system. Only veterans are qualified to take weapons. Newly born orcs may be able to pick them up if they are lucky. You must know that the enemy has deployed a lot of firepower here. 1 fort per 100 meters, 1 stop per kilometer is definitely not an exaggeration. But soon they found that something was wrong, and they rushed all the way to the situation like the previous fire suppression, as if the bazaar disappeared. Anyway, under the suppression of those firepower, whether to take a weapon or not is the same as cannon fodder. Moreover, the enemy has learned to be clever, and if he wants to lose, he will destroy the weapon. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Money Zhao every time it was abruptly by the number of people, but this time it went so smoothly. The most important thing is the lack of weapons. It's amazing. Orcs who can build spaceships by picking up tatters will worry about weapons. Well, someone must be in front, guys, hurry up. The orc boss thought, even his head knew that someone was helping them. But he is not happy anymore. F***ck we played well, you suddenly lower the difficulty of the game than how to play. It's better to say once or twice, every time it is like this, which greatly destroys the game experience. This boss feels it is necessary for him to talk to this man. Of course, at this time this dear fellow didn't know he was just performing his own task. At the same time, there are also Terminators on worthy target locations on this planet. They specifically select those firepower points that can't be attacked for a long time. the enemy's command room, large weapons, or powerful warriors such as gods to attack. For a time, the Orcs fighting on the entire planet found out. The enemy suddenly weakened. The original difficulty of Hell was instantly reduced to novice difficulty. The firepower that suppressed them disappeared, the enemy's command suddenly became chaotic, and even the powerful fighters seemed to disappear. They only need to rush up, face some soldiers who have been scared or an army that is not worth mentioning, and then they can pick up a lot of things while running. WAAAGH, damn it's B ****** D. Finally, an Orc boss chased after the car and saw the back of a Terminator warrior. Then the Terminator warrior disappeared before his eyes, and he was so angry that he smashed several *** to death. The goal is complete, the number of raiders is 48. The goal is complete, the number of raiders is 52. Goal completed, the number of raiders 47. Goal completed, 54 raiders. Goal completed, the number of raiders is 61. On a small hill, 20 Terminators gathered again and reported data one after another. Before long, a spaceship descended from the sky to pick them up. This planet is safe. Let the 827 Orcs go and make trouble for the rest. Let's go to the next planet. Set off, such scenes do not stop here. In the massive battlefields of the Mars zone, these powerful fighters are in the form of squads. Appear suddenly like a ghost, destroying all the targets they consider valuable. Either assassin or blow up or kill one by one, powerful fighters fall, destroyed one by one. One command room was abruptly, one spacecraft is stalled. When someone walked in, they could only find a pile of bodies and traces of their fighting. Broken corpses, cracked ground, fist marks or marks cut by swords. As these terrorist fighters complete each mission, the form of the Ring of Fire is instantly reversed. The powerful soldier died, the command system was paralyzed, and there was no news of fire support. Only these desperate and helpless soldiers were left to face the angry Orcs. And their so-called psionic kid tactics also lost their effectiveness. In the mission objectives of these Terminators, the words "save the psionic kid" can often be seen. Although many times will miss and kill, but as long as the psionic kid is not used, it's all right. Regarding this behavior, Li Yang didn't say anything. The demons have clashed with the Orcs and were beaten badly, many of them were angry. But Li Yang felt that this was just right. On the one hand, he wanted to release the demons to clean up the small world. Another reason is to clean up the Orcs. Isn't the more soldiers the better? That really is. But too much is not good. If the Orcs are allowed to develop, soon the entire ancient sage world will only be left with the Orcs. What Li Yang wants to create is a perfect world of ecological diversity, rather than a chaotic world full of Orcs' unique body odor and battle cry. Whether it is to leave the demon clan, take in the demon clan, or even the upcoming new race. Essentially, they are all about building a better world and suppressing the Orcs. It's not good to be a big family. Moreover, this can actually bring out the strength of the Orcs. A race needs to be suppressed by so many races together, and it can firmly occupy the main position, which shows its horror. What Li Yang didn't expect was that the Terminator's actions did not make the Orcs happy, but accumulated a lot of anger, and countless Orcs all over the world looking for the B***** D who robbed them to kill in front of them, threatened to fight. In this regard, Li Yang can only allow the Terminator to properly increase the value of the target. Forget the goals that the Orcs can deal with, let the Orcs go by themselves. So the Terminators really increased the audit goal mechanism. This has once again increased the difficulty of the Orc game. Under the control of Li Yang's broken heart, it soon reached a level that was comfortable for both parties. Terminators attack high-value targets and occasionally kill those that would seriously affect the course of the war. Basically let the Orcs have a fight without wasting too much time in one place. And the Terminators began to target the Yugami and the spacecraft. After 3 months of war, a large number of commanders and powerful fighters in the Mars area, the gods and the star-killing squads were destroyed. Their command system is about to collapse, and the gods have encountered the same encounter as the Orc moon, and the targeted ones dare not rise up. A head will die. The Star Destroyer team is even more miserable. In order to pursue efficiency, they basically abandoned a lot of things. The escort has no defensive system, and without the cooperation of the occupants, their Star Destroyer will not work at all. You can't stick to your face and blew yourself up, that can't be done. As for their decorated guards, basically a Terminator can completely abuse food. And this serious threat to the target of the Orc moon is the main target of the Terminator. In 3 months, almost all the star-destroying teams were wiped out and their weapons were captured. These weapons all fell into the hands of the big tyrants, and the Orcs began to regain or even rebuild the Orc moon. And equipped with this terrifying weapon, this makes the Orc moon even more deadly. Even the gods did not dare to continue to attack. Not only was the influence of the Terminator, those gods themselves could not face the blow of a star destroyer. In fact, the Orc moon is equivalent to the high-end combat power of the Orcs, but it has been severely targeted before. Within 3 months, the Terminator Seadead made a small-range fixed-point strike breakthrough, and the Orcs were responsible for large-scale advancement. He directly regained half of the star area and used his powerful ability to pick up broken pieces, and quickly upgraded his equipment. In the constant battle, the number of bosses began to be replenished, and faults such as overweight outfit bosses, and war bosses were replenished one after another. The reason there was a fault before was because most of these powerful fighting powers were the core power of Battle Moon, but they were burned with glass along with Battle Moon. In addition, the psionic kid tactics massively destroy the boss level, which makes it weaker and weaker. But now, without these problems, the huge base soon gave birth to a large number of boss-level Orcs, and he quickly recovered his equipment level and even started to improve. After watching several Terminator battles, he even went up and provoked and was beaten up. Some of the big tyrants have already begun to make a modified version of the Terminator that belongs to the Orcs. At the same level, is the Orcs' physique weaker than that of the demons? No, on the contrary, at the same level of 8th level, the strength of the Orcs is even stronger than that of the undressed demon Astarte. The reason why Li Yang didn't give the Orcs the opportunity to transform the Terminator is because the Orcs can completely transform themselves, so why was it wasted? And another important reason is that the Orcs are unable to extract genetic seeds at all due to special physical problems. 1 billion Terminator is given to Orcs, and 1 gene seed is 1 less. It can be sustainable for the demons, but the fools can give it to the Orcs. According to Li Yang's estimation, after finishing the Constellation world, the overall strength of the Orcs can show a rocket-like development. Really think that the Orcs will not develop if they are at a disadvantage. A stressful battle is the best way for Orcs to develop. Although it has been suppressed, the number of Orcs is still steadily increasing. No, as soon as it started to regain the upper hand, WAAAGH came back immediately. If you don't give other races a little help, it is estimated that waiting for the Orcs to return will overthrow the entire Ancient Sage world. The size of today's Ancient Sage world may not even be comparable to the Fire Ring Star region, although it is not much worse. But it's definitely not enough for today's Orcs to stand. Once these Orcs go back, they can squeeze other races to death. Even with an intermediate core, it will take time for the universe to expand. That's why Li Yang gave this opportunity to the Mazu. Moki has been very obedient during this period, and it is hard work without credit. He doesn't mind giving the Mazu a chance. Sometimes the family members are too strong and it is a headache. If this is heard by other gods, I'm afraid I'll go crazy with jealousy. No one has ever had Li Yang's trouble since ancient times. Others are worried about the fact that the family members are too weak, the number of people is too small, the belief is not enough, and the resources are insufficient. Li Yang does have too many artifacts, the race is too strong, the population is overwhelming, the race is too mixed. I'm not mistaken, are those soldiers of Tier 8. Everyone has an artifact, everyone is a warrior of faith. The gods who were covered up were completely shocked. Just this army, do they fight with their heads? 1 billion Tier 8, a billion artifacts. A billion terrifying warriors who can kill the tail gods. 1 billion well-trained, decisive super soldiers. Continue tomorrow and work hard to update. All the gods looked at the figure who was leisurely drinking tea in front of them with complicated eyes. Does he have enemies with this deity? He is the outland god spawned through blood dark magic. God traitor. If someone else speaks, I might really forgive you, but you alone really make me angry. A resentment stays for a long time. It's disgusting. A god finally couldn't help but speak. Please, please, we really surrendered. It was Lao Jin's B***** D who bewitched us. If you let us go, we will definitely look forward to you in the future. P.S. WAAAGH, divine light blooms in Li Yang's eyes and his analytical ability is displayed. The blood and flesh of the deity's body are transparent, and a little illusory space floats out of the eyebrows, but the space screen is covered with a layer of blood. Thank you for reading this story at Fiction Zone. Net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. I think today is also the day of the 4D update. Such an enemy, have they really fought it, plus the Orcs who have recovered their blood? Why? A sense of powerlessness arises spontaneously. Li Yang turned around slightly, his eyes full of disgust. What? The deity's complexion changed drastically, and the other deities stared blankly at the blood-red world phantom between the eyebrows of the deity. How could it be? How could you be? Presumably you don't know yet your so-called disguise has been discovered. Impossible, this is not true. The deity received his divine power, his body was bleeding and murderous, and he madly attacked the barrier. Around him, the space became more and more unstable. If you let him continue, you will die together. Li Yang didn't panic at all, withdrew his gaze and said without panic. And like him, it means that he is not the local god of Gaia's sky, but the god of Outland who killed Gaia's new god and transformed from plundering talent. You guys, do you want to die with him? Li Yang's tone was faint, fluctuating the fragile heartstrings of other gods. You be *****D, don't hurt others, die me. The rest of the gods shot one after another, the divine light flickered, and directly slammed the outer god into the void. But this also made the space in the hood more unstable. They had to use more divine power to repair and maintain. If you want to kill, you really don't want to behave like this, the tough god said uncomfortably. No hurry, take your time, the bet is not over yet. Li Yang is still unmoved. What does Li Yang have to do with you falling into the void or killing each other? Humph. In fact, the situation in the battlefield in the Star Zone is already clear. With the addition of the Terminator, the battlefield is very well formed. Orcs scattered on various planets or battlefields once again practice together. The difficult points are the Terminator and the Orc boss as the vanguard to break through, and then countless Orc boys push past. WAAAGH, who are you? Gurengi punched an enemy god back and Wang Sheng said angrily to the Zero Terminator team, da helping. The captain of Team Zero pulled the trigger and the white bullet bombarded the enemy while smoking a cigarette and casually responded. Why can your bullets overturn them? Next to him, Buck looked at the weapon in his hand and then at the weapon in the Terminator's hand. It feels like there is no difference. How can they bomb others but our big guns can't do it? I wonder what the tricks are specified in this. That shows that your faith in God is not enough. Yes, this is a blessing from God. The two Terminators beside Buck pulled out the artifacts behind them, went up and chopped a god into several pieces. Faith, what is that? I wondered if you were talking about ghosts. WAAAGH, it must be God's choice. Buck and Vic looked at each other in many ways, not knowing what these guys were talking about. Are you talking about messing up? We all think about getting hairy every day, isn't it enough to get hairy? I'm just for Mao's choice. Lin Duo next to him was shining with green light, and bursts of black smoke erupted from the core drive in his abdomen. Super invincible punch. The green thunder and lightning light on Lindo's right fist was fierce, and the radar antenna on his head received enough Orc WAAAGH energy. A jump and a punch smashed a flying spaceship to pieces. It turned out to be WAAAGH. I have to think about how the WAAAGH gun can WAAAGH explode them. Forehead, several Terminators looked at each other and spread their hands out strangely. Regardless of him, I want to explain the problem of faith to the Orcs. I guess they will only think that the Brother Mao is the biggest one, and we naturally admire them. Because Brother Mao is the biggest one, so I admire them. This is why the Orcs are obviously fanatics but can only provide faith once. Because fundamentally speaking, the Orcs do not believe in making hair at all. What they believe in is the big Orc, just because they think that making Brother Mao is the biggest one. It's as if the boys worship the boss will become stronger, and the more boys worship the boss will become stronger. All Orcs think that hair is the biggest, all hair is the strongest, and hair is God. In a sense, the Orcs have no faith at all, so any behavior that corrupts the Orcs from the faith is invalid. And those powers of worship that can make the boss stronger are essentially the power of belief of the Orcs. Orc psionic energy is actually a power of belief, but the way the Orcs use it is barbaric. But it may be this brutality that allows them to use this power. So do you worship the most if you are the biggest one, or is it because you worship the biggest one? My beast talents won't be so real anyway, the hair is the biggest, WAAAGH is good. After thinking about this condition, Gurengi's eyes flickered, and he stopped and watched Lindo slaughter all around. Why has this old boy been so good since the transformation? Gurengi squeezed his fist. No, he is the strongest. He has always been like this. How could it be that Lin Duo is stronger than himself because he wears a weird armor? Wow. Gurengi hit the ground with a punch, and the powerful force blasted the ground beneath his feet into a deep pit. The best, strong. Gurengi's body size has become a bit larger again, and the potential of the Hulk serum is fully stimulated by him. Several bloodshots flashed in the originally blood-red eyes, and the green-red eyes were particularly scary. The WAAAGH stance gathered on the body is getting stronger and stronger. But unlike Lindo, these WAAAGH energies were not reflected, but penetrated into Gurengi's body, making him bigger and stronger. Gurengi jumped at a god, grabbed the god with both hands and tore it hard, and even forcibly tore the god in half. Although the god is not dead yet, the pain of distance also makes him lose consciousness. He felt the passing of life energy and wanted to repair his body desperately, but the powerful spiritual ability in WAAAGH's hand even distorted the space. The two halves of his body were completely crushed. God, death, what's going on? Why is the repair useless? The eyes of the other gods were about to stare out, and they had been responsible for fighting WAAAGH for a long time. Although this big guy is very powerful, it's no wonder that he can't kill them at all. But why can they be killed suddenly now? Wandering. A terrifying bullet was shot and several gods were headshot. Not good. The rest of the gods evaded one after another, forgetting these terrifying new faces unexpectedly. If the Orc warlord is an enemy that makes living gods feel difficult, then the Terminator is their nightmare. Although the Orcs are powerful, they can't kill them, or it's hard to kill them. For flowers, but these Terminators who are weaker than the Orc warlords have the weapons to kill them, the power of faith. Their power of faith is more pure, and only a little enchantment can transform a weapon that poses a great threat to them. Orcs' beliefs are more primitive and contain a lot of impurities, most of which are still used for themselves, such as correcting weapons, mechas, providing defensive abilities, and so on. So you can deal with it, but it can also pose a threat to them when they are gathered too much or can be sublimated. For example, Lin Duo has gathered a large amount of psychic energy, while WAAAGH has sublimated the psychic power, completely transformed the psychic energy into his own power, and raised his strength to the realm of the gods. The two big orcs have mastered spiritual abilities, and they have further improved, and they have completely entered the stage of godhood. The rest of Victor and Buck looked at the battlefield in love. You're both hanging up. This is the last few stubborn places in the Mars area because they have lost a lot of territory. They can only retreat here. And because the main gods were arrested, they couldn't be contacted at all. These gods had no choice but to gather together and prepare to fight a big battle. Little did they know that this action made the arrested master gods become angry with one Buddha and two Buddhas ascending to heaven. F***CK, how many Terminators do you know come together? It's a pity that the gods can't hear this idea, but even if they hear it, they can only helpless. F***CK, do you know what it feels like to be chased by a team of Terminators? I was caught alone and gathered by the regiment. How can I fight this battle? The rabbit bites when he is in a hurry. These gods simply gritted their teeth and stomped their feet. As a result, the forces in the Mars zone began to shrink, and eventually they clung to the Hessian star zone. From the outside, Kayan in Hessian star district looks like a crane standing on the top of a mountain. It has been solidified by countless armies, with spaceships, fortresses, and platforms everywhere. Almost all the planets have been transformed into war strongholds. There are almost no civilians inside, and all soldiers who remain. The five gods are the commanders of this decisive battle. In total, more than 2,000 gods led the remaining army, facing the terrifying forces from outside the star zone. Originally, more than 10,000 gods were sniped, and only 2,000 were left. No wonder they wanted to report to the group. A god alone confronts a Terminator squad, and that will only end with the abused vegetable. These terrifying guys actually have a magic weapon in their hands. That's not even the Lord God. There are not many things, and there is the power of belief, and the bullets wrapped in this power can completely hit them as ordinary people. If God loses his divine personality, what is the difference from ordinary people? Ha 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 ha, I want to fly them all. Victor's battleship stayed outside the star zone preparing to gear up. You are not allowed to intervene this time or you will be picked up. WAAAGH threatens the Zero team, and at the same time the Orcs are expressing their stance on the Terminator. Okay, WAAAGH, our goal is only God, of course. We will leave you opponents after all. You don't want to worry about God, right? Humph. WAAAGH and Lindo both pondered, do you want to serve them together while they are gods? Since these guys are going to end, don't care. Anyway, the army has been assembled, and they will make dumplings together if they are not obedient. Just let this big F***G come more WAAAGH. For the Orcs, these Terminators are actually similar to the enemy, but they stand together this time. They are all Li Yang's family members, and the high-end Orcs still know this. As for the kids below, seeing these guys is naturally already clamoring up. But soon they will find that something is wrong with the F***K. I originally wanted to get into the car, but these guys shot one kid at a time, and they couldn't provoke them, so I quickly retreated tactically and waited for me to develop more boys and then came back and overturned you. Orcs are not brainless, on the contrary they are actually very smart. Especially bosses like WAAAGH, they clearly know that Terminator can help this war. At the same time, they can understand that this is the support sent by the great god Mao. But it is precisely because of this that they are unhappy, which shows that they do not trust them, although they were really frustrated during this war. But in the final battle, the bosses like WAAAGH were suffocating in their hearts. They vowed to bring out the majesty of the Orcs. Army attack, Victor let the moon cover it. WAAAGH. In the final battle, someone was naturally led, and this task naturally fell on WAAAGH. Originally, Lindo wanted to grab it, but after a meal broke out, WAAAGH took the title of the strongest Orc back. And WAAAGH has one of the biggest advantages, that is, after so many battles, WAAAGH still maintains the original appearance of the Orcs. There was no trace of transformation on its body. Although Lindo's transformed body was cool, it couldn't stand the original. In the end, the support rate was brushed down. Almost half of the bosses and boys chose to support WAAAGH. Coupled with the fact that WAAAGH's fighting power is almost the same as his now. No way, this time the command is still in charge of WAAAGH. Boys, get on. Spray HHHHHHH. Victor fought the mobile faction and saw the Orcs and moons enveloping the star area. The entire star area is full of Orc moons, planets, and spaceships in all directions. Ugly Chong, what? In every battleship and planet, countless farts are busy burning the boiler. In this decisive battle, the WAAAGH energy that is huge enough to flash across the stars has completely ignited the atmosphere. This time the Orcs have learnt well. There are actually no other Orcs on the first wave of spaceships and planets used for sprinting except for the people who drive and drive. What? No one is going to die. What do you think of Orcs? In fact, the farts who can burn the boiler in the first wave are all the fart elites, and the position of driving the spaceship is the place where the kids are beaten out through the drag racing competition. Death is nothing to the Orcs at all. But winning the top spot in this decisive battle and being able to experience the ultimate pleasure in the battle is something that all Orcs dream of. The boys driving the spaceship and the planet trembling all over, shouting in excitement. WAAAGH. With the roar of the Orcs, the war began. Star Annihilation Matrix fire. The enemy should not be underestimated. After all, it is the stellar area where all the remaining forces have been assembled for defense. The first wave of Orcs suffered a starring defensive attack. Every laser can burn glass on a planet. The terrifying light can pierce even the battle moon. Boom, boom, boom. Countless battle moons and battleships were exploded, and the flickering flames seemed to put a layer of shiny clothes on the crane in the Hessian star area. Come on, ah. Ha 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 ha, WAAAGH. On a battleship, the Orc boy was enjoying the joy of drag racing. Facing the artillery fire, the spacecraft was torn apart and finally disappeared in the artillery fire. The first wave is over, the second wave is on the court. Continue to attack, shoot out all the artillery fire, and let these Orcs taste the flames. As soon as the decisive battle began, the prelude to the war began with the disintegration of countless spaceships and planets. The explosion lasted for a month in the time of the constellation. In this month, countless Orc warships and the moon disappeared in the artillery area outside the star area. The weapons of the Alliance of Gods were broken countless, and broken weapon fragments were discarded everywhere on the star ring. It's time for me to play. After such a long wait, the enemy's artillery was finally consumed. Victor sits in an exclusive locomotive that has been continuously modified. Woo boys, get up, WAAAGH. Oh, 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 WAAAGH, boom. The locomotives and warships took the lead, and the WAAAGH energy gathered at the front collision corner had been condensed into substance. As the speed of the car got faster and faster, a flashing storm lane came out in the starry sky. Follow up, follow boss Victor. I want to drag racing. Chong chong chong. The drag racing parties in the major tribes were all agitated. Originally, these boys regretted that they had not been selected as the stormtroopers at the front. At this moment, Victor Boss has already opened the way. They got on locomotives, spaceships, mechas, and planetary cabs. They stepped on the accelerator and pressed the engine, accompanied by a puff of black smoke and the roar of the engine. The first one to appear behind Victor was a red three-wheeled motorcycle, and the driver was actually a fart. Wow, this kind of fart is a subordinate of a skilled tyrant. Since he was born, he has been yearning to be able to drag racing freely. So he chose to follow a technician boy as an assistant, and he has a soft spot for building locomotives. This time he is driving his beloved locomotive built by himself. When he appeared behind Victor, countless WAAAGH energies poured into his body, and the size of this fart was visibly enlarged. The eyes gradually rushed into blood, the blue veins violent all over, and it fell into a completely WAAAGH state. Its locomotive engine has also been running out of gauge, but it is still speeding up. WAAAGH. With the first, there is the second, locomotive, spaceship, moon, planet. Countless engine sounds appeared behind Victor, with the huge roar of Victor's exclusive locomotive. It's like a sharp sword, a straight punch, and a torch. The green psychic power illuminates the entire star area and even the entire universe. The collision angle formed by the huge spiritual power smashed everything blocking the road. There is nothing to stop the cosmic rubbish, floating meteorites, the remains of the planets that were exploded before, and the attacks launched by the enemy. Boom! Sir, we don't have any bullets. All Star Destroyer's enthusiasm is scrapped. In the desperate gaze of everyone on the planet, this sharp sword suddenly pierced in, completely shattering this most difficult pass. And at the moment of crushing, the cheers of the Orcs resounded across the universe. At this time, Victor also completely entered the ranks of gods because of the baptism of the huge WAAAGH energy. WAAAGH rush. After rushing into the star ring, Victor continued to explode, and everything in front of him, including the planets, was crushed by him. The motorcade behind him is scattered into the star area, each carrying out the final charge. The tortoise shell has been opened. The next step is WAAAGH time. The Guling base station got up, and with a big wave, countless Orc warships swarmed into the Hessian star area. The flames of war spread to a kid, and there were traces of fighting everywhere. Has completely killed the red eye. WAAAGH, damn Orc, go to death. Huh, take me a shot. WAAAGH, kill da tilde huh, ah, for the glory of God. A tier 6 soldier was kneeling and praying, and a terrifying scar on his body was bleeding. In the groggy space, it seemed that a beautiful shadow was walking in front of him. Muttering, the bloodline power hidden in his body exploded, the undead flame burned him, his wings spread out, and everything around him rushed away. Kill! Opening his eyes, the divine light flickered, and the divine breath floated all over his body. He rushed into the Orcs like a meteorite. An illusory flame emerged on the giant sword, forming a flame giant sword, and hundreds of Orcs were burned to death with one wave. WAAAGH, burning roast chicken, I come too! The boss of this Orc troop roared angrily. One jumped over and the momentum passed. Boom. The huge sword crossed. Instead, the Orc boss flew out. Unknown, it's time to kill. The flames swept across, burning the boss and everything around him into coke. With a stroke of ding-ding, the surroundings seemed to be quiet. Did we win? A soldier knelt down tremblingly. He was covered in sand, and occasionally he could see scars and dripping blood. The awakened person casts a sacred light on the body, healing the surrounding soldiers. He fell slowly, his wings waved slightly behind him, and his voice was holy and not offensive. No, the beasts are still raging. Stand up, God is watching us. For 3 will we win? It seems to be his. But even so, what? The wounded soldier stood up strenuously, looked at each other with a smile, shook hands with his weapon, and faced the Orc calmly. Father, I will go back. God, please let him know that I have not given up. I am still fighting. That is. The world plane of the dead god. Stand up and fight as much as you like. He turned and looked into the distance. Endless Orcs were coming. The spaceship fell in the sky, and a planet grew bigger and bigger. His eyes burst with light, recalling the previous scene, looking at a world floating in the void through the many voids. His family is quite bloody, and it just died like that. It's a pity. Whose unit is this? Li Yang put down his tea, turned his head, and asked. The hand that clenched the giant sword once again used force. Thank you for reading this story at Fiction Zone. Net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. No matter how fierce the sacred flame is, the cold in his heart cannot be dispelled. Li Yang looked at this erupting human being, and suddenly a light flashed. Most definitely. A god looked at the space that had returned to normal, and there was exactly the place where the Outland god disappeared. Can you really win? The world transformed into God's domain is actually planes. And if the deity dies, God's domain will move in 2 directions. If this deity didn't get the core of the world for his plane, then after the death of the deity, the barriers of this plane would be quickly eroded by the void. And during this period, the void energy will penetrate into the world, creating extraterritorial demons or covering the original world creatures to destroy the world, attracting the abyss, etc., and accelerate the erosion. In the end, the world barrier was completely broken, and the entire plane was completely swallowed by the void. Divine fire and divine fire are actually things that replace the core of the plane, especially divine fire. If the world is strong enough, or there are some particularly powerful holy spirits, such as the chosen son after the deity's death in order to protect itself, a strong enough divine fire may give birth to consciousness. Maybe the divine fire will turn into a divine crystallization, replacing the role of the core of the world and continue to protect the world's barriers. Although this will cause the world's level to drop, it is better than being swallowed by the void. If this world happens to have the core of the world, then this world will gradually become a world plane that matches the core of the world. This kind of plane is actually the same as the plane world that was born automatically in the void. The gods invade the world, but they are also creating the world at the same time. Li Yang's gaze found this world because the deity died. The inside of this world is undergoing a change. The sky was blood-red with a blood-red rain of blood, and all lives were swept by an unspeakable sadness. But a strong enough life didn't cry. Instead, there was a sense of pleasure of seeing the sun and the moon away from the clouds and rain. The rain of blood dissipated, thunder was born, the sun broke through the dark clouds, and it felt like a new world. There are 23 cores in the world, so development is not weak. Li Yang's consciousness stayed outside the world just a little sense, seeing that the void god fire had merged with the core of the world, and the world was changing into a plane. Maybe it can be used as a nutrient. Li Yang discovered that this is a perfect fantasy world, probably at the intermediate level, but because the deity died, it has begun to develop to a lower level. However, this world has a complete reincarnation system, and the ancient sage world is undergoing transformation and has not yet formed a complete reincarnation system. The most important thing is the lack of divine consciousness, although it is already gestating if it can swallow this world. Good idea. Li Yang retracted his consciousness and looked at the battlefield again. I saw that the awakened soldier led the surrounding soldiers and stood hard under the impact of countless boys. However, as the casualties continued to increase, it became more and more difficult, inevitably falling into the scene of fighting alone. Every breath is getting heavier, the flame is already weak as a candle in the wind, and the strength to lift the sword is also getting weaker. Still dying, I'm not reconciled, no Ying. How can I fall here? It was another outbreak. More than a dozen boys were headed by the spring, and the giant sword finally split another boy in half. But the hand holding the sword finally lost its strength. The giant sword flew out and the warrior half kneeled on the ground, and the blood that had been suppressed for a long time flowed out when he was panting. It's necessary, can't it? It was dark in front of him, and the orc rushed up again, slashing at him, one after another and one punch after another, completely surrounded by the orc. Kill! An orc raised a long knife, slashed it, and his head fell to the ground. Finally, only the orc was left here. A ray of remnant souls floated up, but they could only wander on the battlefield, wandering with the souls of other soldiers. Ying, Zhai. He called but only heard the cold wind, died on the battlefield, and his soul was in a foreign land. How could he know that Yi Ren was sad? With the death of the soldier, this expenditure on the army also came to an end. In the chaos and chaos, the light shines again. The sunshine after the rain was fresh. In front of the wooden house, the beauty was drying her clothes, and there was movement behind her. Looking back, the warrior in his heart was holding a helmet and looking at him. Sister. She rushed over and hugged the two. Thank God. No thanks, I am always so kind. The moving scene was interrupted, and the wandering soul opened his eyes and looked at the figure in front of him. The soul was almost frightened and unstable. Your world is going to be destroyed because of your bravery. This is the final reward. What? After the reincarnation system is established, the next generation become my fighter, she will follow you. Looking down at the girl in his arms, the soldier raised his head and glanced at the world. The illusory white flames gradually became condensed. Well, Adna, thank you for your mercy. The white light illuminates everything, and another world disappears in the endless void. A ray of light broke through the barrier of the ancient sage world without any hindrance, and smashed into the netherworld like a meteorite. As the white light enters, the powerful energy accelerates the expansion of the world. The complete power of reincarnation is absorbed by the world, and the core of the world becomes more brilliant. Finally, a consciousness was born. What is this? Get out of here. Just born, this consciousness saw the grass snake dragon sleeping by his side. The power of heaven and earth seemed to have become a big foot, kicking the snake dragon out of the netherland. The sleeping Zhangxiang snake dragon was kicked off the bed and became angry on the spot. That goddamn kicking Laozi, proud, the snake dragon raised up to the sky and roared, and the terrifying power fluctuations spread to the entire land boundary. Wu tilde. The marching monster army also felt this power. Almost all the monsters stopped and huddled in place, as if a cat met a tiger and did not dare to move at all. Other creatures in the ancient sage world that feel the power of snakes and dragons have done the same. The vine snake dragon is already close to the home god. Moreover, it has become stronger by eating the core substances of the world, and the physical strength is extremely powerful, and it has been strengthened to the extreme. The worst is the perception of the rules. What's the matter? This breath is so strong, there is actually such a powerful monster. Although Leo was trembling instinctively and even turned into a Lebrandor form, the craziness in his eyes was more important than 3 pointers. If you can control this power, even the light race can be destroyed. Hey, it really works. Come out when you wake up. Li Yang naturally paid attention to the situation here and moved the snake dragon from the ancient sage world to the star world with a wave of his hand. Proud. Suddenly changed the place. Snake dragon apparently hadn't woken up yet and looked around blankly. What are you looking at? Li Yang slapped Snakelong's head and it saw the existence of Li Yang on its head. Wow tilde. The snake dragon shrank quickly and wrapped around Li Yang, arching Li Yang's chin like a kitten. Okay, let's go have a good time and watch when the fight is over and the world burns. Proud. Snake Dragon also slept for a long time, feeling awkward, and with Li Yang's permission, he immediately flew into the air. It broke through the space just by relying on physical strength and quickly surpassed the Hessian star area. After the Snake Dragon left, Li Yang looked at the other gods. Do you want to devour their world? If this idea comes together, it won't take it anymore. These gods may not have a high level in the world, but the development and perfection of their world is definitely very high. They have a lot of time to develop the world. Unlike Li Yang, although the ancient sage world looks very good, it actually seems to be a baby, still in a state of ignorance. The territory is vast and rich in resources and contains countless races. But the biggest orcs are in chaos, the monsters are scattered in the sand, the demons can't resist the big beams, let alone other races. Being able to control a place is powerful enough. Dominate the world, dream about you, dare to go out is to die. In the underworld, the divine consciousness has just been born and the reincarnation has just been established, but it is desolate and there is nothing. The heaven is cold and deserted, where is a lonely palace altar. Not to mention the heavens and stars, they are all dead stars and there is no living thing for a moment. Perhaps I should develop the Protos. Li Yang thought so. Of course it was not the god race but the selection of a strong enough race. Pull them to a separate planet for development, and then select the most powerful fighters from each race to form an existence similar to the heavenly court. The God King is of course himself, and the combination of these most powerful fighters is the God Realm organization. Specially responsible for helping him manage the world 827 and acting as a high-end combat force in battle, but also as his bodyguard. To accomplish this, not only do you have to have a high level in the world, but you also have to have a sufficient number of races of sufficient quality. At the same time, the development of various races should also be put on the agenda, always letting them develop barbarously. They have to be educated, let them gather and develop together, and only a large enough base can give birth to a strong enough individual existence. Before, because the Orcs were the dominant family and could indeed handle all wars, he didn't care about Li Yang, so he didn't care. But now it seems that the Orcs are powerful, but the other races are not useless. And the more one's own power, the more it can stimulate the growth of the Orcs. It is not good to always fight oneself. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. After thinking about it, Li Yang also became interested. Don't play if you are done and solve it quickly. He is very concerned about these things. As long as he gives orders, they can develop themselves. Then let's talk. Of course, Li Yang himself is still lazy. Let those who are selected take care of the development of race. Gyeolangi and the other orcs heard the war cry from the furry god and rushed even more terribly. The Terminator, who originally watched the play, also picked up their spears and quickly entered the battlefield. The demon and the demon boy looked at each other, with full firepower and demon energy directly blowing up a defensive stronghold. Well, yes, you can have this, you can do it when you go back. Lid, yes. As soon as Snake Dragon arrived on the battlefield, he heard Li Yang's command and suddenly rose up and went straight to those powerful gods. Li Yang only needs to control the general direction or even the general direction as long as he chooses the race he likes. WAAAGH. Because of Li Yang's thought, the war speeded up again and entered the stage of killing. For example, people like Mo Heng were originally the best of their respective races or simply kings. Li Yang turned and smiled and looked at a group of gods who were about to collapse in despair.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.